She'd been stupid to let Belinda keep her apart from her father these past few years, but she'd always let her mother manipulate her. She'd been afraid to rebel in even the smallest way for fear she'd lose Belinda's love, a love she knew now that she'd never really had. She leaned her head against Alexi's shoulder and shut her eyes. She could no longer work up any real anger against him. In her pain, she'd finally found forgiveness. He was the only person in her life with nothing to gain by loving her. That night, she couldn't sleep. She found an old bottle of Belinda's sleeping pills, swallowed 2 capsules, and slumped down on the edge of her bed. The worst part was losing her self-respect. She'd let Belinda lead her around by the nose. She'd panted like a puppy dog as she followed her mother's every wish. "Love me, Mommy. Don't leave me, Mommy." And then there was Jake. She'd built stupid fantasies around him and tried to make herself believe he loved her back. She concentrated on her pain, picking at it like a scab. "Are you ill, chérie?" Alexei stood knotting the sash of his robe in the doorway. She'd never seen him mussed. His thin, steel gray hair was as neat as if he'd just come from his barber. "No, not ill." "You look like a young boy with your awful, mangled hair. Pauvre enfant. Get in bed now." He tucked her in as if she were a child. "Je t'aime, Papa," she said softly, squeezing his hand where it lay on top of the covers. He brushed his lips over hers. They were dry and unexpectedly rough. "Turn over. I will rub your back and help you fall asleep." She did as she was told. It felt good. His hand slid under her shirt, and as he massaged her skin, her tension eased. The sleeping pill did its work, and she drifted into a dream of Jake. Jake making love to her. Jake kissing her neck and touching her through the silky fabric of her underpants. After the first few days in Paris, Fleur's life began to settle into a semblance of routine. She got up late, then listened to music or thumbed through a magazine. In the afternoon, she napped until one of the maids awakened her in time to shower and dress before Alexei came home. Sometimes they walked the grounds together, but walking made her tired and they didn't go far. It was hard for her to sleep at night, so Alexei rubbed her back. She knew she had to stop moping, and she tried to make plans, but she couldn't go back to the States right away. Looking the way she did, it was doubtful anyone would recognize her, but if that happened, she'd have to face reporters, which was impossible. August turned into September. Belinda kept calling, and Alexei kept putting her off. He told her Fleur must have changed her mind about Greece and said the detectives he'd hired thought she might be in the Bahamas. He lectured Belinda on her failure as a mother and made her cry. Fleur started thinking of Greece. She'd always loved the islands. She could buy a house there, and a horse, too. The islands would heal her heartbreak. She told Alexei she wanted to tap into some of the money he'd been handling for her, but he said it was tied up in long-term investments. She told him to untie it. He said she should understand it wasn't so simple and that she shouldn't worry about money. He'd buy her anything she wanted. She told him she wanted a house on the Aegean and a horse. He said they'd talk about it when she felt better. The conversation made her uneasy. It had been so simple to let Alexei take care of everything. The bills were always paid, and she and Belinda had as much money as they needed. She tried to force herself to exercise. One day she made it through the gates and out into the Rue de la Bienfaisance. A runner with a bright orange headband whipped by. She couldn't remember what it felt like to have so much energy, and she returned to the house. That night, she woke up with her nightgown soaked with perspiration. She dreamed about Jake again. She was back at the gates of the Couvent de l'Annonciation watching him drive away. She went into her bathroom to get a sleeping pill, but the container was empty. She'd taken the last one 2 nights ago. She headed for Belinda's room to see if she could find more. On her way, she saw a dim light at the end of the corridor. It came from the steps leading to the attic. Curious, she climbed to the top and entered the strangest room she'd ever seen. The ceiling had been painted blue with fluffy white clouds racing across it. A bedraggled parachute, collapsed on one side, hung over the narrow iron bed. Alexei sat in a straight-backed wooden chair, his shoulders slumped, staring into an empty glass. Belinda had told her Michel used to stay in the attic. This had been his room. Alexei?
Leave me alone. Get out of here.
She'd been so wrapped up in her own pain that she hadn't thought about her father's. She knelt beside his chair. She'd never known him to drink too much, but now he smelled of liquor. "You miss him, don't you?" she asked softly.
You know nothing about it.
"I know about missing people. I know what it's like to miss someone you love." He lifted his head, and his cold, empty eyes frightened her.
Your sentiment is touching, but unnecessary. Michel is a weakling, and I have cut him out of my life.
"Like me," she thought. "Like you once cut me out. Then what are you doing in his room?"
I've had too much to drink, and I'm indulging myself. You, of all people, should understand that."
She was hurt. "You think I indulge myself?"
Of course you do. The way you put Belinda on a pedestal. The way you've made me over in your mind into the father you always wanted."
She felt a chill. She stood and rubbed her arms. "I haven't had to make you over. These last few years you've been wonderful to me."
I've been exactly what I knew you wanted me to be.
She suddenly yearned to be back in her room. "I'm going to bed now."
Wait.
He set the empty glass on the table.
Pay no attention. I'm having my own fantasy, so I shouldn't mock yours. I've been daydreaming about what would have happened if Michel had been a son worthy of me instead of a perverted weakling who should never have been born.
"That's medieval," she said. "Millions of men are homosexuals. It's not that big a deal." He came out of the chair so suddenly she thought he was going to hit her.
You know nothing about it. Nothing. Michel is a Savagard.
He stalked across the room, his frenetic movements scaring her.
Such obscenity is unthinkable for a Savagard. It is your mother's blood. I should never have married her. She was the one mistake of my life, and I have never been able to recover from it. Her neglect perverted Michel. If you had not been born, she would have been a proper mother to him."
The liquor was talking. This wasn't her father. She had to get away before she heard anything more. She turned to the door, but he was already beside her.
You do not know me well at all.
He ran his hand up her arm.
I think we must talk now. I've attempted to be patient, but it's been long enough.
She tried to step away, but he didn't let her go. "Tomorrow," she said, "when you're sober."
I am not drunk, merely melancholy.
He put his hands on her neck and ran his thumb gently over her ear.
You should have seen your mother when she was even younger than you are now. So full of optimism, so passionate, and as self-centered as a child. I have plans for you, chérie. Plans that I made when you were 16, the day I first saw you.
What kind of plans?
You are frightened. Lie on Michel's bed and let me rub your back so we can talk.
She didn't want to lie on Michel's bed. She wanted to go to her room and lock the door and pull the covers over her head.
Come, chérie, I've upset you. Let me make it better.
He smiled so warmly, her tension eased. He missed Michel tonight, that was all. And she was jealous, as usual, still trying to forget her brother existed. He steered her toward the bed. She lay down on the bare mattress and folded her hands under her cheek. The bed sagged as he sat beside her and began rubbing her back through the thin material of her robe.
I've waited patiently for you, chérie. I've given you 2 years. I've let you fall in love. I've let you and your mother smear the Savigar name with your vulgar career.
She stiffened. What do you...
Shh. I'm talking now, chérie, and you must listen. The night I saw you lean over the coffin to kiss your grandmother's lips, I knew a great injustice had been done. You were everything my son should have been, but you were too attached to your mother. Even last month you would tolerate no criticism of her. I had to give you time to see for yourself who she truly is, so your false sentimentality wouldn't stand between us. It's been a painful lesson, but a necessary one. Now you know how she really feels about you, and now you are finally ready to take your place beside me.
She turned over onto her back and looked up at him. I don't know what you mean. Take my place beside you? He curled his hands around her shoulders and massaged them. His eyelids were half closed, almost sleepy. She wanted to leave before something terrible happened. She looked up at the parachute. It hung limp and yellowed above her.
You belong with me, chérie, at my side. You belong with me in a way your mother never did.
He slipped his fingers just inside the open collar of her robe.
I am going to shape you into a magnificent woman. I have such wonderful plans for you.
His hands dipped lower, pushing open the neck of the robe, moved lower again. Alexei! She reached up and caught his wrists. He smiled so gently, she was embarrassed at what she'd thought he was going to do.
It is right, chérie, for us to be together. Do you not see it every time you look at yourself? Can't you see your mother's unfaithfulness whenever you look in the mirror?
Unfaithfulness? For a moment, she couldn't think what the word meant.
It's time for you to know the truth. Give up the fantasy, enfant. Give it up. The truth will be much better.
No.
You are not my daughter, chérie. Surely you felt that. Your mother was pregnant when I married her.
The beast had come back. The great, ugly beast who wanted to chew her into pieces. I don't believe you. You're lying to me.
You are the bastard of Errol Flynn, my oldest enemy.
It was a joke. She even tried to smile to show him she was a good sport. But the smile died, and the painted clouds on the ceiling blurred as she remembered Johnny Guy talking about Belinda and Errol Flynn and the Garden of Allah. Alexei leaned over and pressed his cheek to hers.
Do not cry, enfant. It's better this way. Don't you see?
The clouds swam before her, and the beast nibbled at her flesh, taking tiny bites that weren't big enough to do the job right. He touched her lightly through her robe.
So beautiful, small and delicate, not plump like your mother's.
No, damn you! She shoved his hands away and tried to get up, but the beast had devoured her strength.
I am sorry, chérie. I've been foolish, and I'm quite embarrassed.
He let her go.
I must give you time to adjust, to see things as I do, to see that there is no harm in our being together. We share no blood. You are not per sang.
"You're my father," she whispered.
"Never," he said harshly. "I've never thought of myself as your father. These past few years have been a courtship. Even your mother understood that."
She pushed herself up. The mattress buttons dug into her knees.
"Don't dwell on this now," he said. "I've been unforgivably clumsy. We'll go on as we have until you are ready."
"Ready?" Her voice was thick, as if she were drowning. "Ready for what?"
"We'll talk of it later."
"Now. Tell me now."
"You are clearly distraught."
"I want to hear everything."
"It will seem strange to you. You've had no time to adjust."
"What do you want from me, Alexei?"
He sighed. "I want you to stay with me, to let me spoil you. I want you to grow your hair so you'll be beautiful again."
There was more. She knew it. "Tell me."
"You've not had enough time."
"Tell me." Her fingers dug into the mattress, and she offered up a silent prayer. "Don't say what I know you're going to say. Don't say you want me to be your lover." He didn't. He said he wanted her to have his child. Alexei explained his plan as Fleur stood at the dirty attic window and looked out on the roof. Something pink lay on the tiles, the featherless body of a baby bird that had fallen from a nest in one of the chimneys. Alexei walked around the attic room, his hands in the pockets of his robe, and neatly laid it out for her. As soon as she got pregnant, he would take her away somewhere for the duration, and then, when it was over, announce that he had adopted a child. The baby would have his blood, her blood, and Flynn's blood. She stared out at the little featherless body. It never had a chance at life, never even had a chance to grow its feathers. He assured her that his motives weren't those of a lecherous old man. "You said it, Daddy, not me." And after it was over, they could go back to their old relationship, and he'd be her loving father, just as she wanted. "I'm hiring a lawyer," she said, but her voice was so tight that the words came out as a broken whisper, and she had to repeat herself. "I'm hiring a lawyer. I want my money." He laughed.
"Hire an army of them, if you wish. You sign the papers yourself. I even explained it to you. It's all quite legal."
"I want my money."
"Don't worry about the money, chérie. Tomorrow I'll buy you anything you want. Diamonds for your fingers, emeralds to match your eyes."
"No."
"Your mother was alone once," he said. "She was penniless, with no prospects for the future, and pregnant, although of course I didn't know that at the time. You need me now just as much as your mother needed me then."
She had to ask him. Before she walked out of this room, she had to ask, except she was crying again, and she could barely force out the strangled words. "What do you know about me?" Her question puzzled him. She was choking. "What do you know about me that makes you think I would do something so horrible? What weakness do you see? You're not stupid. You wouldn't make this obscene proposal if you didn't think there was a chance I'd accept it. What's wrong with me?" He shrugged. It was an elegant gesture and also a little pitying.
"It's not your fault, chérie. The circumstances forced it on you, but you must understand that by yourself you are nothing more than a pretty decoration. You don't have any real value. You don't know how to do anything."
She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "I'm the most famous model in the world."
"The glitter baby is Belinda's creation, chérie. You would fail without her. And if you were to succeed, well, It wouldn't be your own success, would it? I'm offering you a function and the promise that I will never turn my back on you. We both know that's what's most important to you."
He believed she was going to do it. She could see it in his perfect arrogance. He'd looked inside her, seen what was there, and decided that she was weak enough to do this obscene thing. With a choked sob, she ran from the attic room and down the stairs to her own room, where she locked the door and pressed her back against it. Before long, she heard his footsteps in the hallway. He paused outside her door. She squeezed her eyes shut, barely able to breathe. He moved away. She slid down along the door and sat on the floor, where she curled her body over her bent knees. She stayed like that, listening to the pounding of her own heart until the deepest hours of the night. The key turned soundlessly in the lock as she let herself into the museum. She set down her shoulder bag and flicked on the panel of lights. Her palms were sweating, and she rubbed them on her jeans while she walked toward the small tool room at the back. Everything was scrupulously neat, just as he was. She remembered the feel of his hands when they'd touched her breasts, and she crossed her arms over her chest. She forced herself to concentrate on the rows of tools. Finally, she found what she wanted. She lifted it off the narrow shelf and tested its weight in her hands. Belinda was wrong. The rules were the same for everyone. If people didn't follow the rules, they lost their humanity. She closed the door and walked across the museum to the Royale. The ceiling lights shone like tiny stars in the gleaming black finish. The car had been cherished. Alexei had wrapped it in canvas and straw so no harm would come to it. She lifted the crowbar high above her head and brought it down on the shiny black hood. The jaws of the beast snapped shut. Chapter 16. Fleur cashed a check at American Express using her gold card as ID. When she arrived at the Gare de Lyon, she pushed through the crowd to the schedule board and studied the blur of numbers and cities. The next train was leaving for Nîmes, which was 400 miles from Paris. 400 miles from Alexei Savigar's retribution. She'd destroyed the Royale, systematically smashing the hood and the windshield, grille and lights, beating in the fenders and the sides. Then she'd attacked the heart of the car, Ettore Bugatti's peerless engine. The thick stone walls of the museum had held in the noise, and no one tried to stop her as she put an end to Alexei's dream. The old couple already occupying the compartment regarded her suspiciously. She should have cleaned herself up first so she wasn't so conspicuous. She turned to stare out the window. There was blood on her face, and the cut on her cheek from the flying glass stung. It was only a small cut, but she should clean it so it didn't get infected and leave a scar. She envisioned her face with a little scar on her cheek, and then she imagined the scar beginning at her hairline, cutting a diagonal across her forehead and thickening to bisect one eyebrow. It would pucker her eyelid and cut down over her cheek to her jaw. That would just about do it, she thought. A scar like that would keep her safe for the rest of her life. Just before the train pulled out of the station, 2 young women came into the compartment carrying a supply of American magazines. Fleur watched their reflections in the window as they settled into their seats and began studying the other occupants in typical tourist fashion. It seemed as if weeks had passed since she'd slept, and she was so tired she felt lightheaded. She closed her eyes and concentrated on the rhythm of the train. As she drifted into an uneasy sleep, she heard the echo of smashing metal and the crunch of broken glass. The American girls were talking about her when she woke up. "It has to be her," one of them whispered. "Ignore her hair. Look at those eyebrows." Where was the scar? Where was that pretty white scar cutting her eyebrow in half?
"Don't be silly," the other girl whispered. "What would Fleur Savigar be doing traveling by herself? Besides, I read that she's in California making a movie."
Panic beat inside her like the pounding of a crowbar. She'd been recognized 100 times before, and this was no different. But being connected with the glitter baby made her feel sick. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The girls were looking at a magazine. Fleur could just make out the page in the window's reflection, a sportswear ad she'd done for Armani. Her hair flew in every direction from beneath the brim of a big floppy hat. The girl directly across from her finally picked up the magazine and leaned forward. "Excuse me," she said. "Has anybody ever said that you look exactly like Fleur Savigar, the model?" She stared back at them. "She doesn't speak English," the girl finally said. Her companion flipped the magazine closed. "I told you it wasn't her." They reached Nîmes, and Fleur found a room in an inexpensive hotel near the railroad station. As she lay in bed that night, the numbness inside her finally broke apart. She began to cry, racking sobs of loneliness and betrayal and awful, boundless despair. She had nothing left. Belinda's love had been a lie, and Alexei had soiled her forever. Then there was Jake. The three of them together had raped her soul. People survive by their ability to make judgments, yet every judgment she'd made was wrong. "You are nothing," Alexei had said. As the night settled around her, she understood the meaning of hell. Hell was being lost in the world, even from yourself.
"I am sorry, mademoiselle, but this account has been closed."
Fleur's gold card disappeared, tucked like a magician's trick into the palm of the clerk's hand. Panic gripped her. She needed money. With money, she could hide someplace where she'd be safe from Alexei and where no one would recognize her, someplace where Fleur Savigar could cease to exist. But that wasn't possible now. As she hurried through the streets of Nîmes, she tried to shake off the feeling that Alexei was watching her. She saw him in the doorways, in the reflections of store windows, in the faces passing her in the street. She fled back to the train station. Run! She had to run. When Alexei saw the wreckage of the Royale, he felt his own mortality for the first time. It took the form of a slight paralysis in his right side that lasted nearly 2 days. He closed himself in his room and saw no one. All day he lay in bed, holding a handkerchief in his left hand. Sometimes he stared at his reflection in the mirror. The right side of his face sagged. It was almost imperceptible, except for the mouth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control the trickle of saliva that seeped from the corner. Each time he lifted his handkerchief to wipe it away, he knew that the mouth was what he would never forgive. The paralysis gradually faded, and when he could control his mouth, he called in the doctors. They said it was a small stroke, a warning. They ordered him to cut back on his schedule, stop smoking, watch his diet. They mentioned hypertension. Alexei listened patiently and then dismissed them. He put his collection of automobiles up for sale at the beginning of December. The auction attracted buyers from all over the world. He was advised to stay away, but he wanted to watch. As each car went on the block, he studied the faces of the buyers, printed their expressions in his mind so he would always remember. After the auction was over, he had the museum dismantled, stone by stone. Fleur sat at a battered table in the back of a student cafe in Grenoble and stuffed every cloying bite of her second pastry into her mouth until nothing was left. For nearly a year and a half, food had provided her only sense of security. As her jeans had grown tighter and she'd been able to pinch that first definitive fold of fat at the base of her ribs, the thick fog of numbness had lifted long enough for her to feel a brief sense of accomplishment. The glitter baby had disappeared. She imagined Belinda's expression if she could see her precious daughter now, 21 years old, overweight, with cropped hair and cheap, ugly clothes. And Alexei. She could hear his contempt tucked away inside some honeyed endearment like a piece of candy with a tainted center. She counted out her money carefully and left the cafe, pulling the collar of her man's parka tighter around her neck. It was February, and the dark, icy sidewalk still held remnants of that morning's snow. She tugged her wool hat further down over her head, more to protect herself from the cold than from fear that anyone would recognize her. That hadn't happened in nearly a year. A line had already begun to form at the cinema, and as she took her place at the end, a group of American exchange students fell in behind her. The flat sounds of their accents grated on her ears. She couldn't remember the last time she'd spoken English. She didn't care if she ever spoke it again. Despite the cold, the palms of her hands were sweating, and she shoved them more deeply into the pockets of her parka. At first, she'd told herself she wouldn't even read the reviews of Sunday Morning Eclipse, but she hadn't been able to stop herself. The critics had been kinder to her than she'd expected. One called her performance a surprisingly promising debut. Another commented on the sizzling chemistry between Coranda and Savigar. Only she knew how one-sided that chemistry had been. Now she simply existed, taking whatever job she could find and sneaking into university lecture halls when she wasn't working. 2 months ago, she'd gone to bed with a sweet-natured German student who'd sat next to her in an economics lecture at the Université d'Avignon. She hadn't wanted Jake to be the only man she'd made love with. Not long afterward, she'd imagined Alexei's presence breathing down her neck, and she'd left Avignon for Grenoble. A French girl standing in line ahead of her began to tease her date. "Aren't you afraid I won't be interested in you tonight after I've spent 2 hours watching Jake Coranda?" He glanced over at the movie poster. "You're the one who should be worried. I'll be watching Fleur Savigar. Jean-Paul saw the film last week, and he's still talking about her body." Fleur huddled more deeply into the collar of her parka. She had to see for herself. She found a seat in the last row of the theater. The opening credits rolled, and the camera panned a long stretch of flat Iowa farmland. Dusty boots walked down a gravel road. Suddenly, Jake's face flooded the screen. She'd once loved him, but the white-hot fire of betrayal had burned up that love, leaving only cold ash behind. The first few scenes flicked by, and then Jake stood in front of the Iowa farmhouse. A young girl jumped up from a porch swing. The pastries Fleur had stuffed down clumped in her stomach as she watched herself run into his arms. She remembered the solidness of his chest, the touch of his lips. She remembered his laughter, his jokes, the way he'd held her so tight she'd thought he'd never let her go. Her chest constricted. She couldn't stay in Grenoble any longer. She had to leave, tomorrow, tonight, now. The last thing she heard as she rushed from the theater was Jake's voice. "When did you get so pretty, Lizzie?" Run. She had to run until she disappeared, even from herself. Alexei sat in the leather chair behind the desk in his study and lit a cigarette, the last of the 5 he permitted himself to smoke each day. The reports were delivered to him at exactly 3 o'clock every Friday afternoon, but he always waited until nighttime when he was alone to study them. The photographs before him looked much like the others that had been sent to him over the past few years. Ugly barbershop hair, threadbare jeans, scuffed leather boots, all that fat. For someone who should be at the apex of her beauty, she looked obscene. He'd been so certain she would go back to New York and resume her career, but she'd surprised him by staying in France. Lyon, Aix-en-Provence, Avignon, Grenoble, Bordeaux, Montpellier, all towns with universities. She foolishly believed she could hide from him in anonymous throngs of students, as if such a thing were possible. After 6 months, she'd begun to take classes at some of the universities. At first, he'd been mystified by her choice of courses: lectures in calculus, contract law, anatomy, sociology. Eventually, he'd discerned the pattern and realized she chose only classes held in large lecture halls where there was little chance of anyone discovering she wasn't a registered student. Officially enrolling was out of the question since she had no money. He'd seen to that. His eyes slid down the list of ridiculously menial jobs she'd held to support herself for the past 2 years: washing dishes, cleaning stables, waiting tables. Sometimes she worked for photographers, not as a model, such an idea was ludicrous now, but setting up lights and handling equipment. She'd unwittingly discovered the only possible defense she could use against him. What could he take from a person who had nothing? He heard footsteps and quickly slipped the photographs back into the leather folder. When they were tucked away, he walked over to the door and unlocked it. Belinda's hair was sleep-tousled and her mascara smudged. "I dreamed about Fleur again," she whispered. "Why do I keep dreaming about her? Why doesn't it get better?"
"Because you keep holding on," he said. "You will not let her go."
Belinda closed her hand over his arm, imploring him. "You know where she is. Tell me, please."
"I am protecting you, chérie."
His cold fingers trailed down her cheek.
"I do not wish to expose you to your daughter's hatred."
Belinda finally left him alone. He returned to his desk, where he studied the report again, then locked it in his wall safe. For now, Fleur had nothing of value that he could destroy, but the time would come when she did. He was a patient man, and he would wait, even if it took years. The bell over the front door of the Strasbourg photo shop jangled just as Fleur set the last box of film on the shelf. Unexpected noises still startled her, even though 2.5 years had passed since she'd fled from Paris. She told herself that if Alexei wanted her, he would have found her by now. She glanced at the wall clock. Her employer had been running a special on baby photographs that had kept them busy all week, but she'd hoped the rush was over for the afternoon so she could get to her economics lecture. Dusting her hands on her jeans, she pushed aside the curtain that separated the small reception area from the studio. Gretchen Casimir stood on the other side. "Good God!" she exclaimed. Fleur felt as if someone had clamped a vice around her chest. "Good God!" she repeated. Fleur told herself it was inevitable that someone would find her. She should be grateful it had taken this long, but she didn't feel grateful. She felt trapped and panicky. She shouldn't have stayed in Strasbourg so long. 4 months was too long. Gretchen pulled off her sunglasses. Her gaze swept over Fleur's figure. "You look like a blimp. I can't possibly use you like this." Her hair was longer than Fleur remembered, and the auburn color was brighter. Her pumps looked like Mario of Florence, the beige linen suit was definitely Perry Ellis, and the scarf de rigueur Hermès. Fleur had nearly forgotten what such clothes looked like. She could live for 6 months on what Gretchen was wearing. "You must have gained 40 pounds. And that hair! I couldn't sell you to Field and Stream." Fleur tried to pull the old screw you grin out of mothballs, but it wouldn't fit on her face. "Nobody's asking you to," she said tightly. "This escapade has cost you a fortune," Gretchen said. "The broken contracts, the lawsuits." Fleur tried to slip a hand into her jeans pocket, but the fabric was stretched so tight she could only manage a thumb. She didn't care. If she weighed her former 130 pounds, she'd lose even her fleeting feelings of safety. "Send the bill to Alexei," she said. "He has $2 million of mine, that should cover it. But I imagine you've already found that out." Alexei knew where she was. He was the one who'd sent Gretchen here. The room closed in on her. "I'm taking you back to New York," Gretchen said, "and getting you into a fat farm. It'll be months before you'll be in shape to work. That awful hair is going to hurt you, so don't think I can get your old price. And don't think that Parker can get you another film right away." "I'm not going back," Fleur said. It felt odd to speak English. "Of course you are. Look at this place. I can't believe you actually work here. My God, after Sunday Morning Eclipse came out, some of the top directors in Hollywood wanted you." She stabbed the stem of her sunglasses into the pocket of her suit jacket so the lenses hung out. "This silly quarrel between you and Belinda has gone on long enough. Mothers and daughters have problems all the time. There's no reason to make such a thing out of it. That's none of your business. Grow up, Fleur. This is the 20th century, and no man is worth splitting up two women who care about each other." So that was what everyone believed, that she and Belinda had quarreled over Jake. She barely thought about him anymore. Occasionally she saw a picture of him in a magazine, usually scowling at the photographer who'd invaded his privacy. Sometimes he was with a beautiful woman, and her stomach always did an unpleasant flip. It was like stumbling unexpectedly across a dead cat or bird. The corpse was harmless, but it still made you jump. Jake's acting career was stronger than ever, but even though Sunday Morning Eclipse had earned him a screenwriting Oscar, he'd stopped writing. No one seemed to know why, and Fleur didn't care. Gretchen made no effort to conceal her scorn. "Look at yourself. You're 22 years old, hiding away in the middle of nowhere, living like a pauper. Your face is all you have, and you're doing your best to ruin that. If you don't listen to me, you're going to wake up one morning, old and alone, satisfied with whatever crumbs you can pick up. Is that what you want? Are you that self-destructive?" Was she? The worst of the pain was gone. She could even look at a newspaper picture of Belinda and Alexei with a certain detachment. Of course, her mother had gone back to him. Alexei was one of the most important men in France, and Belinda needed the limelight the way other people needed oxygen. Sometimes Fleur thought about returning to New York, but she could never model again, and what would she do there? The fat kept her safe, and it was easier to drift through the present than to rush into an uncertain future. Easier to forget about the girl who'd been so determined to make everybody love her. She didn't need other people's love anymore. She didn't need anyone but herself. "Leave me alone," she said to Gretchen. "I'm not going back. I have no intention of leaving until go away. You can't keep on like, get out." Gretchen let her eyes slide over the ugly man's shirt, over the bulging jeans. She assessed her, judged her, and Fleur felt the exact moment when Gretchen Casimir decided she was no longer worth the effort. "You're a loser," she said. "You're sad and pitiful, living a dead-end life. Without Belinda, you're nothing." The venom behind Gretchen's words didn't make them any less true. Fleur had no ambition, no plans, no pride of accomplishment, nothing but a mute kind of survival reflex. Without Belinda, she was nothing. An hour later, she fled the photo shop and boarded the next train out of Strasbourg. Fleur's 23rd birthday came and went. A week before Christmas, she threw some things into a duffel bag, picked up her Eurail pass, and left Lille to board a train to Vienna. France was the only place in Europe where she could work legally, but she had to get away for a few days or she'd suffocate. She could no longer remember how it felt to be slim and strong, or what it was like not to worry about paying the rent on a shabby room with a rust-stained sink and damp patches on the ceiling. She chose Vienna on a whim after she read The World According to Garp, a place with bears on unicycles and a man who could only walk on his hands seemed just about right. She found a cheap room in an old Viennese pension with a gilded birdcage elevator the concierge told her had been broken by the Germans during the war. After lugging her duffel bag up 6 flights of stairs, she opened the door to a minuscule room with scarred furniture and wondered which war he meant. She peeled off her clothes, pulled the coverlet over her, and as the wind rattled the windows and the elevator creaked, she went to sleep. The next morning, she walked through the Schönbrunn Palace and then had an inexpensive lunch at the Leupold near Rooseveltplatz. A waiter set a plate of tiny Austrian dumplings called Knockerln in front of her. They were delicious, but she had a hard time getting them down. There were no bears on unicycles in Vienna, no men who walked on their hands, only the same old problems that no amount of running away could solve. She'd never been the bravest, the fastest, or the strongest. It had all been an illusion. A Burberry trench coat and Louis Vuitton briefcase brushed by her table, then backtracked. Fleur? Fleur Savigar? It took her a moment to recognize the man standing in front of her as Parker Dayton, her former agent. He was in his mid-40s with one of those faces that looked as if it had been perfectly formed by a divine sculptor and then, just before the clay was dry, given a push inward. Even the neatly trimmed, ginger-colored beard he'd grown since she'd last seen him couldn't hide the less-than-impressive chin or balance out the squished-in nose. She'd never liked Parker. Belinda had selected him to handle Fleur's movie career on the strength of Gretchen's recommendation, but it turned out he was Gretchen's lover at the time and not a member of the upper echelon of agents. Still, from the evidence offered by the Vuitton briefcase and the Gucci shoes, business seemed to have picked up. "You look like shit." Without waiting for an invitation, he took a seat across from her and settled his briefcase on the floor. He stared at her. She stared back. He shook his head. "It cost Gretchen a bundle to settle on the modeling contract you broke." His hand tapped the table, and she had the feeling he was itching to pull out his calculator so he could punch in the numbers for her. "It didn't cost Gretchen a penny," she said. "I'm sure Alexei paid the bills with my money, and I could afford it." He shrugged. "You're one reason I pretty much stick to music now." He lit a cigarette. "I'm managing Neon Lynx. You have to have heard of them. They're America's hottest rock group. That's why I'm in Vienna." He fumbled in his pockets and finally pulled out a ticket. "Come to the concert tonight as my guest. We've been sold out for weeks." She'd seen the posters plastered all over the city. Tonight was the opening concert in their first European tour. She took the ticket and mentally calculated what she could get for scalping it. "I can't see you as a rock manager." "If a rock band hits, it's like you've got a license to print money. Lynx was playing a third-rate club on the Jersey Shore when I found them. I knew they had something, but they weren't packaging it right. They didn't have any style, you know what I mean? I could have turned them over to a manager, but business wasn't too great at the time, so I decided, what the hell, I'd give it a shot myself. I made some changes and put them on the map. I'll tell you the truth. I expected them to hit, but not this big. We had riots in 2 cities on our last tour. You wouldn't believe." He waved to someone behind her, and a second man joined them. He was maybe in his early 30s with bushy hair and a Fu Manchu mustache. "Fleur, this is Stu Kaplan, road manager for Neon Lynx." To Fleur's relief, he didn't seem to recognize her. The men ordered coffee, then Parker turned to Stu. "Did you take care of it?" Stu tugged on his Fu Manchu. "I spent half an hour on the phone with that goddamned employment agency before I found anybody who spoke English. Then they told me they might have a girl for me in a week. Christ, we'll be in freaking Germany next week." Parker frowned. I'm not getting involved, Stu. You're the one who's going to have to work without a road secretary." They talked for a few minutes. Parker excused himself to go to the men's room, and Stu turned to Fleur. "He a friend of yours?"
"More an old acquaintance."
"He's a freaking dictator. I'm not getting involved, Stu. Hell, it's not my fault she got knocked up."
"Your road secretary?" He nodded mournfully into his coffee, his Fu Manchu drooping.
"I told her we'd pay for the abortion and everything, but she said she was going back to the States to have it done right."
Stu looked up and stared at Fleur accusingly.
"For Christ's sake, this is Vienna. Freud's from here, isn't he? They gotta have good doctors in Vienna."
She thought of several things to say and discarded them all. He groaned.
"I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if this had happened in Pittsburgh or somewhere, but freaking Vienna."
"What exactly does a road secretary do?" The words came out of her unintended. She was drifting, just as always. Stu Kaplan looked at her with his first real spark of interest.
"It's a cushy job, answering phones, double-checking arrangements, helping out with the band a little, nothing hard." He took a sip of coffee. "You, speak any German?"
She sipped too. "A little. Also Italian and Spanish." Stu leaned back in his chair.
"The job pays $200 a week, room and board provided. You interested?"
She had a job waiting tables in Lille. She had her classes and a cheap room, and she no longer did anything impulsively. But this felt safe, different. She could handle it for a month or so. She didn't have anything better to do. "I'll take it." Stu whipped out a business card.
"Pack your suitcase and meet me at the Intercontinental in an hour and a half."
He scrawled something on the card and rose.
"Here's the suite number. Tell Parker I'll see him there."
Parker came back to the table, and Fleur told him what had happened. He laughed.
"You can't have that job."
"Why not?"
"You couldn't stick it. I don't know what Stu told you, but being road secretary to any band is a hard job, and with a band like Neon Lynx, it's even tougher."
There it was, the open acknowledgement that she wasn't worth anything without Belinda. She should leave and forget all about this, but what had been nothing more than an impulse had suddenly become important. "I've had tough jobs." He patted her hand patronizingly.
"Let me explain something. One of the reasons Neon Lynx has stayed on top is because they're spoiled, arrogant bastards. It's their image, and frankly, I encourage it. Their arrogance is a big part of what makes them so great when they perform, but it also makes them impossible to work for. And road secretary isn't what you'd call a high-prestige job. Let's face it, you're used to giving orders, not taking them."
A lot Parker Dayton knew. She dug in with a stubbornness she'd forgotten she possessed. "I can handle it." The man, who didn't have a sense of humor, laughed again.
"You wouldn't last an hour. I don't know what happened with you 3 years ago, but you screwed yourself pretty good. Here's some free advice. Take a pass on the bread and cookies, then call Gretchen and get yourself back in front of the cameras."
She stood up. "Stu Kaplan can hire his own road secretary, right?"
"Under normal circumstances, but—"
"Okay, then. He offered me the job, and I'm taking it." She was out of the restaurant before he could say anything more, but halfway down the street, she had to lean against the side of a building to catch her breath. What was she doing? She told herself this was safe, nothing more than a secretary's job, but her heart rate refused to slow down. When she walked into the suite at the Intercontinental an hour later, she felt as if she'd walked into Bedlam. A group of reporters was talking to Parker and two extravagantly dressed young men she assumed were band members. Waiters wheeled in trays of food, and 3 phones rang at the same time. The insanity of what she'd done hit her full force. She had to get out of here.
But Stu had already picked up 2 of the phones and was gesturing for her to pick up the 3rd. She answered with an unsteady voice. It was the manager of the Munich hotel where the group was staying the next night. He told her he'd heard rumors about the destruction of 2 hotel suites in London and regretted to inform her that Neon Lynx was no longer welcome at his establishment. She put her hand over the receiver and told Stu what had happened. Within seconds, she realized that the pleasant Stu Kaplan of the coffee shop was not the same man standing in front of her.
"Tell him it was Rod Stewart, for Christ's sake. Use your freaking head and don't bother me with the little shit."
He tossed a clipboard at her, smacking her in the knuckles.
"Double-check the arrangements while you got him on the phone. Double-check everything and then check it again."
Her stomach clenched. She couldn't do this. She couldn't work at a job with someone screaming at her and expecting her to know things that had never been explained. Parker Dayton gave her a smug smile with "I told you so" written all over it. As she turned away from him, she caught sight of her reflection across the room. The mirror that hung above the sofa was the same size as those blown-up photographs Belinda had hung on the apartment walls in New York. Those oversized, beautiful faces had never seemed to belong to her, but neither did the pasty, tense reflections staring back at her. She tightened her damp palms around the receiver. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but you can't blame Neon Lynx for damage they didn't do." Her voice sounded thin from lack of air. She took a quick breath, then began a systematic assassination of Rod Stewart's character. When she was done, she launched into a determined review of the room assignments from the instructions on the clipboard, then went on to detail arrangements for luggage carts and food. As the manager relayed the instructions back to her, and she realized she'd convinced him to change his mind, she felt a rush of satisfaction far out of proportion to what she'd done. She hung up the phone, and it rang again. One of the roadies had been busted for drugs. This time, she was prepared for Stu's yelling.
"For Christ's sake, don't you know how to handle anything?"
He grabbed his jacket.
"Take care of things here while I get this son of a bitch out of jail. And I'm telling you right now, those motherfucking Austrian police had better speak English."
He pitched another clipboard at her.
"Here's the schedule and the assignments. Get those stage passes stamped for the VIPs and call Munich to make sure they've taken care of transportation from the airport. We were short on limos the last time. And check on the charter from Rome. Make them give us a backup."
He was still hurling instructions as he walked out the door. She fielded 8 more phone calls and spent a half hour with the airlines before she noticed that she hadn't taken off her coat. Parker Dayton asked if she'd had enough yet. She gritted her teeth and told him she was having a terrific time, but as soon as he left the suite, she sagged into her chair. Parker was leaving the tour in 3 days to go back to New York. That's how long she had to last. 3 days. She took a few minutes between phone calls to study the promotional kit, and when the lead guitarist for Neon Lynx walked in, she recognized him as Peter Zabel. He was in his early 20s, with a small, compact body and curly, shoulder-length black hair. 2 earrings decorated his right lobe, one an enormous diamond and the other a long white feather. He asked her to put a call through to his broker in New York. He was worried about his Anaconda copper. After he got off the phone, he slouched down on the couch and propped his boots up on the coffee table. They had 3-inch lucite heels with embedded goldfish. "I'm the only one in the band who looks to the future," he said suddenly. "The other guys think this is going to last forever, but I know it doesn't happen that way, so I'm building a portfolio." Probably a good idea. She reached for the backstage passes and began to stamp them.
"Damn straight it's a good idea. What's your name, anyway?"
She hesitated. "Fleur."
"You look familiar. You a dyke?"
"Not at the moment." She slammed the stamp down on the VIP pass. Whom did she think she was kidding? 3 days was forever. Peter got up and headed for the door. Suddenly he stopped and turned back.
"I know where I saw you. You used to be a model or something. My kid brother had your poster up in his room, and you were in that movie I saw. Fleur... what's it?"
Savigar, she made herself say. Fleur Savigar.
Yeah, that's right.
He didn't seem impressed. He tugged on the white feather earring. Listen, I hope you don't mind my saying so, but if you'd had a portfolio, you would have had something to fall back on after you washed up. I'll remember that for the future. The door shut behind him, and she realized that she was smiling for the first time in weeks. Around this crew, anyway, the glitter baby was yesterday's news. She felt as if she had more air to breathe. The tour was opening that night at a sports arena north of Vienna, and once Stu came back with the errant roadie, she didn't have a minute to think. First there was a ticket mix-up, and then the 1-hour warning calls to the band. She had to be in the lobby early to double-check transportation and take care of tips. Then she had to make a second set of phone calls to the band members telling them the limos were ready. Stu yelled at her about everything, but he seemed to yell at everybody except the band, so she tried to ignore it. As far as she could tell, there were only 2 cardinal rules: keep the band happy and double-check everything. As the members of Neon Lynx wandered into the lobby, she identified each one. Peter Zabel she'd met. Kyle Light, the bass player, wasn't hard to spot. He had thin blonde hair, dead eyes, and a wasted look. Frank Laporte, the drummer, was a belligerent redhead with a Budweiser can in his hand. Simon Cale, the keyboard player, was the fiercest-looking black man she'd ever seen, with a shaved and oiled head, silver chains draping an overdeveloped chest, and something that looked suspiciously like a machete hanging from his belt.
"Where's that freaking Barry?" Stu called out. "Fleur, go up and get that son of a bitch down here. And don't do anything to upset him, for Christ's sake."
Fleur reluctantly headed for the elevator and the penthouse suite of lead singer Barry Noy. The promotional kit billed him as the new Mick Jagger. He was 24, and his photographs showed him with long, sandy-colored hair and fleshy lips permanently set in a sneer. From bits and pieces of conversations, she'd gathered that Barry was difficult, but she didn't let herself think too hard about what that might mean. She knocked at the door of his suite, and when there was no answer, she tried the knob. It was unlocked. Barry? He was stretched out on the couch, his forearm thrown across his eyes and his sandy hair dangling over the couch pillows toward the carpet. He wore the same satin trousers as the other members of the band, except his were day-glow orange with a red sequined star strategically placed over the crotch. "Barry? Stu sent me up to get you. The limos are here and we're ready to go."
"I can't play tonight."
Why's that?"
"I'm depressed."
He gave a protracted sigh.
"I swear I have never been so depressed in my entire fucking life. I can't sing when I'm depressed."
Fleur glanced at her watch, a man's gold Rolex Stu had loaned her that afternoon. She had 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 2.5 days. "What are you depressed about?" For the first time, he looked at her.
"Who are you?"
"Fleur, the new road secretary."
"Oh yeah, Peter told me about you. You used to be a big movie star or something."
He threw his arm back over his eyes.
"I'm telling you, life is really shit. I mean, I am really hot now. I can have any woman I want, but that bitch Kissy has me wrapped around her finger. I bet I called New York 100 times today, but either I couldn't get through or she never answered the phone."
"Maybe she was out."
"Yeah, she was out all right. Out with some stud."
She had 4 minutes. "Would any woman in her right mind go out with another man when she could have you?" she said, even as she was thinking that any woman in her right mind would go out with a penguin before she'd go out with him. "I'll bet your timing was bad. The time zones are confusing. Why don't you try her after the concert? It'll be early morning in New York. You're sure to get her then." He seemed interested.
"You think so?"
"I'm sure of it." 3.5 minutes. If they had to wait for the elevator, she'd be in trouble. I'll even put through the call for you."
"You'll come here after the concert and help me get the call through?"
"Sure."
He grinned. "Hey, that's great. Hey, I think I'm gonna like you."
"Good. I'm sure I'm gonna like you."
"In a pig's eye, you degenerate. 3 minutes. Let's go downstairs."
Barry propositioned her in the elevator between the 9th and 10th floors. When she refused him, he turned sullen, so she told him she thought she might have a venereal disease. That seemed to make him happy, and she delivered him to the lobby with 30 seconds to spare. Chapter 17. They arrived at the ice hockey arena. The stage had been erected at one end of the rink, and hundreds of fans pushed against the wooden barricades. Ignoring the opening band, they called out for Barry and the group. Stu threw a clipboard at Fleur and told her to double-check everything. By the time she went backstage to watch the show, the crowd's screams had grown deafening. Just as she put in the pink rubber earplugs the stage manager handed her, the rink went dark. A voice bellowed over the loudspeaker, introducing the band in German. The screams turned into a solid wall of sound, and 4 spotlights hit the stage like atomic blasts. The beams of light collided, and neon links ran forward. The crowd exploded. Barry leaped into the air, his hair flying. He thrust his hips so the red sequin star on his crotch caught fire. Frank Laporte twirled his drumsticks, and Simon Cale slammed the keyboard. Fleur watched as a young girl, not more than 12 or 13, fainted over the barricade. The crowd pressed against her, and no one paid attention. The music was raucous and visceral, blatantly sexual, and Barry Noy played the crowd for all he was worth. As the song ended, the crowd surged the barricades, and she could see that the guards were getting nervous. The spotlights flashed blue and red in crisscrossing swords of light, and the band went into its next number. She was afraid somebody would get killed. One of the roadies came up to stand beside her. "Is it always like this?" she asked. "Nah, guess it's because we're used to the States. Freaking crowd's dead tonight." After the show, she stood with Stu in the underground garage that had been roped off by the Viennese police and counted limos. The band came out, all 5 of them soaked with sweat. Barry grabbed her by the arm. "Gotta talk to you." As he pulled her toward the lead limo, she started to protest. Stu glared at her, and she remembered rule number 1. Keep the band happy. Translated, that meant keep Barry Noy happy. She piled into the limousine, and he pulled her down on the seat beside him. She heard the clink of chains, and Simon Cale climbed in with them. She remembered how he'd twirled that dangerous machete on stage, and she regarded him warily. He lit a cigarillo and turned to stare out the window. The limousine drove from the garage into a crowd of screaming fans. Suddenly, a young girl broke through the police barricade and rushed toward the car, pulling up her shirt as she ran to expose bare pubescent breasts. A policeman caught her. Barry paid no attention.
"So, how do you think I was tonight?" He took a slug from a can of Bud.
"You were great, Barry," she replied with all the sincerity she could muster. "Just great."
"You didn't think I was off tonight? Friggin' crowd was dead."
"Oh, no, you weren't off at all. You were terrific."
"Yeah, you're right."
He drained the beer and crumpled the can in his fist.
"I wish Kissy could have been here. She wouldn't come to Europe with me. What does that tell you about the kind of ditzy broad she is?"
"It tells me a lot, Barry." A snort came from the other side of the limo. "What does Kissy do?" she asked.
"She says she's an actress, but I've never seen her on television or anything. Shit, I'm getting depressed again."
If there was anything she didn't need, it was a depressed Barry Noy. That's probably it, then. Actresses trying to get work can't afford to leave town whenever they want. They might miss their big break.
"Yeah, maybe you're right. Hey, I'm sorry about your VD and everything.
Simon Cale looked over at her, and she thought she saw a flicker of interest in his eyes. Thanks, she said sadly. I'm doing my best to cope. She should have been prepared for the pandemonium of the hotel lobby, but she wasn't. The hotel had orders not to give out any information, but there were women everywhere. As the members of the band made their way toward the heavily guarded elevators, she saw Peter Zabel reach out and grab the arm of a buxom redhead. Frank Laporte inspected a freckled blonde, then gestured toward both her and her bubblegum-chewing companion. Only Simon Cale ignored the crowd of women. I can't believe this, she muttered. Stu heard her.
We're all hoping they don't speak English. That way we won't have to talk to them, too.
That's disgusting.
It's rock and roll, kid. Rockers are kings as long as they can stay on top.
Stu put his arm around a frizzy-haired blonde and headed toward the elevators. Before he got in, he called back to her.
Stick close to Barry. He told me he likes you. And check the IDs on those girls who went with Frank. They looked young to me. And I don't want any more trouble with the police. Then get hold of that freaking Kissy and make sure she meets us in Munich tomorrow. Tell her we'll pay her $250 a week.
Hey, that's $50 more than I'm getting.
You're expendable, kid.
The elevator doors slid shut. She slumped against a pillar. The world of rock and roll. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and she was exhausted. She was going to forget about Frank and his groupies. They probably deserved each other. She was going to forget about Barry and his stupid Kissy, and she was going to bed. In the morning, she'd tell Parker he'd been right about her. She couldn't handle the job. But when the doors closed on the elevator, she found herself punching in the floor of Frank Laporte's suite. The two girls with him checked out, so she said a polite good night and left them. She took the elevator up another floor to Barry's suite. As she dragged her body down the hallway, she thought of the beautiful hotel room waiting for her. Hot water, clean sheets, and heat. The guard let her in, and she was relieved to see that everybody still had clothes on. The three girls, none of whom looked particularly happy, were playing cards. Barry was stretched out on the couch, watching television. His face lit up when he saw her.
Hey, Fleur, I was just getting ready to call your room. I thought you forgot.
He grabbed his wallet from the coffee table and riffled through it for a scrap of paper he shoved toward her.
Here's Kissy's number. How about calling her from your room? I gotta get some sleep. And take 2 of those bimbos with you when you leave.
She clenched her teeth. Any 2 in particular?
I don't know. Whichever ones speak English, I guess.
15 minutes later, Fleur let herself into her own hotel room. She undressed and stared wistfully at her bed, then picked up the telephone. As she waited for the call to go through, she glanced at the scrap of paper in her hand. Kissy Sue Christie. Lord. A voice answered on the 5th ring. It was distinctly southern and very angry. Barry, I swear to God... It's not Barry, Fleur said quickly. Miss Christie? Yes? This is Fleur, the new road secretary for Neon Links. Did Barry get you to call me? Actually, never mind. Just deliver a message. In a soft, breathy voice that oozed generations of ladylike southern breeding, Kissy Sue Christie reeled off a list of instructions, the majority of which concerned Barry Noy and his anatomy. The contrast between her voice and the obscene instructions was too much for Fleur, and she laughed. The sound echoed in her ears, rusty and unfamiliar, like a nearly forgotten song. Am I amusing you? The voice asked with a southern chill. I'm sorry. It's just that it's really late, and I'm so tired I can hardly keep my eyes open, and... You're saying everything I've been thinking all day. The man is toad spit, Kissy Sue concluded. Fleur laughed again, then got hold of herself. "I apologize for calling so late. I was under orders." "It's okay. What's Stu offering now to get me to come over? Last time it was $200 a week. It's up to $250 now." "No kidding. Shoot, I'd love to go to Europe, too. I even have some vacation time coming up. The only places I've seen outside South Carolina are New York and Atlantic City. But to tell you the truth, Fleur, I'd swear off men completely before I ever went to bed with Barry Noy again." Fleur settled back on the bed and thought it over. "You know, Kissy, there just might be a way." Fleur's wake-up call came at 6:30 the next morning. She waited for the familiar heaviness to settle over her, but it didn't come. She'd barely had 4 hours of sleep, but it had been deep and restful. No pitching and tossing, no sudden heart-pounding, no dreams about the people she used to love. She felt competent. She settled back into the pillows and tried the idea on for size. She had a terrible job. The people were awful, spoiled, rude, and blatantly immoral, but she'd survived her first day and done a good job. Better than good. She'd done a great job. They hadn't thrown anything at her she hadn't been able to handle, including Barry Noy. She was going to show Parker Dayton. She stopped herself. She didn't care about Parker Dayton. She didn't care about Alexi or Belinda or anybody. The only person's opinion she cared about was her own. The band's arrival in Munich was hectic beyond belief, and Stu coped by yelling at her. This time, she yelled back, which made him pout and say he didn't know what she was getting so mad about. The next 2 nights' concerts were a repeat of the concert in Vienna, with girls fainting over the barricades and a crowd of groupies waiting in the hotel lobby. Right before the last concert, Fleur sent a limousine to the airport to pick up the long-awaited Miss Christie, but to her dismay, it came back empty. She told Barry the plane had been delayed and then spent the next 2 hours while the band performed trying fruitlessly to track Kissy down. Finally, she had to tell Stu, who yelled at her and said that she could personally explain the screw-up to Barry after the concert. Barry took it just about as she expected. She calmed him down with some half-baked promises she probably couldn't keep and dragged herself to her hotel room. On the way, she passed Simon Cale in the hallway. He wore gray slacks and an open-collared black silk shirt with a single gold chain at the neck. It was the most conservative outfit she'd seen on anyone other than Parker since she joined the Neon Link circus, but she suspected he had a switchblade tucked in one of his pockets. She fell asleep within seconds of hitting the pillow, only to be awakened an hour later by a phone call from the hotel manager telling her the guests were complaining about the noise coming from the 15th floor. "I have not been able to reach Herr Stu Kaplan, madam, so you must put a stop to it." She had a fairly good idea of what was in store for her when she stepped into the elevator and found Herr Stu Kaplan passed out with an empty VO bottle and half his Fu Manchu shaved off. It took 30 minutes of begging and cajoling for her to get the party crowd in the suite thinned down to 25, which was, she decided, the best she could do. She stepped over Frank Laporte as she carried the telephone into a closet to call the lobby and tell them to put guards back on the elevators. When she came out, she saw that Barry had left with some of the women, and she decided it was safe to return to her room. But she was wide awake now. Tomorrow was a layover day, and she deserved a little fun, or at least a drink before she turned in. After a short struggle with a cork, she poured several inches of champagne into a glass. Peter called her over to talk about OPEC, much to the disgust of the girls who were clamoring for his attention. Just as she began her second glass of champagne, she heard a furious pounding on the door. Groaning, she set down her glass and walked across the suite. "Party's over," she called through the door crack. "Let me in," The voice was female and vaguely desperate. "I can't," Fleur told the crack. "Fire regulations." "Fleur, is that you?" "How did you—" Fleur suddenly realized the voice had a strong southern accent. She released the lock and pulled open the door. Kissy Sue Christie tumbled into the room. She looked like a rumpled sugar plum. She had short licorice curls, a candy apple mouth, and big gumdrop eyes. She wore black leather pants and an electric pink camisole with a broken strap. Except for a generous spill of breasts, everything about her was tiny. It was also vaguely lopsided, since she was missing one high-heeled shoe, but even lopsided, Kissy Sue Christie looked exactly the way Fleur had always wanted to look. Kissy threw the bolt on the door and began her own inspection. "Fleur Savagar," she said. "I had the strangest feeling over the telephone it was you, even though you didn't tell me your last name. I'm mildly psychic." She checked the lock. "There's this Lufthansa pilot I'm trying desperately to avoid. I would have been here earlier, but I was unexpectedly delayed." She gazed around the suite. "Tell me I'm a lucky girl and Barry's not here." "You're a lucky girl." "I suppose it's too much to hope that he was electrocuted tonight or otherwise stricken. Neither of us could be that lucky." Fleur suddenly remembered her duties. "Where's your luggage? I'll phone down and have somebody take you to your room." "Actually," Kissy said, "my room is already occupied." She tugged on the broken pink camisole strap. "Is there some place we could talk? And I wouldn't look unfavorably on the offer of a drink." Fleur scooped up her champagne bottle, 2 glasses, and Kissy. She had an urge to tuck Kissy in her pocket. The only unoccupied space was the bathroom, so she locked them both in and took a seat on the floor. While she poured the champagne, Kissy kicked off her remaining shoe. "To tell you God's honest truth, I think I made a mistake letting him escort me to my room." Fleur took a wild stab. "The Lufthansa pilot?" Kissy nodded. "It started as a mild flirtation, but I guess it got a little out of hand." She sipped delicately at her champagne, then licked her top lip with the tip of her pink tongue. "I know this is going to sound strange to you, but like I said, I'm mildly psychic, and I have this strong feeling we're going to be friends. I might as well tell you from the start. I have a little bitty problem with promiscuity." This had all the earmarks of an interesting conversation, and Fleur settled herself more comfortably against the side of the tub. "How little bitty?" "Depends on your viewpoint." Kissy tucked her feet beneath her and leaned against the door. "Do you like hunks?" Fleur refilled her cup and thought about it. "I guess I'm sort of off men right now. Kind of neutral, you know what I mean?" Kissy's gumdrop eyes widened. "Gosh, no. I'm sorry." Fleur giggled. Whether it was from the champagne or Kissy or the lateness of the hour, she didn't know, but she was fed up with self-hatred. It felt good to laugh again. "Sometimes I think hunks have just about ruined my life," Kissy said mournfully. "I tell myself I'm going to reform, but the next thing I know, I look up and there's this piece of gorgeous male flesh standing right in my path with big, broad shoulders and those little bitty hips, and I can't find it in my heart to pass him by." "Like Lufthansa?" Kissy almost smacked her lips. "He had this dimple right here." She pointed to a spot on her chin. "That dimple, it did something to me, even though the rest of him wasn't much. See, that's my problem, Fleur. I can always find something. It's cost me a lot. What do you mean? The pageant, for one thing. Pageant? Miss America. My mommy and daddy raised me from the cradle to go to Atlantic City. And you didn't make it? Oh, I made it all right. I won Miss South Carolina without any trouble. But the night before the Miss America pageant, I committed an indiscretion. Hunks, Fleur suggested. 2 of them. Both judges. Not at the same time, of course. Well, not exactly. One was a United States Senator, and the other was a tight end for the Dallas Cowboys. Her eyelids drifted shut at the memory. And oh my, Fleur, did he ever have one. You were caught? In the act. I tell you, to this very day it annoys me. I got kicked out, but they both stayed on. Now, does that seem proper to you? Men like that being judges in the greatest beauty pageant in the world? It seemed grossly unfair to Fleur, and she said so. I suppose it all worked out, though. I was on my way back to Charleston when I met this truck driver who looked like John Travolta. He helped me get to New York and find a place to stay where I wouldn't have to worry about being mutilated on my doorstep. I got a job working at an art gallery while I waited for my big break. But I have to tell you, it's been slow in coming. The competition's tough. Fleur refilled Kissy's glass. It's not the competition, Kissy said indignantly. I'm exceptionally talented. Among other things, I was born to do Tennessee Williams. Sometimes I think he wrote those crazy women just for me. Then what's the problem? Trying to get the auditions in the first place. Directors take one look at me and won't even let me try out. They say I'm not the right physical type, which is another way of saying that I'm too short and my boobies are too big and I look altogether frivolous. That's the one that really annoys me. I'd have been Phi Beta Kappa if I'd stayed in college for my senior year. I'm telling you, Fleur, beautiful women like you with legs and cheekbones and all the other blessings of God can't imagine what it's like. Fleur hadn't been beautiful in a long time, and she nearly choked. You're the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. All my life I've wanted to be little and pretty like you. This struck them both as being terrifically funny, and they dissolved in giggles. Fleur noticed their bottle was empty, so she went on a scouting mission. When she returned with a fresh bottle, the bathroom was empty. Kissy? Is he gone? A loud whisper came from behind the shower curtain. Who? Kissy pushed back the curtain and climbed out. Somebody had to use the facility. I think it was Frank, who is a base pig, in my opinion. They resettled in their old spots. Kissy tucked several wayward licorice curls behind her ear and looked at Fleur thoughtfully. You ready to talk yet? What do you mean? I'm not exactly blind to the fact that I'm sharing this bathroom with a woman who used to be one of the most famous models in the world, as well as a promising new actress. A woman who disappeared off the face of God's earth after some interesting rumors about her association with one of our great country's truly outstanding hunks. I'm not obtuse. I didn't think you were. Fleur picked at the edge of the bath mat with her fingernail. Well, are we friends or not? I've told you some of the very best parts of my life story, and you haven't told me one thing about yours. We've just met. As soon as she said it, Fleur knew that it was wrong and hurtful, even though she wasn't exactly sure why. Kissy's eyes filled with tears, which made them look melty and soft, like blue gumdrops left too long in the sun. Do you think that makes a difference? This is a lifelong friendship being formed right now. There's got to be trust. She brushed her tears away, picked up the champagne, and took a swig directly from the bottle. Then she looked Fleur straight in the eye and held the bottle out to her. Fleur thought about all the secrets locked inside her for so long. She saw her loneliness, her fear, and the self-respect she'd lost along the way. All she had to show for the past 3 years, nearly 3.5, was an eclectic university education. Kissy was offering her a way out. But honesty was dangerous, and Fleur hadn't let herself take a risk for a very long time. Slowly, she reached for the bottle and took a long swallow. "It's sort of a complicated story," she said finally. "I guess it started before I was born." It took Fleur nearly 2 hours to tell it all. Sometime between her trip to Greece with Belinda and her first modeling assignment, she and Kissy escaped the pounding on the bathroom door by moving to Fleur's hotel room. Kissy curled up on one of the double beds, while Fleur propped herself against the headboard of the other. She kept the champagne bottle that was helping her through the story balanced on her chest. Kissy occasionally interrupted with pithy, one-word character assassinations of the people involved, but Fleur remained almost detached. Champagne definitely helped, she decided, when you were spilling your sordid secrets. "That's heartbreaking!" Kissy exclaimed when Fleur finally finished. "I don't know how you can tell that story without falling apart." "I'm cried out, Kissy. If you live with it long enough, even high tragedy gets to be mundane." "Like Oedipus Rex." Kissy dabbed at her eyes. "I was in the chorus when I was in college. We must have performed that play for every high school in the state." She flipped onto her back. "There's a master's thesis in here somewhere." "How do you figure?" "Do you remember the characteristics of a tragic hero? He's a person of high stature brought down by a tragic flaw like hubris, the sin of pride. He loses everything. Then he achieves a catharsis, a cleansing through his suffering, or her suffering," she said pointedly. "Me? Why not? You had high stature, and you sure have been brought down." "What's my tragic flaw?" Fleur asked. Kissy thought for a moment. "Shitty parents." Late the next morning, after showers, aspirin, and room service coffee, they heard a knock at the door. Kissy opened it and emitted a loud squeal. Fleur looked up just in time to see the belle of the Confederacy hurl herself into Simon Cale's forbidding arms. The three of them had breakfast in the revolving dining room on top of Munich's Olympia Tower, where they could gaze out over the Alps 65 miles away. As they ate, Fleur heard the story of Kissy and Simon's long-standing friendship. They'd been introduced not long after Kissy's arrival in New York by one of Simon's classmates at Juilliard. Simon Cale, Fleur discovered, was a classically trained musician and as menacing as Santa Claus. He laughed as he wiped one corner of his mouth with his napkin. "You should have seen Fleur taming King Barry with her story about having a venereal disease. She was magnificent." "And you didn't try to help her out, did you?" Kissy gave him a none-too-gentle punch in the arm. "Instead, you gave her that I eat white girls for breakfast look just to amuse yourself." Simon acted wounded. "I haven't eaten a white girl in years, Kissy, and I'm hurt that you would suggest such a perversion." "Simon's secretly gay," Kissy informed Fleur. And then, in a loud whisper, "I don't know about you, Florinda, but I regard homosexuality as a personal insult." By the time breakfast was over, Fleur decided she liked Simon Cale. Beneath his threatening facade lay a kind and gentle man. As she watched his delicate gestures and finicky mannerisms, she'd have bet every penny of her meager income that he would have been more comfortable in the body of a 90-pound weakling. Maybe that was why she liked him. They both lived in bodies that didn't feel like home. When they got back to the hotel, Simon excused himself, and Kissy and Fleur set out for Barry's suite. It had been cleaned up since last night's party, and Barry was once again in residence, nervously pacing the carpet as they entered. He was so glad to see Kissy that he barely listened to her breathlessly convoluted lie about why she was late, and several minutes elapsed before he even noticed Fleur. He made it obvious with a less than subtle glance toward the door that her presence was no longer required. Fleur pretended not to notice. Kissy leaned forward and whispered something in his ear. As Barry listened, his expression grew increasingly horrified. When Kissy finished, she gazed down at the floor like a naughty child. Barry looked at Fleur. He looked at Kissy. Then he looked at Fleur again.
"What is this?" he cried. "A friggin' epidemic?"
Kissy's 2 weeks of vacation from the gallery ended, and she and Fleur said a tearful goodbye at Heathrow, with Fleur promising to telephone that evening at Parker Dayton's expense. When she returned to the hotel, she was depressed for the first time since she'd started her job. She already missed Kissy's quirky sense of humor and even quirkier view of life. A few days later, Parker called with a job offer. He wanted her to work for him in New York at nearly double her current salary. Panic-stricken, she hung up the telephone and called Kissy at the gallery. "I don't know why you're so surprised, Florinda," Kissy said. "You're on the phone with him 2 or 3 times a day, and he's as impressed with your work as everybody else. He may be slime mold, but he's not stupid. I'm not ready to go back to New York. It's too soon." The distinct sound of a snort traveled through 3,000 miles of ocean cable. "You're not going to start whining again, are you? Self-pity kills your sex drive." "My sex drive is non-existent." "See? What did I tell you?" Fleur twisted the phone cord. "It's not that simple, Kissy. Do you want to be back where you were a month ago? Ostrich time is over, Florinda. It's time to return to the real world." Kissy made it sound so easy, but how long could Fleur stay in New York before the press discovered her? And she still didn't like Parker. What if her job with him didn't work out? What would she do then? Her stomach rumbled, and she realized she hadn't had anything to eat since the night before. Another change this job had made in her life. Her jeans were already too loose, and her hair had grown down over her ears. Everything was changing. She hung up the telephone and walked over to the hotel window where she pushed back the drapery to gaze down over the wet Glasgow street. A jogger dodged a taxi in the rain. She remembered when she'd been a dedicated runner like that, going out regardless of weather. The bravest, the fastest, the strongest. Now she doubted she could run a city block without stopping to catch her breath.
"Hey, Fleur, you seen Kyle?"
It was Frank, a can of Budweiser already opened at 9 o'clock in the morning. Fleur grabbed her parka and brushed past him. She rushed out into the hallway, into the elevator, and through the well-dressed crowd of businessmen in the lobby. The rain was an icy January drizzle, and by the time she reached the corner, it had trickled off the stubby ends of her hair and under the neck of her parka. As she crossed the street, her feet squished in her cheap, wet sneakers. They had no cushioning, no thick padding to support her arches and protect the balls of her feet. She pulled her hands out of her pockets and gazed up at the steel-gray sky. One long block stretched before her. Just one block. Could she make it that far? She began to run. Chapter 18. Kissy's apartment sat above an Italian restaurant in the village. The interior decorating looked just like her. Lollipop colors, a collection of stuffed teddy bears, and a poster of Tom Selleck taped to the bathroom door. As Kissy was showing Fleur how the makeshift shower worked, a bright pink lip print on the poster caught Fleur's eye. "Kissy Sue Christie, is that your lipstick on Tom Selleck?" "So what if it is?" "You could at least have aimed for his mouth." "Where's the fun in that?" Fleur laughed. Kissy had taken the fact that Fleur would be her roommate for granted, and Fleur was more than grateful. Despite her success with Neon Lynx, her self-confidence was shaky at best, and she was plagued with doubts about her decision to return to New York. Parker begrudgingly gave her a week to get settled before she had to report to work, and she forced herself to leave the safe haven of the apartment and get reacquainted with the city she'd once loved. It was early February, and New York was at its worst, but she found it beautiful. Best of all, no one recognized her. She ran every morning that week, only a few blocks before she had to walk to catch her breath, but each day she felt stronger. Sometimes she passed a place she and Belinda had visited together, and she felt a sharp, bittersweet pang. But there was no room in her new life for misplaced sentimentality. She was carving out her own future, and she wouldn't take any dirty laundry from the past with her. She tested herself by sitting through an Errol Flynn retrospective, but she didn't feel anything for the dashing swashbuckler on the screen. The day before Fleur had to start work, Kissy threw out all her clothes. "You're not going to wear those vile rags, Fleur Savigar. You look like a bag lady." "I like looking like a bag lady. Give me my clothes back." "Too late." Fleur ended up trading in her old jeans for ones that fit her slimmer shape and bought a supply of funky tops to go with them. A Mexican peasant shirt, an old varsity leather sweater, and some turtlenecks. Kissy frowned and left a copy of Dress for Success conspicuously displayed on the coffee table. "You're wasting your time, Magnolia Blossom," Fleur said. "I'm working for Parker Dayton, not Xerox. The entertainment world has a more casual dress code." "There's casual and there's dowdy." Fleur could peel away only so many layers at a time. Go kiss Tom Selleck. It didn't take her long to discover Parker wanted his pound of flesh for the generous salary she'd forced him to pay. Her days blended into nights and spilled over into the weekends. She visited Barry Noy's purple-painted tutor in the Hamptons to console him on his loss of Kissy. She wrote press releases, studied contracts, and fielded calls from promoters. The business, finance, and law classes she'd set in on immediately began to pay off. She discovered she had a talent for negotiation. She'd known she couldn't remain anonymous forever, but by dressing inconspicuously and staying away from any place connected with the fashion world, she avoided attracting attention for almost 6 weeks. In March, however, her luck ran out. The Daily News announced that former glitter baby Fleur Savigar was back in New York working at the Parker Dayton agency. The phone calls started coming in, and a few reporters showed up at the office. But all of them wanted the glitter baby back, signing perfume contracts, going to marvelous parties, and talking about her rumored affair with Jake Caranda. "I have a new life now," she said politely, "and I won't be making any further comments." Try as they might, she refused to elaborate. A photographer appeared to capture the glitter baby's whirling cloud of streaky blonde hair and couture fashion. They got baggy blue jeans and a Yankees cap. After 2 weeks, the story died of boredom. The fabulous glitter baby was yesterday's news. Over the next 3 months, Fleur learned who the record producers were and managed to keep track of the television executives as they played musical chairs at the networks. She was smart, dependable. She honored her commitments, and people began to ask for her. By midsummer, she'd fallen in love with the entire business of making stars. "It's great to pull other people's strings instead of having my own pulled," she told Kissy one hot Sunday afternoon in August as they sat on a bench in Washington Square eating dripping ice cream cones. The park held its usual colorful complement of characters: tourists, leftover hippies, skinny kids with ghetto blasters hoisted on their shoulders. After 6 months in New York, Fleur's hair swung in a jaw-length blunt cut that shimmered in the summer sun. She was tan and too slim for the shorts that sat on her hip bones. Kissy frowned over the top of her ice cream cone. "We are getting you some clothes that aren't made out of denim." "Don't start. We're talking about my job, not fashion." "Wearing something decent won't turn you back into the glitter baby. You're imagining things. You think looking good will somehow ruin everything you're building for yourself." She adjusted her red plastic barrettes, which were shaped like lips. "You hardly ever look in a mirror. A few seconds to slick on lipstick, another couple of seconds to run a comb through your hair. You are a world-class champion at avoiding your reflection. You look at yours enough for both of us. But Kissy was on a roll, and Fleur couldn't distract her. You're fighting a losing battle, Florinda. The old Fleur Savigar can't hold a candle to the new one. You're going to be 24 next month, and your face has something it didn't have when you were 19. Even those disgusting clothes can't hide the fact that you have a better body now than when you were modeling. I hate to be the bearer of tragic news, but you've turned from boringly gorgeous into a classic beauty. You Southerners do love your drama. Okay, no more nagging. Kissy circled the double-decker mound of raspberry ripple with her tongue. I'm glad you love your job. You even seem to love the ugly parts, like having Parker for a boss and dealing with Barry Noy. Fleur caught a dab of mint chocolate chip before it dropped on her shorts. It almost scares me how much. I love the wheeling and dealing and the fact that something is always happening. Every time I head off another crisis, I feel like one of the nuns just pasted a gold star next to my name. You're turning into one of those awful overachievers. It feels good. She gazed across the square. When I was a kid, I thought my father would let me go home if I could be the best at everything. After it all fell apart, I lost faith in myself. She hesitated. I think maybe I'm starting to get that back. Her self-confidence was too frail to hold up for examination, even from her best friend, and she wished she hadn't been so open. Fortunately, Kissy's thoughts took a different path. I don't understand how you can't miss acting. You saw Eclipse. I was never going to win any Academy Awards. Unlike Jake and his screenplay. You were great in that part, Kissy insisted. Fleur made a face. I had a couple of good scenes. The rest were barely adequate. I never felt comfortable. In deference to Kissy's feelings, she didn't mention that she also found the whole process of filmmaking, with all the standing around, boring beyond belief. You put your heart into modeling, Florinda. I put my determination into it, not my heart. Either way, you were the best. Thanks to a lucky combination of chromosomes, modeling never had anything to do with who I was. She drew in her legs to save them from amputation by a skateboard. One of the drug dealers stopped talking to stare. She gazed off into space. The night Alexei and I played out our smutty little scene, he said I was nothing more than a pretty, oversized decoration. He said I couldn't really do anything. Alexei Savigar is a wacko prick. Fleur smiled at hearing Kissy dismiss Alexei so inelegantly. But he was also right. I didn't know who I was. I guess I still don't, not entirely, but at least I'm on the right path. I spent 3.5 years running from myself. Granted, I acquired a world-class university education along the way, but I'm not running anymore. And she wasn't. Something had changed inside her, something that finally made her want to fight for herself. Kissy pitched the end of her cone into the trash. I wish I had your drive. What are you talking about? You're always juggling your schedule at the gallery so you can get your hours in and still hit the auditions. You go to class in the evenings. The parts will come, Magnolia. I've talked to a lot of people about you. I know you have, and I appreciate it. But I think it's time I face the fact that it's not going to happen. Kissy wiped her fingers on her very short pink shorts. Directors won't let me read for anything other than comic sex pots, and I'm terrible in that kind of part. I'm a serious actress, Fleur. I know you are, honey. Fleur put all the conviction she could muster behind her words, but it wasn't easy. Kissy, with her pouty mouth, pillowy breasts, and smudge of raspberry ripple on her chin, was a perfect comic sex pot. I got a raise at the gallery. She made it sound as though she'd gotten a terminal disease. Maybe if I had a more disagreeable job, I'd push myself harder. I should never have gotten my minor in art history. It's turned into my security blanket." Her eyes automatically slid over a good-looking college student walking past, but her heart wasn't in it. "I can only take so much rejection, and I've just about had my fill. I do a good job at the gallery, and I get recognized for it. Maybe that should be enough." Fleur squeezed her hand. "Hey, what happened to Miss Positive Thinking? I think I'm thunked out." Fleur hated the idea of Kissy giving up, but with her own history, she wasn't in a position to criticize. She rose from the bench. "Let's go. If we play our cards right, we can catch the beginning of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid on television before we have to get dressed for our dates." She dropped the remainder of her cone and napkin in the trash. "Good idea. How many times will this make?" 5 or 6. I lost count." "You haven't told anybody about this, have you? Are you nuts? Do you think I want the whole world to know we're perverts?" They left the park walking side by side, a dozen pairs of male eyes following them. Fleur's daily runs had firmed her muscles, and as the extra pounds melted away, her sexuality emerged from its long hibernation. The flow of water over her body in the shower, the slide of a soft sweater on her skin, everyday acts became sensual experiences. She wanted to be held by someone who shaved, someone with biceps and a hairy chest, someone who cussed and drank beer. Her body was starved for male contact, and as part of her self-improvement campaign, she began dating a personable young actor named Max Shaw, who was appearing off Broadway in a Tom Stoppard play. He was Hollywood handsome, a rangy blonde whose only drawback was a tendency to use phrases like, "practicing my craft." They had fun together, and she wanted him. She donned jeans and the black tank top she'd bought on the clearance table at Orbach's for their date the night of her 24th birthday. They'd planned to go to a party, but she said she'd had a tough week and suggested they skip it. Max wasn't stupid, and half an hour later, they found themselves in his apartment. He poured her a glass of wine and settled next to her on the foam slab that served as both couch and bed in his studio apartment. The smell of his cologne bothered her. Men should smell of soap and a clean shirt. Like Jake. But her memories of her treacherous first lover were shackles made of dusty cobwebs, easy to break free of, and they drifted away as she kissed Max. Before long, they were naked. He pushed all the right buttons, and she had the release she'd been craving, but she felt empty afterward. She told him she had an early meeting and couldn't stay. After she left his apartment, she began to tremble. Instead of feeling energized like Kissy after one of her casual encounters, Fleur felt as though she'd given up something important. She saw Max a few more times, but each encounter left her more depressed, and she eventually ended it. Someday she'd meet a man she could give herself to with all her heart. Until then, she'd keep things casual and direct her energy into her job. Christmas arrived, then New Year's. The longer she worked for Parker, the more she disagreed with the way he ran his business. Olivia Creighton, for example, had spent most of the 50s as the queen of the B-movies, specializing in torn dresses and being rescued by Rory Calhoun. With those days gone, Parker, along with Olivia's personal manager, a man named Bud Sharp, had decided to capitalize on what was left of her name with commercial endorsements. But Olivia still wanted to act. "What do you have for me now?" the actress sighed into the telephone when she heard Fleur's voice. "Laxative commercials?" "Florida condominiums. The company wants a more glamorous image, and they know you'll give it to them." Fleur tried, but she couldn't manufacture any more enthusiasm than Olivia. "Did anything happen with that new Mike Nichols play?" Olivia asked after a moment's silence. Fleur toyed with a pencil on her desk. "It wasn't a lead, and Bud wouldn't consider it for you. Not enough money. I'm sorry." Fleur had argued with Bud and Parker over Olivia, but she couldn't convince either of them to let Olivia have a shot at the Nichols play. After she hung up, she slipped into the loafers she'd kicked off under her desk and went to see Parker. She'd worked for him for a year and had gradually assumed so much responsibility that he'd begun to rely on her for everything, but he still didn't like it when she questioned his judgment. The new Lynx album was bombing. Barry got lazier all the time, and Simon had started talking about setting up his own group, but Parker behaved as if Lynx would go on forever, and he used Fleur to pacify his other clients. Although she was gaining valuable experience because of his neglect, she didn't believe this was the way to run an agency. "I've got an idea I want to talk over with you," she sat on the plush burgundy couch across from his desk. His squished-in face looked even more unpleasant than usual. "Why don't you send me another of your memos?" "I believe in the personal touch." His voice dripped cynicism. "But I look forward to all those bright college girl suggestions. They make great toilet paper." It was going to be one of those days. He'd probably had a fight with his wife. "What is it this time?" he said. "More nonsense about computerization, a new filing system, a frigging newsletter for our clients?" She ignored his testiness. "Something more fundamental." Acting under the flies, honey, vinegar theory, she adopted her most chipper manner. "I've been thinking about what happens when we negotiate a contract for our bigger clients. First, we have to clear everything with the client's personal manager. Then, after our legal looks it over, the personal manager studies it, passes it on to a business manager, who passes it on to another lawyer. Once the deal has gone through, there's a publicist, and then, get to the point, I'm dying of old age here." She carved a column in the air with her hand. "Here's the client. Here we are. We get 10% for finding the client a job. The personal manager gets 15% for directing the client's career. The business manager 5% for handling money. The attorney another 5% for studying the small print. And the press agent gets $2,000 or $3,000 a month for publicizing. Everybody takes a cut." Parker's high-back chair squeaked as he shifted his weight. "Any client who's big enough to have a team like that is in the top tax bracket, so all those commissions get deducted." "They still have to be paid." Compare that to the way you operate with Lynx. You're their agent and personal manager. We do their tour publicity, and the pie isn't split so many ways. With some smart expansion, we could make that kind of service available to your best clients. We could charge 20% commission, which is 10% more than we're getting now, but 15% less than the client is paying out to all those different people. We make more, the client pays less, and everybody's happy. He waved her off. "Lynx is a different situation. I knew from the beginning that I had a gold mine, and I wasn't letting it get away from me. But an operation on the scale you're talking about would be too expensive to run. Besides, most clients wouldn't want their business centralized like that, even if it cost less. It would leave them too open to mismanagement, not to mention embezzlement. Regular audits get built into the package, but the current system leaves them open to mismanagement too. 3/4 of these managers care more about their own cut than their clients' interests. Olivia Creighton is a perfect example. She hates doing commercials, but Bud Sharp won't let her accept any of the parts she's been offered because they don't pay as much as condominium commercials. Olivia has some good years left, and that's short-sighted management. Parker had started glancing at his watch, and she knew she was beat, but still she plunged on. "We can make money with this kind of organization, and it would be more efficient for clients. If we're discriminating, being represented by Parker Dayton would become a real status symbol. We'd be a caviar agency with great clients beating down our door. Fleur, I'm going to try this one more time, and you'd better watch my lips. I don't want to be William Morris. I don't want to be ICM. I'm happy with things just the way they are." She shouldn't have wasted her breath, but as she headed back to her office, she couldn't stop thinking about her idea. If someone honest and reliable had taken care of her interests when she was 19, she wouldn't be out $2 million. She thought about her caviar agency all that day and into the next week. Putting together the kind of operation she imagined would be much more expensive than a standard agency. The nature of the project required a prestigious address and a diversified, well-paid staff. It would take a fortune just to get started. Still, the more she thought about it, the more certain she became that the right person could make it work. Unfortunately, the right person had only $5,000 in her savings account and an underabundance of courage. That evening, she met Simon Cale for tandoori at the Indian Pavilion. What would you do if you weren't already filthy rich and you needed big money? She found herself asking. He plucked some fennel seeds from the bowl in front of him. I'd clean apartments. Really, Fleur, it's impossible to find good help. I'd pay a fortune for someone reliable. I'm serious. How would you go about it if you only had $5,000 in the bank and you needed a lot more, like 6 figures more? Are we eliminating drug dealing? She lifted an eyebrow at him. Well, then... He selected another fennel seed. I'd say the fastest way would be to pick up our telephone and call that bitch Gretchen Casimir. That's not an option. Modeling was the one thing she wouldn't consider. If she did this, not that she would, but if she did, it would have to be all hers. Have we considered prostitution? Fishnet stockings are so unflattering. He brushed a stray seed from the sleeve of his silky gray shirt. Since we're being so picky, the best way would probably be to demand a loan from a filthy rich friend. She smiled at him. You'd do it too, wouldn't you? I'd only have to ask. He pursed his lips. Which, of course, you won't. She leaned across the table and planted a kiss on his cheek. Any other ideas? Peter, I suppose. He's your best bet, considering all these silly restrictions you've set up. Our Peter Zabel? Lead guitarist for Neon Lynx? How could he help me? Tell me you're kidding, Pat. You used to place all those phone calls to his brokers for him. Peter knows more about making money than anyone I've met. He's made a fortune for me in precious metals and new stock issues. I can't believe he never gave you any tips. Fleur nearly knocked over her water glass. Do you mean I was supposed to take him seriously? Fleur. But he's such an idiot. His banker would most definitely disagree. Another week passed before Fleur got up the courage to call Peter and lay out the situation in the vaguest terms. What do you think? Speaking hypothetically, could a person do anything with only $5,000 to start? Depends on whether you're willing to lose it or not, Peter said. High return means high risk. You're talking commodities trading, currency, fuel oil, wheat. If sugar goes down a penny a pound, you lose your nest egg. Very risky. You could end up worse off than you are now. I supposed. Yes. And then she was horrified to hear herself go on. I don't care. Tell me what I have to do. Peter explained the basics, and she began spending every spare minute with her head buried in the books and articles he recommended on commodities trading. She read the Journal of Commerce on the subway, and she fell asleep with Barron's propped on her pillow. All her classes in business and economics helped her grasp the basics, but did she really have the guts to do this? No, but she was going to do it anyway. Following Peter's advice, she invested $2,000 in soybeans, bought a contract for liquefied propane, and after studying weather forecasts, spent the rest on orange juice. Florida had a killer freeze. The soybeans rotted from too much rain, but liquefied propane went through the roof. She ended up with $7,000. This time, she divided it between copper, durum wheat, and more soybeans. Copper and wheat tanked, but soybeans pulled through to the tune of $9,000. She reinvested every penny. On April Fool's Day, Kissy landed the plum role of Maggie in a workshop production of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. She danced around their apartment as she broke the news to Fleur. I'd given up. Then this girl who was in a couple of my acting classes called. She remembered this scene I'd done. I can't believe it. We start rehearsals next week. There's no money and it's not a big enough production to attract anybody important, but at least I'll be acting again. Once rehearsals began, Fleur didn't see Kissy for days at a time, and when she did, Kissy was distracted. Not a single hunk passed through their apartment, and Fleur finally accused her of celibacy. I'm storing up my sexual energy, Kissy replied. The day of the production, Fleur was so nervous she couldn't eat. She didn't want to see Kissy humiliated, and there was no way her little fluff ball of a roommate could take command of a heavyweight part like Maggie. Kissy belonged in sitcoms, exactly where she didn't want to be. A freight elevator took Fleur up to a chilly Soho loft with clanging pipes and peeling paint. The small stage at one end held nothing except a big brass bed. Fleur tried to convince herself the bed was a good omen where Kissy was concerned. The audience was made up of other unemployed actors and starving artists, without a casting agent in sight. A bearded guy who smelled like linseed oil leaned forward from the row of chairs behind her. So, are you a friend of the bride or the groom? The bride, she replied. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, I dig your hair. Thanks. Her hair brushed her shoulders now and attracted more attention than she liked, but cutting it felt like a weakness. You want to go out sometime? No, thanks. That's cool. Fortunately, the play started right then. Fleur took a deep breath and mentally crossed her fingers. The audience heard the sound of a shower running off stage, and Kissy made her entrance in an antique lace dress. Her accent was as thick as summer jasmine. She stripped off the dress and stretched. Her fingers formed tiny claws in the air. The man sitting next to Fleur shifted in his seat. For 2 hours, the audience sat spellbound as Kissy prowled and hissed and scratched her way across the stage. With dark, desperate eroticism and a voice like dime store talcum powder, she radiated Maggie the Cat's sexual frustration. It was one of the most riveting performances Fleur had ever seen, and it came straight from the soul of Kissy Sue Christie. By the time the play was over, Fleur was drained. Now she understood Kissy's problem in a way she couldn't have before. If Fleur, Kissy's best friend, hadn't believed she could be a serious dramatic actress, how could Kissy hope to convince a director? Fleur pushed her way through the crowd. You were incredible, she exclaimed when she reached Kissy's side. I've never seen anything like it. I know, Kissy replied with a giggle. Come tell me how wonderful I was while I change out a costume. Fleur followed her to the makeshift dressing room, where Kissy introduced her to the other female cast members. She chatted with all of them, then perched on a chair next to Kissy's dressing table and told her another dozen times how wonderful she'd been. Everybody decent? A masculine voice inquired from the other side of the door. I need to pick up the costumes. I'm the only one left, Michael, Kissy called out. Come on in. I have somebody I want you to meet. The door opened. Fleur turned. Florinda, you've heard me talk about our brilliant costume designer and the future dressmaker to the beautiful people. Fleur Savigar, meet Michael Anton. Everything stopped like a damaged frame of film frozen in a movie projector. He wore an antique purple satin bowling shirt and a pair of loosely cut wool trousers held up by suspenders. At 23, he wasn't much taller than he'd been the last time she'd seen him, maybe 5 feet 7 inches. He had shiny blonde hair that fell in long waves level with his chin, a set of narrow shoulders, a small chest, and delicately carved features. Gradually, Kissy realized that something was wrong. "Do you two know each other?" Michael Anton nodded. Fleur reached deep inside her. "This is one of your better moments, Kissy," she said, as lightly as she could manage. "Michael is my brother, Michel." "Oh, boy." Kissy's gaze flicked from one to the other. "Should I play some organ music or something?" Michel shoved one hand into the pocket of his trousers and leaned against the door. "How about a few notes on the kazoo?" He carried himself with the languid grace of old money and the assurance of someone born with an aristocratic bloodline, just like Alexei. But as he gazed at her, she saw eyes as blue as spring hyacinths. She curled stiff fingers around her purse. "Did you know I was in New York?" "I knew." She couldn't stand there with him any longer. "I have to go." She gave Kissy a quick peck on the cheek and left the dressing room without so much as a nod in his direction. Kissy caught up with her on the street. "Fleur, wait! I had no idea." She faked a smile. "Don't worry about it. It was just a shock, that's all. Michael he's really a terrific guy." "That's great." She spotted a cab and stepped out from the curb to hail it. "Go to your cast party, Magnolia, and make them all bow when you come in the room." "I think I'd better go home with you." "Not on your life. This is your big night, and you're going to enjoy every minute." She climbed into the cab, waved, and shut the door. As the taxi pulled away, she sagged back into the seat and let the old bitterness swamp her. In the weeks that followed, Fleur tried to forget about Michel, but one evening she found herself walking along West 55th Street, studying the numbers painted above the shop doors, now closed for the night. She found the address she was looking for. The location was good, but the unimposing storefront had badly lit windows and the most beautiful garments she'd ever seen. Michel had bucked the tide of current fashion trends where women were dressing up in evening tuxedos and neckties so they could look like men. The small window held a quartet of outrageously feminine dresses that conjured up lavish Renaissance paintings. As she gazed at the silks, jerseys, and gracefully draped crepe de chine, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd spent money on decent clothes. These exquisite garments rebuked her. Spring drifted into summer and then into fall. Kissy's theater company folded, so she joined another group that performed almost exclusively in New Jersey. Fleur celebrated her 25th birthday by making Parker give her another raise. She bought cocoa beans with it. She lost more often than she won, but when the wins came, they came big. She studied hard to learn from her mistakes, and her initial $5,000 quadrupled, then quadrupled again. The more money she made, the harder it became for her to sink it back into risky speculations, but she forced herself to keep writing out the checks. $40,000 was as useless to her as $5,000 had been. Winter settled in. She developed an enchantment with copper and made almost $30,000 in 6 weeks, but the stress was giving her stomach pains. Beef went up, pork fell. She kept going, investing, reinvesting, and biting her fingernails to the quick. By the first day of June, a year and a half after she'd jumped on her financial roller coaster, she stared at her balance sheets, hardly able to believe what she saw. She'd done it. With nothing more than sheer nerve, she'd accumulated enough to start her business. The next day, she put everything into nice, safe 30-day certificates of deposit at Chase Manhattan. A few evenings later, as she was letting herself into the apartment, she heard the phone ring. She stepped over a pair of Kissy's heels, crossed the room, and picked up the receiver. "Hello, enfant." It had been more than 5 years since she'd heard that familiar endearment. She tightened her grip on the telephone and made herself take a slow, steadying breath. "What do you want, Alexei?"
"No social amenities?"
"You have exactly 1 minute, and then I'm hanging up." He sighed, as if she'd wounded him.
"Very well, chérie. I call to congratulate you on your recent financial gains. Rather foolhardy, but then one doesn't argue with success. I understand you started looking for office space today."
She felt a chill. "How do you know that?"
"I've told you, chérie. I make it my business to know everything that affects those I care about."
"You don't care about me," she said, her throat tight. "Stop playing games."
"On the contrary, I care very much about you. I've waited a long time for this, chérie. I hope you don't disappoint me."
"A long time for what? What are you talking about?"
"Guard your dream, chérie. Guard it better than I guarded mine."
Chapter 19. Fleur rested her elbows on the deck rail and watched the tawny dune grass bend against the breeze in the last of the evening light. The Long Island beach house, an angular structure of glass and weathered clapboard, blended with the sand and water. She was glad she'd been invited here for the 4th of July weekend. She needed to get away from the city for a while, and she also needed a distraction from that mental tape recorder that wouldn't stop replaying Alexei's words. Guard your dream. Alexei hadn't forgotten what she'd done to the Royale. Not that she'd expected him to, and he still wanted his revenge. But other than keeping her eyes open, she didn't know what she could do about it. She pushed aside her worries and thought about the 4-story Upper East Side townhouse she'd leased for her new offices. The renovations were underway, and she hoped to be able to move in by mid-August, but before then she had to hire a staff. If a few breaks came her way, and she had no big emergencies, she had enough money to keep the agency afloat until spring. Unfortunately, a business like hers needed at least a year to get established, so she was at risk from the start, but that just meant she'd have to work harder, something she'd discovered she was good at. She'd hoped to keep her salary from Parker coming in a little longer, but when he found out what she was up to, he'd fired her. They'd had an acrimonious parting. Lynx had broken up, and Parker had delegated too much of his business to Fleur. Now he was blaming her for the desperate game of catch-up he had to play with resentful clients. Fleur had made the decision to expand the clients of her caviar agency beyond musicians and actors to include a select group of writers, maybe even artists, whoever she thought had the potential to rise to the top. She'd already signed Rough Harbor, the rock group Simon Cale was founding, and she'd stolen Olivia Creighton out from under Bud Sharp's greedy fingers. Then there was Kissy. All three offered the earnings potential she was looking for, but 3 clients weren't enough to keep her aloft after her startup money ran out. She slipped her sunglasses on top of her head and thought about Kissy. Other than a hypnotically restrained performance as Irena in a workshop production of The Cherry Orchard and a one-liner Fleur had gotten her on a CBS soap opera, nothing much had happened for her since Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, and Kissy had stopped going to auditions again. Recently, too many men had been passing through her bedroom door, each one a little more muscle-bound and a little stupider than the last. Kissy needed a showcase, and Fleur hadn't figured out how to find one for her, which wasn't the best omen for someone who only had until spring to prove herself. Through the glass doors, she spotted Charlie Kincannon, their host for the weekend. Charlie had backed Kissy's workshop production of The Cherry Orchard, which was how Fleur had met him. It was painfully obvious that he'd fallen for Kissy, but since he was smart, sensitive, and successful, Kissy was ignoring him. She preferred beefcake losers. The patio doors slid open behind her, and Kissy stepped out onto the deck. She dressed for the party in a one-piece pink and blue candy-striped romper, big silver heart-shaped earrings, and flat-soled pink sandals with beaded straps across her toes. She looked like a 7-year-old with breasts. "It's getting late, Florinda, and what's-his-name's guests are starting to show up. Aren't you going to change your clothes?" She took a sip of her pina colada from a lipstick-tipped straw. "In a minute." The white shorts Fleur had pulled over her black tank suit had a mustard stain on the front, and her hair was stiff from salt water. Since Charlie Kincannon had backed several off-Broadway plays, she hoped to make some contacts at tonight's party, and she needed to look decent. First, though, she reached for Kissy's pina colada and took a sip. "I wish you'd stop calling him what's-his-name. Charlie Kincannon is a very nice man, not to mention rich." Kissy wrinkled her nose. "Then you date him." "I just might. I like him, Kissy. I really do. He's the first man you've hung around with who doesn't eat bananas and gaze longingly at the Empire State Building." "Cute. I give him to you with my blessings." Kissy reclaimed her pina colada. "He reminds me of a Baptist minister I used to know. He wanted to save me, but he was afraid I wouldn't put out if he did." "You're not putting out for Charlie Kincannon. If you have such an overpowering need to play the sex pot, do it on stage where you can make us both some money." "Spoken like a true bloodsucker. You're going to make a great agent. By the way, did you notice those guys on the beach this afternoon tripping over themselves trying to catch your attention? The one with the sippy cup or the kid with the Star Wars lightsaber?" If she listened to Kissy, she'd believe every man in the world wanted her. She brushed the sand from her legs and headed inside. "I'd better get in the shower." "Put something decent on." "Never mind, I'm wasting my breath." "I'm a business tycoon now. I have to look serious." "That stupid black dress you brought makes you look dead, not serious." Fleur ignored her and headed inside. The house had angular ceilings, slate floors, and minimalist Japanese furniture. She spotted the owner sitting on a sand-colored couch, staring mournfully into what looked like a double shot of bourbon. "Could I talk to you for a minute, Fleur?" he asked. "Sure." He pushed aside his copy of Rabbit Redux so she could sit next to him. Charlie Kincannon reminded her of a character Dustin Hoffman might play, the kind of man who, despite all his money, manages to look a little out of step with the rest of the world. He had short, dark hair and pleasant, slightly irregular features, with a set of serious brown eyes framed by horn-rimmed glasses. "Is something wrong?" she asked. He swirled the liquor in his glass. "It embarrasses me to sound like an adolescent, but how do you assess my chances with Kissy?" She hedged. "It's sort of hard to tell. In other words, no chance at all." He looked so sad and sweet that her heart went out to him. "It isn't your fault. Kissy's a little self-destructive right now, and that means she's doing an even worse job than normal of seeing men as people." He thought it over, his brown eyes growing even more serious. "Our situation is an interesting role reversal for me. I'm used to women being the aggressors. I know I'm not a sex object, but they usually overlook that because I'm rich." Fleur smiled and liked him even more. Still, she had a friend to protect. "Exactly what do you want from her?" "I don't know what you mean." "Do you want a real relationship, or is this just about sex?" "Of course I want a real relationship. I can get sex anywhere." He looked so offended she was satisfied. She thought it over. "I don't know if it will work or not, but except for Simon, you're the only man who's figured out how intelligent Kissy is. Maybe you'd catch her attention if you ignored her body and concentrated on her brain." He gave her a reproachful look. "I don't mean to sound like a chauvinist, but it's difficult to ignore Kissy's body, especially for someone like myself who has such a strong sex drive." She smiled sympathetically. "That's my best shot." A few guests had begun to arrive, and a man's voice, lightly accented, drifted toward her.
The house is amazing. Look at that view.
She stiffened and turned her head in time to see Michel step into the living room. He was part of Kissy's workshop group, so she should have realized he'd be invited. Her pleasure in the weekend vanished. They'd run into each other twice in the year since they'd met, and both times they'd exchanged the barest minimum of conversation. Michel's companion was a muscular young man with dark hair that fell over his eyes. A dancer, she decided, as his feet automatically came to rest in first position. The glass doors were her closest escape. She gave him a brief nod, excused herself from Charlie, and slipped back outside. The moon had come out, Kissy had disappeared, and the beach was deserted. Fleur needed a few minutes to put her armor on before she went back inside to get cleaned up. She walked down to the water, then wandered along the cool, wet sand away from the house. She had to stop letting herself get thrown off stride so easily, but every time she saw Michel, she felt as if she'd been thrust back into her childhood. She stubbed her toe on a rock she hadn't seen sticking out of the sand. She'd walked farther than she intended, and she turned to go back. But just then, a man stepped out from the dunes 50 yards ahead of her. Something about his stillness, combined with being alone on a deserted beach, made her instantly alert. He stood darkly silhouetted against the night, a tall man, bigger than anyone she wanted to tangle with, and he wasn't trying to disguise his interest in her. She automatically glanced toward the distant lights of the beach house, but it was too far away for anyone to hear if she yelled for help. Living in New York had made her paranoid. He was probably one of Charlie's guests who drifted away from the party just as she had. In the moonlight, she dimly made out a shaggy head of Charles Manson hair and an even shaggier mustache. The words to Helter Skelter skimmed through her brain. She picked up her stride and edged closer to the water. Abruptly, he tossed down his beer can and began coming toward her. He covered the sand in long, swift strides, and every cell in her body went on full alert. Paranoid or not, she had no intention of waiting around to see what he wanted. She dug in her feet and began to run. At first, she could only hear the sound of her own breathing, but she soon grew aware of the soft pounding of feet on the sand behind her. Her heart thudded. He was coming after her, and she had to outrun him. She told herself she could do it. She ran all the time now. Her muscles were strong. All she had to do was pick up the pace. She stayed in the hard-packed sand near the water. She extended her legs, pumped her arms. As she ran, she kept her eyes on the beach house, but it was still agonizingly far ahead. If she headed for the dunes, she'd sink into deeper sand, but so would he. She grabbed more air. He couldn't keep up with her forever. She could do this, and she pushed herself harder. He stayed with her. Her lungs burned, and she lost her rhythm. She sucked in ragged gasps of air. The word rape rattled around in her head. Why didn't he fall back? "Leave me alone!" she screamed. The words were garbled, barely comprehensible, and she'd lost more precious air. He shouted something, near, almost in her ear. Her chest was on fire. He touched her shoulder, and she screamed. The next thing she knew, the ground rushed up, and he was falling with her. As they hit the sand, he shouted the word again, and this time she heard. "Flower!" He fell on top of her. She gasped for air beneath his weight and tasted grit. With the last of her strength, she clenched her hand into a fist and swung hard. She heard a sharp exclamation. His weight eased, and the ends of his hair brushed her cheek as he raised himself on his arms above her. His breath fanned her face, and she hit him again. He pulled back, and she went after him. Scrambling to her knees, she hit him again and again with her fists. She didn't bother aiming, but caught whatever she could reach. An arm, his neck, his chest, every blow punctuated with a sob. Finally, he made a vise of his arms and squeezed. "Stop it, Flower! It's me! It's Jake!" I know it's you, you bastard! Let me go! Not till you've calmed down. She gasped for air against the soft fabric of his t-shirt. I'm calm. No, you're not. Yes, I am. She slowed her breathing, quieted her voice. I'm calm. Really. Are you sure? I'm sure. Gradually, he released her. All right, then. She slugged him in the head. You son of a bitch! Ouch! He threw up his arm. She caught him in the shoulder with her next blow. You arrogant, hateful... Stop it! He snagged her wrist. If you hit me again, I swear I'll deck you. She seriously doubted he'd follow through, but her adrenaline rush was beginning to fade. Her hands hurt, and she was so wobbly she was afraid she'd throw up if she took another swing. He crouched in the sand before her. His tangled, unkempt hair fell nearly to his shoulders, and his mustache obscured all of his mouth except for that impossible, sulky bottom lip. With a Nike t-shirt that didn't make it to his waist, faded maroon shorts, and his long outlaw's hair, he looked like he should be carrying a cardboard sign that read, "We'll kill for food." Why didn't you tell me it was you? She managed on a thin stream of air. I thought you recognized me. How could I recognize you? It's dark and you look like a wanted poster. He released her wrist and she struggled to her feet. It shouldn't have happened this way, with her wearing mustard-stained white shorts and a ponytail slipping out of its rubber band. She'd imagined herself dripping in diamonds when she met him again. She wanted to be standing on the steps of the casino at Monte Carlo with a European prince on one arm and Lee Iacocca on the other. I'm making a new caliber picture, he said. Bird Dog goes blind, so I have to learn to use the Colts by sound. He rubbed his shoulder as he stood. Since when did you turn into such a chicken shit? Since I saw a man who looks like a serial killer coming out from behind a sand dune. If I have a black eye... Here's hoping. Damn it, Fleur. None of this was playing out as she'd imagined. She'd wanted to be cool and aloof, to act as if she barely remembered him. So you're making a new caliber movie. How many women do you slap around in this one? Bird Dog's getting more sensitive. That's gotta be a real stretch for you. Don't be a bitch, okay? Fireworks went off in her head, and she was once again standing in the rain on the front lawn of Johnny Guy Kelly's house, finishing a conversation that had barely gotten started. She spit out her words through a rigid jaw. You used me to get your picture finished. I was a stupid, naive kid who didn't want to take her clothes off, but Mr. Big Shot's love machine made short work of that. You made me happy to take everything off. Did you think about me when they handed you your Oscar? She wanted to see guilt. Instead, he launched a counterattack. You were your mother's victim, not mine. At least, not much. Take it up with her. And while you're doing that, remember you weren't the only one who got screwed. I've lost more than you can imagine. Her fury ignited. You? Are you seriously trying to paint yourself as the injured party? Her hand flew back of its own volition. She hadn't planned to hit him again, but her arm had a will of its own. He caught it before she made contact. Don't you dare! I think you'd better take your hands off her. A familiar voice drifted toward them from the dunes. Both of them turned to see Michel standing there. He looked like a boy who'd accidentally wandered into the company of giants. Jake loosened his grip on her arm, but didn't let her go. This is a private party, pal, so how about minding your own business? Michel came closer. He was dressed in a Madras blazer and yellow net t-shirt with wisps of blonde hair blowing across his delicately carved cheek. Let's go back to the house, Fleur. She stared at her brother and realized he'd somehow appointed himself her protector. It was laughable. He stood half a head shorter than she did, and yet here he was challenging Jake Coranda, a man with quicksilver reflexes and an outlaw's squint. Jake's lip curled. This is between her and me, so unless you want your ass kicked, leave us alone. It sounded like a line from a Caliber movie, and she almost stopped the confrontation right then. She could have stopped it, but she didn't. Michel, her protector. Would he really stay here and defend her? I'll be happy to leave, Michel said softly. But Fleur goes with me. Don't count on it, Jake retorted. Michel slipped his hands in the pockets of his shorts and held his ground. He knew he couldn't physically remove her from Jake, so he'd decided to wait him out. Bird Dog wasn't used to confronting a soft-spoken opponent with wispy blonde hair and a delicate physique. His eyes dropped to half-mast as he turned to her. A friend of yours? He's... She swallowed hard. This is my brother. Michael and... I'm Michel Savigar. Jake studied them both, then stepped back, the corner of his mouth twisting. You should have told me that right away. I make it a rule never to be in the same place with more than one Savigar at a time. See you around, Fleur. He strode off down the beach. Fleur studied the sand, then lifted her head and gazed at her brother. He could have broken you in two. Michel shrugged. Why did you do it? She asked softly. He looked past her to study the ocean. You're my sister, he said. It's my responsibility as a man. He headed toward the house. Wait. She moved automatically. The sand tugged at her feet like old hurts, but she pulled herself free. Images of the beautiful gowns she'd seen in his shop window flashed through her head. Who was he? He waited for her to reach his side, but when she got there, she didn't know what to say. She cleared her throat. Do you want to go someplace and talk? Several seconds ticked by. All right. They didn't speak as he drove his ancient MG to a roadhouse in Hampton Bays, where Willie Nelson sang on the jukebox, and the waitress brought them clams, French fries, and a pitcher of beer. Fleur began, haltingly, to tell him about growing up at the couvent. He told her about his schooling and his love for his grandmother. She learned that Solange had left him the money that was supporting his business. An hour slipped by, and then another. She explained how it felt to be an outcast, and he talked about his terror when he'd realized he was gay. As the neon sign outside the roadhouse window flashed blue across his hair, she leaned against the back of the scarred wooden booth and told him about Flynn and Belinda. His eyes grew dark and bitter. It explains so much. They spoke of Alexei and understood each other perfectly. The roadhouse began to close up for the night. I was so jealous of you, she finally said. I thought you had everything I'd been denied. And I wanted to be you, he said. Away from them both. Dishes clattered in the kitchen, and the waitress glared at them. Fleur saw that Michel had something more he wanted to say, but he was having trouble forming the words. Tell me. He gazed down at the battered tabletop. I want to design for you, he said. I always have. The next morning, she pulled on a tangerine bikini, fastened her hair into a loose top knot, and slipped into a short white cover-up. The living room was deserted, but through the windows she saw Charlie and Michel lounging on the deck with the Sunday papers. She smiled as she took in Michel's outfit for the day, a pair of Bermuda shorts and an emerald green shirt with one-day dry cleaning emblazoned across the back. After so many years of misdirected hatred, she'd been given the unexpected gift of a brother. She could hardly take it in. She went into the kitchen and poured herself a cup of coffee. How about making that 2 cups? She spun around and saw Jake standing in the doorway. His long hair was damp from his shower. He wore a gray t-shirt and a pair of faded swim trunks that looked like the same ones he'd worn 6 years ago when Belinda had invited him for a backyard barbecue. She'd already figured out that last night's encounter hadn't been accidental. He was one of Charlie's party guests. He'd known she was here, and he'd gone out looking for her. She turned away. "Get your own damned coffee. I didn't mean to scare you last night." His arm brushed hers as he reached for the coffee pot. She smelled Dial soap and mint toothpaste. "I wasn't completely sober. I'm sorry, Flower." She crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm sorry, too, that I didn't split your head open." He leaned back against the counter and took a sip of his coffee. "You did okay in Eclipse, better than I expected." "Gee, thanks." "Go for a walk on the beach with me?" She started to refuse, only to hear one of Charlie's houseguests coming downstairs. This was as good an opportunity as any to say what she needed to. "After you." They slipped out the side door, avoiding the group on the deck. Fleur pulled off her espadrilles and tossed them aside. The wind tugged at Jake's Wild West hair. Neither of them spoke until they got near the water. "I talked to your brother for a while this morning," he said. "Michael's a nice guy." Did he really think he could melt away the years so easily? "A nice guy for a dress designer, you mean? You're not provoking me, no matter how hard you try." She'd see about that. He flopped down on the sand. "Okay, Flower, let's have it out." The acid words churned inside her, all the rage and bitterness ready to spill out. But as she watched a father and son fly a Chinese kite with a blue and yellow tail, she realized she couldn't say any of it, not if she wanted to hold on to even a shred of her pride. "No lasting scars," she said. "You weren't that important." She made herself settle next to him in the sand. "And you're the one who's had to live with what you did." He squinted against the sun. "If it wasn't that important, why did you give up a career that was earning you a fortune? And why haven't I been able to write anything since Sunday morning eclipse?" "You're not writing at all?" She felt a stab of satisfaction. "You haven't seen any new plays running around with my name on them, have you? I've got a frigging case of concrete writer's block." "Too bad." He threw a shell toward the water. "Funniest thing, I was writing just dandy before you and Mama came along." "Hold on. You're blaming me?" "No," he sighed. "I'm just being a prick." "Finally something you're good at." He looked her square in the eyes. "What happened between us that weekend didn't have anything to do with Eclipse." "Come off it." Despite her determination, the words spilled out. "That picture meant everything to you, and I was ruining your big opportunity. A 19-year-old kid with an absurdly misdirected case of puppy love. You were a grown man, and you knew better." "I was 28, and believe me, you didn't look like a kid that night." "My mother was your lover." "If it's any consolation, we never did the dirty deed." "I don't want to hear." "All I can say in my defense is that I was a lousy judge of character." Fleur knew her mother well enough to believe Belinda had made it easy for him, but she didn't care. "So if you were Mr. Innocent, why haven't you been able to write since then? I can't pretend to see into the murky depths of your psyche, but there must be some connection between your writing block and what you did to that stupid 19-year-old kid." He came to his feet, spraying her with sand. "Since when did I get nominated for sainthood? 19 and looking the way you did wasn't a kid." He pulled off his t-shirt and ran down to the water, where he dived under a wave, then swam out. His form was as lousy as ever. Big He-Man movie star. Bastard. She wanted to retaliate, and when he finally emerged, she unfastened her beach robe and let it drop. Underneath was the tiny tangerine bikini Kissy had bought her, and she made sure he got a front row view as she performed a perfect runway walk to the water, planting one foot directly in front of the other so that her hips swayed. At the edge, she lifted her arms to fasten a tendril of hair that had come loose from the pins, casually stretching as she did it to make her legs look even longer. She stole a glance out of the corner of her eye to see if he was watching. He was. Good. Let him eat his shriveled little heart out. She plunged into the water and swam for a while, then came out and walked back to where he was sitting. He held her beach robe on his lap, and as she leaned down to pick it up, he moved it just out of her reach. "Give a guy a break. I've been working with horses for 3 months, and this is a nice change of scenery." She straightened, then walked away. Jake Coranda was as dead to her as the grandmother she'd never known. Jake watched Fleur until she disappeared into the beach house. The beautiful 19-year-old who'd sent him into a tailspin couldn't hold a candle to this woman. She'd become every man's fantasy. Was it his imagination, or did that pert little butt sit higher than ever on those knockout legs? He should have given her back the robe so he didn't have to torture himself watching her body in that ridiculous tangerine bikini tied together with those little bits of string. He could eat that bikini off her in 3 good bites. He headed for the water to cool off. The guy flying the kite with his kid had spotted Flower as soon as she came over the dunes, and now he was backing into the water to get a better view. It had always been that way. Men stumbling over themselves while she sailed past, oblivious to the stir she'd created. She was the ugly duckling who wouldn't look into a mirror long enough to see that she'd changed into a swan. He swam for a while, then went back to the beach. Fleur's cover-up lay in the sand. As he picked it up, he caught the same light floral scent he'd smelled the night before when she was struggling in his arms. He'd been a real prick, and she'd stood up to him. She always had, in one way or another. He dug his heels into the sand. The music started playing in his head. Otis Redding, Creedence Clearwater. She'd brought back all the sounds of Vietnam. He'd never forget kneeling on Johnny Guy's lawn with her wet and sobbing in his arms. She'd ripped a hole through the wall he'd built inside him, a wall he'd thought was secure, and he hadn't been able to write a word since then for fear he'd bring the whole damned thing crashing down. Writing was the only way he'd ever been able to express himself, and without it, he felt as though he was living half a life. As he gazed toward the beach house, he wondered if the woman she'd become could hold the key to unlocking this prison he'd fallen into. Chapter 20. Dark, erotic dreams invaded Fleur's sleep after she got back to the city. She wondered if their wrestling match on the beach had recharged some kind of internal sexual battery. Wouldn't that be ironic? She was hungry for the touch of a man, but she was too tightly strung right now to think about looking for a lover. 2 weeks after the beach party, she sat on a straight-backed chair in Michel's boutique while he locked up for the evening. At first, they'd invented excuses to talk to each other. He called to see if she'd gotten stuck in traffic on her way back from Long Island. She called to ask his advice about an outfit she wanted to buy Kissy for her birthday. Finally, they abandoned subterfuge and openly enjoyed each other's company. "I went over your books last night." She'd brushed some sawdust from her jeans. "Bottom line, your finances are a mess." He flipped off the store's front lights. "I'm an artist, not a businessman. That's why I hired you." "My newest client." She smiled. "It never occurred to me to represent a designer, but I'm excited about it. Your gowns and dresses are the most innovative work this city has seen in years. All I have to do is make people want them." She waved her hands over an imaginary crystal ball. "I see fame, fortune, and brilliant management in your future." As an afterthought, she added, "I also see a new lover." He stepped behind her and pulled the rubber band from her ponytail. She'd spent all day with the carpenters at the townhouse, and she was a mess. "Stick with fame and fortune and leave my lovers alone," he said.
I know you didn't like Damon, but
he's a whiny twit.
Damon was the dark-haired dancer who had been with Michelle the night of Charlie's beach party. Your choice of man is worse than Kissy's. Her hunks are only dom. Yours is snide, too. Only because you intimidated him. Hand me your hairbrush. You look like bad Betty Davis. And those jeans are making me bilious. Really, Fleur, I don't think I can stand these clothes of yours much longer. I've shown you the designs.
She snatched the brush from her purse. Hurry up and finish my hair. I have to meet Kissy, and I only stopped by to tell you that you're a financial screw-up. You also know zip about merchandising. Still, I forgive you. Come to dinner with Kissy and me tomorrow night at the townhouse.
Aren't you missing a few necessities for throwing a dinner party? Like walls and furniture?
It's informal. She hopped up, gave him a kiss, and left. As she stepped out onto West 55th Street, she wondered if he'd sensed how nervous she was about the announcement she intended to make at her improvised dinner party. She'd leased the red brick townhouse on the Upper West Side with an option to buy. Because the house's 4 stories had been awkwardly divided, horizontally instead of vertically, she'd gotten a good price, and she'd been able to adapt the unusual arrangement to her advantage. She intended to live in the smaller rear section of the house and use the larger front section for office space. If all went well, she'd be able to move in by mid-August, a month from now.
No one's going to confuse this with La Grenouille, Michel said as he gingerly lowered himself into a folding chair she'd set in front of the table, fashioned from 2 sawhorses and some sheets of plywood, in what would soon be her office.
Kissy looked pointedly at Michelle's white clam-diggers and Greek peasant shirt. They wouldn't let you in, La Grenouille, so stop complaining.
I heard you were there, though, he said, with a certain Mr. Kincannon.
And a group of his nerdy friends.
Kissy wrinkled her nose.
Even though she saw Charlie Kincannon frequently, she barely mentioned him, which didn't bode well for his plan to win her heart. Fleur began ladling out lemon chicken and spicy Szechuan shrimp from carry-out cartons. I wish you'd move in with me, Kissy. The attic is finished, so you'd have plenty of privacy, not to mention twice as much room as our apartment. There's a kitchen up there, the plumbing works, and you'll even have a separate entrance off the front hallway, so I won't be able to cluck my tongue over your playmates. I like my place, and I've told you, moving makes me crazy. I never do it if I don't have to. Fleur gave up. Kissy was so down on herself right now that she didn't feel as though she deserved anything more than what she had, and no amount of persuasion could convince her otherwise. Kissy dabbed her mouth with a paper napkin. Why the mystery? You said you wanted Michelle and me here so you could make an announcement. What's up? Fleur gestured toward the wine. Pour, Michelle. We're going to drink a toast.
Beaujolais with Chinese? Really, Fleur?
Don't criticize, just do your job. He filled their glasses, and Fleur lifted hers, determined to project a confidence she didn't feel. Tonight, we drink to my 2 favorite clients, as well as the genius who's going to put you both on top, namely, me. She clicked their glasses and took a sip. Michelle, why haven't you ever had a showing of your designs?
He shrugged. I had one my first year, but it cost me a fortune and nobody came. My stuff isn't like anything else on 7th Avenue, and I don't have a name.
Right. She looked at Kissy. And no one will let you audition for the kind of parts you want because of the way you look. Kissy pushed a shrimp around and gave a glum nod. What both of you need for your careers to take off is a showcase, and I've figured out how we're going to get one. Fleur set down her glass. Of the 3 of us, which one stands the best shot at getting media attention? Rub it in, Kissy grumbled. Michelle stated the obvious.
You do. We all know that.
I beg to disagree, Fleur said. Except for the week or so after the story broke, I've been in New York over 2 years without getting any publicity. Even Adelaide Abrams didn't care I was back. The newspapers don't want Fleur Savigar, who's a total bore. They want the glitter baby." She handed them the evening paper, which she'd folded open to Adelaide's gossip column. Kissy read it aloud. Superstar Jake Coranda was seen wandering the beaches of Quogue 4th of July weekend with none other than glitter baby Fleur Savigar. Coranda, taking a break from the Arizona filming of his newest Caliber picture, was a guest at the vacation home of millionaire pharmaceutical heir Charles Kincannon. According to friends, the GB and Coranda only had eyes for each other. So far, no comment from either Coranda's West Coast office or the elusive glitter baby, who's been quietly making a name for herself in New York these past few years as a talent agent. Kissy looked up from the article, her face stricken. "I'm sorry, Florinda. I know how you hate having the past dredged up, and once Abrams gets hold of a story, she won't let it go. I don't know who talked to her, but I'm the one who planted the story," Fleur said. They stared at her. "Would you care to let us in on the reason?" her brother asked. Fleur took a deep breath and lifted her glass. "Drag out those designs you've been saving up for me, Michelle. The glitter baby's coming back, and she's taking the two of you with her." Pain was harder to bear sober, Belinda had discovered, since she'd forced herself to stop drinking. She slipped a cassette into the tape deck and pressed the button with the tip of her finger. As the room filled with the sounds of Barbra Streisand singing The Way We Were, she lay back against the satin bedpillows and let the tears trickle down her cheeks. All the rebels were dead. First it had been Jimmy on the road to Salinas, and then Sal Mineo in that brutal murder. Finally, Natalie Wood. The 3 leading actors from Rebel Without a Cause had all died before their time, and Belinda was afraid she would be next. She and Natalie were almost exactly the same age, and Natalie had loved Jimmy too. He teased her when they were shooting Rebel because she was just a kid to him. Bad boy Jimmy Dean playing with Natalie's feelings. Death terrified Belinda, and yet she kept a secret supply of pills stashed in the bottom of an old jewelry box near the spinning gold charm Errol Flynn had given her. She couldn't stand living her life like this much longer, but a strain of optimism still ran deep inside her that said things might get better. Alexei might die. Belinda missed her baby so much. Alexei said he'd put Belinda in a sanitarium if she tried to contact Fleur. A sanitarium for chronic alcoholics, even though she hadn't let herself touch a drop of liquor for almost 2 years. Although Alexei never left the house anymore, she hardly ever saw him. He conducted his business from a suite of rooms on the first floor, working through a series of assistants who wore dark suits and somber expressions and passed her in the hallways without speaking. Almost no one spoke to her. Her days and nights blended together, stretching behind and before her in an unending line, each one exactly like the last, until she couldn't find a reason to go on living except the hope that Alexei would die. In the old days, when she walked into a ball or a restaurant on Alexei's arm, she became the most important woman in the room. People sought her out to curry favor. They told her how beautiful she was, how amusing. Without Alexei, the invitations had stopped. She remembered how it had been in California when she was the glitter baby's mother. She'd been charged with energy until she was luminescent. Everything she touched became special. That was the best time of all. The song came to an end. She got out of bed and pushed the rewind button to play it again. The music kept her from hearing the door open, and she didn't know that Alexei had entered until she turned around. It had been nearly a month since he'd visited her rooms, and she wished that her hair was combed and that her eyes weren't red from crying. She nervously toyed with the front of her robe. I'm a wreck." "But always beautiful," he replied. "Fix yourself for me, chérie.
I'll wait."
This was what made him so dangerous. Not his terrible cruelties, but his awful tenderness. Both were intentional, and each in its own way entirely sincere. While he took a seat in the room's most comfortable chair, she gathered up what she needed and slipped into the bathroom. When she came out, he lay on the bed, all the lamps turned off except one on the opposite side of the room. The dim light hid his unhealthy pallor, as well as the network of fine lines at the corners of her own eyes. She wore a simple white nightgown. Her toenails were bare of polish and her scrubbed face clean of makeup. She'd threaded a ribbon through her hair. She lay back on the bed without speaking. He pushed her nightgown to her waist. She kept her legs tightly closed while he caressed her and slowly removed her underpants. When he pushed at her knees, she whimpered as if she were afraid, and he rewarded her for the whimper with one of the deep caresses she liked so much. She tried to push her legs closed again to please him, but he'd begun to kiss the insides of her thighs, and her eyelids drifted shut. This was their unspoken pact. Now that his teenage mistresses were gone, she played the child bride for him, and he let her keep her eyes shut so she could remember Flynn and dream about James Dean. Usually he left as soon as it was over, but this time he lay still, a sheen of sweat visible on the flaccid skin of his chest.
"Are you all right?" she asked.
"Would you hand me my robe, chérie? There are some pills in the pocket." She got the robe for him and turned away as he pulled out the vial of pills. Instead of making him weaker, his illness had strengthened his power. Now, with his first-floor fortress and the army of watchful assistants carrying out his orders, he'd made himself invulnerable. She went into the bathroom to shower. When she came out, he was still there, sitting in a chair and sipping a drink. "I ordered whiskey for you." He pointed with his glass toward a tumbler on a silver tray. How typically cruel of him. The cruelty coming after the tenderness in a tightly woven pattern of contradictions that had directed the course of her life for more than 25 years.
"You know I don't drink anymore."
"Really, chérie, you shouldn't lie to me. Do you think I don't know about the empty bottles your maid finds hidden in the bottom of the wastebasket?" There were no empty bottles. This was his way of threatening her to make certain she did his bidding. She remembered the pictures of the sanitarium he'd shown her, a collection of ugly gray buildings in the most remote part of the Swiss Alps.
"What do you want from me, Alexei?"
"You are a stupid woman. A stupid, helpless woman. I cannot imagine why I ever loved you." A small muscle ticked near his temple. "I'm sending you away," he said abruptly. A chill shot through her. The ugly gray buildings sat like great cold stones in the snow. She thought of the pills hidden away in the bottom of her old jewelry box. All the rebels were dead now. He crossed his legs and took a sip from his drink. "The sight of you depresses me. I do not wish to have you near me any longer." Death from the pills would be painless. It wouldn't be like the suffocating salt water that had closed over Natalie's head or the terrible pain Jimmy had felt when he died. She'd simply go to bed and drift into endless sleep. The hard Russian eyes of Alexei Savigar sliced through the layers of her skin like a razor. "I am sending you to New York," he said. "What you do once you are there no longer concerns me." Baby Resurrected. Chapter 21. The bronze satin gown hugged her body with its high neck, bare arms, and slashed skirt. She wanted to part her hair in the middle and wear it in a low Spanish knot like a flamenco dancer, but Michelle wouldn't let her. "That big streaky mane is the glitter baby's trademark. For tonight, you have to wear it down." Fleur had just moved into her living quarters at the townhouse, but Michelle ordered her to dress at the apartment where Kissy could supervise. Her former roommate stuck her head in the bedroom. "The limo's outside." "Wish me luck," Fleur said. "Not so fast." Kissy turned Fleur toward the mirror. "Look at yourself." "Come on, Kissy, I don't have time." "Stop squirming and look in the mirror." Fleur glanced at her reflection. The gown was exquisite. Instead of de-emphasizing her height, Michelle's lean design accentuated it. The diagonal slash of skirt started at mid-thigh and crossed over her body, offering tantalizing glimpses of long legs through the filmy black point d'esprit flounce that filled the space. Slowly, she lifted her eyes. In a few weeks, she'd be 26, and her face had a new maturity. She catalogued her separate parts, the wide-spaced green eyes, the marking pen brows, the mouth that spread all over. And then, for an instant, it all came together, and her face finally seemed to belong to her. The moment passed, the impression faded, and she turned away. Just shows what a fabulous dress and good makeup will do. Kissy looked disappointed. "You never see yourself." "Don't be silly." She picked up her purse and dashed downstairs to the limousine. Just before she got in, she looked up at the window and saw Michelle and Kissy standing there watching her. She gave them her very cockiest grin. The glitter baby was back. What she hadn't counted on was Belinda. Adelaide Abrams slowly dropped her hand from Fleur's arm and nodded toward the doorway of the Orlani Gallery where Belinda stood wrapped in golden sable, as fragile and beautiful as a butterfly. Fleur fought to control the whirlwind of emotions spinning inside her. She took one deep breath and then another as Belinda approached. Fleur hadn't seen her mother for 6 years, and she felt as if she were shattering into 1,000 ice-cold pieces. Belinda extended one hand and pressed the other to the bodice of her dress as if she were touching something hidden there. "People are watching, darling. For appearances, at least." "I don't play to the crowd anymore." Fleur turned her back and walked away from the scent of Shalimar, from the sight of delicately etched lines like the veins of an autumn leaf crinkling the corners of her mother's blue eyes. As she made her way across the gallery, she smiled automatically and exchanged a few words here and there with people she recognized. She even managed a short interview with the reporter from Harper's. But all the time, she wondered why it had to happen tonight. How had Belinda known the glitter baby would be reappearing? Kissy and Michelle were scheduled to arrive soon. Their appearance was the point of all this, and Belinda's presence had thrown it all off balance. "Fleur Savagar?" A young man dressed in black stopped in front of her and held out a long florist's box. "A delivery for you." Adelaide Abrams appeared at her side like magic. "An admirer?" "I don't know." Fleur flipped open the box and pushed aside the nest of tissue paper. Lying beneath were a dozen long-stemmed white roses. She lifted her head and looked across the gallery. She locked eyes with Belinda and slowly pulled one of the roses from the box. Belinda's forehead creased and her shoulders drooped. She stared at the white rose, then turned toward the door and fled from the gallery. Adelaide poked in the box. "There's no card." "I know who they're from." Fleur took in the empty doorway. "His initials wouldn't happen to be J.K., would they?" Adelaide asked. Fleur fixed a bright smile on her face. "Secret admirers are meant to be secret, especially ones who've made a career out of protecting their privacy." Adelaide gave her a sly wink. "You're a good girl, Fleur, despite your occasional lapses." As Adelaide disappeared, Fleur shoved the rose back into the box. The cloying smell stuck in her nostrils and clung to her throat. Fleur had been expecting something like this ever since Alexi's phone call. He was letting her know he hadn't forgotten anything. She pushed the lid back on and set the box on a bench. She wanted to stuff it in the nearest trash can, but she couldn't afford to with Adelaide Abrams looking on. Let her think they came from Jake. He was a big boy, he could take care of himself. She also needed the publicity, and she didn't have a single qualm about using him as he'd once used her. She saw Michel and Kissy standing in the doorway. Michel wore a white tuxedo with a black nylon t-shirt. He dressed Kissy in a tiny pink and silver version of a prom dress, perfectly proportioned for her size. She clung to his arm, feminine, helpless, lips slightly pursed, as if she were ready to expel a breathless boop-boopy-doop. Fleur took the long way through the crowd, giving everyone time to watch where she was going. When she reached the doorway, she brushed cheeks with them both and whispered in Michel's ear that Belinda had just left. He gazed at her searchingly. She had no idea what to tell him. Kissy and Michel's entrance, coupled with Fleur's greeting, had attracted attention, just as she'd planned. Women's Wear Daily got to them first, and Fleur made the introductions. Both Michel and Kissy performed like champs, bored sophistication on his part, a frothy cloud of pink and silver exuberance on hers. When they had finished with WWD, Harper's and Adelaide Abrams, the three of them circulated through the gallery, stopping to chat with everyone they met. She introduced her brother as Michel Savigar instead of Michael Anton. Not long after they'd been reunited, he decided to stop hiding under an assumed name. Michel remained aloof and mysterious, while Kissy chattered like a magpie, and Fleur directed the conversation exactly where she wanted it. "Isn't my brother the most magnificent designer? My brother designed my gown. I'm glad you like it. My brother is obscenely talented. I'm trying to get him to share his gift, but he's so stubborn." She responded to questions about Kissy's identity with a smile. "Isn't she outrageous? So adorable. One of the Charleston Christies. Michel designed her dress, too." When they asked what Kissy did for a living, Fleur waved an airy hand. "A little acting, but that's more a hobby than anything else." The women's envious gazes flickered between Fleur's incredible bronze satin and Kissy's reimagined prom dress. "My brother has so many women begging him to design for them," she confided. "But right now he's only designing for Kissy and me. Confidentially, I'm hoping to change that." Several people commented on Belinda's appearance. Fleur answered as briefly as possible and then changed the subject. She told everyone about her new agency, Fleur Savigar and Associates Celebrity Management, and issued early invitations to the big open house she planned to throw in a few weeks. A good-looking celebrity heart surgeon invited her to dinner the next evening. She accepted. He was charming, and she needed a chance to show off Michel's iris and blue silk sheath. By the time they got into the limousine after the party, Fleur was fighting off a headache, and Michel picked up her hand. "You're exhausted. You don't have to put yourself through this, you know." "Yes, I do. We couldn't buy this kind of publicity. Besides, it's long past time I figure out how to live with who I am, and that includes the glitter baby." She thought of the roses she'd abandoned at the gallery, and suddenly she understood their message as clearly as if Alexei had sent her a letter. He'd kept Belinda out of her life for all these years. Now he'd sent her back. A week later, the phone calls began. They usually came around 2 a.m. When Fleur answered, she heard music turned low in the background. Barbra Streisand, Neil Diamond, Simon and Garfunkel, but the caller never spoke. Fleur had no hard evidence that the calls were coming from Belinda. No scent of Shalimar magically wafted through the telephone lines, but she was certain all the same. She hung up without saying a word, but the calls began to wear on her, and whenever she turned a corner, she found herself waiting for Belinda to appear. Fleur made Michel shut down his store and bring in the people who'd done the Kamali boutique to refashion the space with better display areas, a more elegant storefront, and the name Michel Savigar embossed over the doorway in bold red script on a deep purple background. She and Kissy immediately made themselves an integral part of New York's social scene. Wherever they went, They wore Michelle's wonderful designs. They lunched at Orsini's, then popped into David Webb to pick up an 18-karat bauble, which one of them later returned because it wasn't quite right. They stopped at Helene Arpels for a new pair of evening pumps, then danced at Club A or Regine's. As they lunched, shopped, and danced, they modeled silk dresses that floated like sea foam around their hips, a slim skimp of blue jersey with a gathered side seam, an evening gown that shimmered with tomato-red sequined panels. Within a week, every fashion-forward social butterfly in New York began asking about Michelle Savagar's dresses. Just as Fleur had hoped, they wanted them even more when they discovered the garments weren't available. Fleur and Kissy publicly gossiped about Michel. "My grandmother ruined him with all the money she left him," Fleur confided to Adelaide Abrams from a banquette at Chez Pascal, where she also showed off a silk-wrapped dress printed with gossamer water lilies. People who don't have to work for a living get lazy. The next day, she confided in the gossipy wife of a department store heir. "Michel's afraid commercialism will stifle his creativity, but he is working on something, and I do have some plans. Oh, never mind." Kissy was less subtle. "I'm almost positive he's secretly putting together a collection," she told everyone. And then her candy-apple mouth formed a little pout, and she patted the skirt of whatever sugar-plum confection she was showing off that day. "I don't think it's right that he won't confide in me. Except for his sister, I'm his very dearest friend, and I can keep a secret as well as anyone." While Fleur and Kissy spread the word about Michel's idealism and indifference to commercial success, Michel was working 18-hour days, overseeing every detail of a collection he was financing with the last of Solange Savagar's money. Fleur was surviving on 4 hours of sleep. Every minute she didn't spend playing the social butterfly, she was in her office interviewing for staff, planning her open house, and dodging the last of the workmen. Several actors approached her about representation, but none of them had the special qualities she was looking for. Fleur loved the way the townhouse renovations had turned out, despite the challenges the structure had presented. Her offices occupied the larger front section of the house, and her living quarters the smaller rear portion. She decorated the office spaces in black and white with shots of gray and indigo. Her private office and the reception area occupied the front of the main floor, while the other offices were set off a balcony above. She'd added tubular ocean liner railing and black Art Deco columns with chrome collars to border the balcony, along with an open curved staircase that looked as if Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers would be dancing at the Continental down it at any moment. Her first 2 hires were Will O'Keefe, a cheerful redhead from North Dakota, who was an experienced publicist and talent agent, and David Bennis, gray-haired and professorial, who'd take charge of business and financial management, as well as give her agency an air of stability. She also hired a single mother named Riata Lawrence as office manager. For now, she didn't have enough clients to keep them all busy, but they were part of the facade of success she had to create, right along with her beautifully decorated office and couture wardrobe. A week before the open house, Will stepped over the last of the drop cloths outside her office. Since they weren't officially open for business until after the open house, she wore jeans and an orange Mickey Mouse sweatshirt instead of the executive wardrobe Michel had designed for her. "You've made Abrams' column again," Will said. "Unfortunately, this isn't one of our plants." Fleur took the paper and read. "Belinda Savagar spent yesterday afternoon in Yves Saint Laurent's men's boutique, helping 30-year-old heartthrob Sean Howell pick out a new set of YSL silk sheets. Wonder what French industrialist hubby Alexis Savagar has to say about all that laundry." Fleur hadn't seen Belinda since the Orlani Gallery 2 weeks ago, but she was still getting the middle-of-the-night phone calls. The next day, Will handed over Adelaide's newest column. Sean Howell nuzzled with Belinda Savagar in the Elm Room at Tavern on the Green. Who says May-December romances don't work? Sean and Belinda seemed to be getting it just right. No comment from glitter baby Fleur Savigar, even though she and Sean used to be an item. Some item. Fleur had detested Sean Howell from their first arranged date. Adelaide went on to write, "Old feuds die hard. Maybe Mom and the glitter baby will patch it up for Christmas. Peace on earth, girls." Fleur pitched the column into the wastebasket. She'd just gotten off the phone with another actor she didn't want to represent when Will O'Keefe stuck his head into her office, his lightly freckled face pale. "We have a big problem. Yesterday, Olivia Creighton called to chew me out because she hadn't received her open house invitation. I sent her another one and didn't think anything more about it until an hour ago when Adelaide Abrams called with the same complaint. Fleur, I've checked around. No one's received their invitation." "That's impossible. We mailed them ages ago." "That's what I thought." His expression grew graver. "I just spoke with Riata. She had them sitting in an open box on her desk. The day she planned to mail them, she came back from lunch and they were gone. She assumed I'd mailed them. Unfortunately, she didn't bother to check." Fleur sank into her new desk chair and tried to think. "Do you want me to call everyone?" he asked. "Explain what happened and issue the invitation over the phone? Or should we change the date? We only have 4 days." Fleur made up her mind. No phone calls and no explanations. Have new invitations hand-delivered this afternoon with flowers from Ronaldo Maya. It would cost a fortune, but trying to explain would only make her look incompetent. Put my mind at ease and double-check the rest of the arrangements. Let's make sure there haven't been any other slip-ups. He was back 10 minutes later, and even before he spoke, she could see he had bad news. "Someone canceled the caterer last week. They've booked another party for our date." "Great," Fleur muttered. "This is just great." She rubbed her eyes and spent the rest of the afternoon shopping for a new caterer. For the next 4 days, she worked until she was exhausted and waited for another disaster. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, but she couldn't make herself relax, and by the afternoon of the open house, she felt as if her nerves had been scraped raw. She ran out for a quick meeting with a new casting agent. When she came back, a soot-streaked Will met her at the entrance. "We've had a fire." Her stomach pitched. "Is anybody hurt? How bad was it?" "It could have been worse. David and I were in the hallway, and we smelled smoke coming from the basement. We grabbed a fire extinguisher and put the flames out before they could do much damage." "Are you all right? Where's David?" "We're both fine. He's cleaning up." "Thank God. How did it start? What happened?" He wiped the back of his hand over his smudged cheek. "You'd better see for yourself." As she followed him to the basement, she shuddered to think what would have happened if the fire had broken out tonight when the house was full of people. He pointed toward the broken window directly above some charred lumber the contractor hadn't gotten around to clearing out. Fleur walked closer and pushed at the glass shards on the floor with the toe of her sneaker. It was broken from the outside. "I was down here this morning," Will said, "and there was nothing combustible over here. No paint cans, turpentine, nothing like that. A couple of punks out for kicks must have broken the window and tossed something inside." Except it was 5 in the afternoon, not the time most punks were on the prowl. "Air things out," she said. "I'll take care of the upstairs." Within an hour, they'd removed the charred lumber and sprayed the office with opium to camouflage what was left of the acrid smell. As Will left to get dressed for the party, she stopped him. "I appreciate what you and David did. I'm only glad no one was hurt. All in a day's work." He fastened the last button and turned to leave. "Oh, I forgot. Flowers arrived while you were out. Riata put them in water. She said there was no card." Fleur went into her office. The flowers sat in a tall chrome vase on her desk. 1 dozen white roses. Chapter 22. Fleur came to a stop halfway up the circular staircase and smiled down at her guests. Assorted executives from the entertainment and publishing industries had shown up, along with enough famous faces to keep the reporters and photographers Will had invited happy. Michel had outdone himself with the long-sleeved ecru silk sheath he'd designed for her. The bodice shimmered with poppies picked out in tiny brown and tan beads. On Michel's orders, she'd secured her hair in a low chignon at the back of her neck and speared it with a jeweled chopstick. The glitter baby was living up to her name. The jazz quartet playing on the balcony came to the end of their number. The crowd gradually quieted and gazed up at her. She drew on her old acting lessons and pretended she did this sort of thing all the time. Welcome, everyone, to the official opening of Fleur Savigar and Associates Celebrity Management. Her guests applauded politely, but she spotted skepticism on more than a few faces. She introduced Will and David, then spoke enthusiastically of Simon's band and Olivia Creighton's new part on Dragon's Bay. Finally, she gestured for Michel to join her on the staircase. I'm very sad to announce that my talented brother, Michel Savigar, will be sharing his incredible designs with the world in November when he shows his first collection. She'd caught the attention of the women in the crowd, and this time the applause was more vigorous. She pretended to frown at him. Unfortunately, that means I'll no longer be his most important client. You will always be most important to me, he said, his accent heavier than normal, which would have made her laugh if she weren't the one who'd suggested he emphasize his French roots. The reporters furiously scribbled away in their notebooks as she announced the details of the showing. She thanked her guests for attending. The jazz quartet began playing again, and well-wishers surrounded Michel. She reached for a champagne flute as Kissy approached. Good job, Florinda. You introduced all your clients except me. I have other plans for you, my pet, as you very well know. Kissy pulled her gaze from a hunky music producer. All Olivia Creighton wants to talk about is her new part on Dragon's Bay. It's only 6 episodes, and it's not even a lead. I'll bet it will be when Olivia's done with it. Fleur took a sip of champagne. The nighttime soaps are hot, and she's perfect for television. I think she could be as big as Joan Collins. It had taken Fleur almost a month to convince the Dragon's Bay producers to let Olivia audition, and then it took another few days to convince Olivia that being forced to audition was less demeaning than doing more condominium commercials. But as soon as the producers heard her read, they offered her the job. The money was unimpressive, but Fleur would fix that the next time around. Olivia's mature, sexy beauty and confident bearing held a strong appeal to middle-aged women, and Fleur was betting all that would translate into higher ratings for the show. The hunky music executive disappeared, and Kissy finally gave Fleur her full attention. You look incredible tonight, a little intimidating. Really? How? Sort of like the other woman in the movies. The sophisticated blonde bitch goddess who tries to steal the hero from the rosy-cheeked heroine. Excellent. A blonde bitch goddess didn't have to worry about the little things in life, or the big things, like Alexei Savigar trying to destroy her. She told Kissy and Michel about the fire, but hadn't yet mentioned Alexei's involvement. From the moment Belinda had walked into the Orlani Gallery, Alexei had been playing a cat-and-mouse game. The missing invitations were bad enough, but this afternoon he'd gotten serious. Kissy nudged her. Have you been watching Michel and Simon? Disappointing. With his massive size and shaved head, Simon was the most noticeable man in the crowd to everyone but Michel. They both have such bad taste in men, Kissy said. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that they haven't paid any attention to each other. That little twit Damon won't leave Michel's side. Kissy frowned. Michel and Simon are terrific people. The temptation to do some matchmaking is almost irresistible. Fleur watched Michel laugh at something Damon said. It's none of our business. I know you're right. Michel doesn't butt into my personal life, and I owe him the same courtesy. You're a good sister. So, how about a small dinner party in a few weeks? Exactly what I was thinking. With that piece of business out of the way, Kissy surveyed the crowd. Didn't you tell me you invited Charlie Kincannon? The inquiry seemed casual, but Fleur wasn't fooled. Uh-huh. Did you get the impression that he was coming? I'm not sure. Haven't you talked to him? Not for a couple of weeks. Problems? Kissy shrugged. I guess he's gay or something. Just because a fabulous man ignores you doesn't mean he's gay. He's hardly fabulous. Christy Brinkley seems to think so. I heard they were dating. Lying to her best friend was a rotten thing to do, but Kissy refused to take Charlie seriously, and Fleur decided the end justified the means. Christy Brinkley? She has to be a foot taller than he is. Charlie is very self-confident behind his geeky and fabulously rich facade. I don't think he worries too much about externals. I really don't care, Kissy sniffed. Besides, I've never found Christy all that attractive. Yeah, what's so great about perfect features and a magnificent body? You think I deserve this, don't you? Oh, yes. I haven't fallen for him, so get that smug look off your face. Charlie's not interested in me that way. We're friends. Will drew Fleur away to talk to a reporter before she could suggest that Kissy cut the crap. As she finished posing for photographers, she bumped into Sean Howell, who definitely hadn't been on her guest list. Sean's teen idol face wasn't nearly as cute at 30 as it had been at 22, when Fleur had to endure the dates Belinda had arranged. Since then, his career had tanked, and he reportedly owed the IRS $250,000. Hello, gorgeous. He bypassed her cheek for a direct shot at her mouth. His tongue flicked her bottom lip. You don't mind a couple of gate crashers at your party, do you? A strobe flashed next to them. Apparently not. Hey, it's business, right? He grinned and rubbed his hand down her spine like a high school boy checking for a bra. I hear you're in the market for clients, and I'm looking for a new agent, so maybe I'll give you a try. I don't think we're a good fit. She started to slip past him, then stopped as a sense of dread swept through her. What did you mean by a couple of gate crashers? Belinda's waiting in your office. She asked me to tell you. For a moment, Fleur was tempted to leave her own party, but she didn't run anymore, and this was something she couldn't put off. Belinda stood with her back to the door, looking at a Louise Nevelson lithograph Fleur had bought with the profits from a delivery of palladium. As Fleur stared at the small, straight line of her mother's spine, she felt a stab of yearning. She remembered how she used to throw herself into Belinda's arms when her mother appeared at the front door of the couvent, how she'd bury her face in the crook of her neck. Belinda had been her only champion. She'd defended her against the nuns and told her she was the most wonderful girl in all the world. I'm sorry, baby, Belinda said, still staring at the Nevelson. I know you don't want me here. Fleur went over to sit behind her desk, using its authority to protect herself from the flood of painful emotion that made her want to rush across the room and hold tight to the person she used to care about more than anyone. Why did you come? Belinda turned. She wore a frilly ice blue dress and satin French heels with pale blue ribbons that tied around her ankles. The outfit was too youthful for a 45-year-old woman, but it looked perfect on her. I tried to stay away, ever since I saw the white roses that night at the Orlani, but I couldn't manage it any longer. What did the roses mean to you? Belinda fumbled with the jeweled clasp on her evening bag and reached inside for a cigarette. You should never have destroyed the Royale. She pulled out a gold lighter and flicked it with unsteady fingers. "Alexei hates you." "I don't care." Fleur hated the catch in her voice. "Alexei means nothing to me." "I wanted to tell you," Belinda said softly. "You'll never know how many times I wanted to tell you about your real father." With a faraway look in her eyes, she gazed across the office. "We lived together for 3 months at the Garden of Allah. Errol Flynn was a great star, Fleur, an immortal. You look so much like him." Fleur brought her hand down on the desk. "How could you lie to me? All those years. Why couldn't you have told me the truth instead of letting me wonder why my father sent me away?" "Because I didn't want to hurt you, baby." "Your lies hurt more than the truth ever could. All that time, I thought it was my fault that Alexei banished me from the family." "But, baby, if I'd told you the truth, you would have hated me." Her mother looked fragile and helpless, and Fleur couldn't stand to hear any more. She fought for control. "Why did Alexei send you to me? I know he did." Belinda gave a soft, nervous laugh. "Because he thinks I'm no good for you. Isn't that silly, baby? When I saw the roses that night at the gallery, I understood he wanted me to go to you. That's why I've been staying away. Until tonight. I couldn't manage it any longer. I had to see if we could start over. I miss you so much, baby." Fleur held herself stiffly and stared at Belinda. Gradually, her mother wilted. "I'll go now. Watch out for Alexei." She walked to the door. "And remember, I never meant to cause you hurt. I love you too much." Even after all this time, Belinda still didn't understand that what she'd done was wrong. Fleur gripped the edge of her desk. "You pimped me." Belinda looked confused. "The man was Jake Coranda, baby. I would never have given you to anyone else." She hesitated for a moment and then slipped out the door. Fleur was exhausted by the time the last of her guests left, but the open house had been a huge success, worth every tired muscle. She slipped into the front hallway and passed through the door that led to her private living quarters in the back of the house. She smelled the eucalyptus she'd piled in wicker baskets, the only decorating touch her bank account permitted for now. Walking into the living room, she flicked on the lights, then collapsed on her second-hand couch. A fringed paisley shawl only marginally disguised its shabbiness, but the peaceful room began to soothe the jagged edges of her tension. The 2-story expanse of metal-paned windows in front of her had come from an old New England textile mill. Through them she saw her small, sunken garden with its lacework of tree branches. Pyracantha bearing bright orange berries climbed the high brick walls. Someday, this nearly empty room would be a true haven. She imagined a warm combination of rich walnut furniture, cozy rugs, and antique tables topped with flowers. The second-floor living room was an open loft fronted by a railing. Fleur wandered over to the railing in her stocking feet. She gazed down the expanse of industrial windows to the kitchen and dining area below. The weathered brick floor held the antique cherry harvest table Michel had given her as a housewarming gift. Now it was surrounded with mismatched chairs, but someday she'd own beautiful old ladderbacks and nubby hand-woven rugs. She flicked off the living room lights and made her way to her bedroom. On the way, she unzipped her dress and stepped out of it. Wearing her bra and a pair of tap pants, she walked across her bare bedroom floor to her closet. The most beautiful couture wardrobe in New York was stashed away in a bedroom with only a second-hand chest of drawers, a creaky chair, and a double bed missing a headboard. She switched on the closet light and hung up her dress. While she gazed at the array of beautiful clothes Michel had made for her, she took the pins from her hair. As she shook it out, something in the periphery of her vision caught her eye. She gasped and spun around. Jake lay asleep on her bed. He lifted his arm and covered his eyes. "Do you have to make so much noise?" The jeweled hair ornaments fell from her fingers. She stalked over to the bed, her hair flying. "What are you doing here? Get out! How did you get in? I swear—"
"Your secretary let me in." He yawned. "She thinks I'm a better actor than Bobby De Niro."
"You're not. All you know how to do is snarl and squint." She pushed her hair out of her face. "And you had no right to turn your cheap charm loose on my secretary. First the basement fire, then Belinda, and now this." She kicked the mattress. "Out of here! This is my house!" He flipped on the bedside light, and her body, the same body that refused to wake up for any of the men she dated, stirred to life. Although he'd shaved his mustache and cut his hair since the beach party, Jake didn't look any more civilized. He looked rough and male and infinitely desirable. He rested his weight on his elbow and performed his own inspection, which reminded her she was standing before him in a vanilla demi-bra and matching satin tap pants. He rubbed the corner of his mouth.
"Does all your underwear look like that?"
"Except for my strawberry shortcake panties. Now haul your ass out of my bed."
"Could you maybe put on a robe? Something flannel that smells like bacon grease?"
"No." He sat up and dropped his rangy legs over the side of the bed.
"I understand you're pissed I didn't make your party, but parties aren't my scene. Still, it was nice of you to invite me."
"I didn't invite you." Will must have. She snatched up her robe from a chair next to the bed and shoved her arms into the sleeves. Jake's eyes slid over her.
"Is it too late to change my mind about the bacon grease?"
She remembered what Kissy had said about the cool, blonde bitch goddess. She crossed her arms over her breasts and tried to look the part. "What do you want?"
"I've got a business deal for you, but you don't seem to be in the mood to talk." He rose and stretched. "We can discuss it in the morning while you fix me breakfast."
"What kind of business deal?"
"In the morning. Where do you want me to sleep?"
"On a park bench."
He sat back on her bed. "Thanks. This'll be just fine. Nice, firm mattress."
She gave him her coldest stare and tried to figure out how to handle this. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't ignore his comment about a business deal, and he obviously wasn't saying any more tonight. "Take the room at the end of the hall," she snapped. "The bed's too short for you and the mattress is lumpy, but if you bang on the wall, the rats will hardly bother you."
"Are you sure you're not going to be lonesome in here by yourself?"
"Oh no, I'm looking forward to sleeping alone for a change." His eyes narrowed.
"Sorry to spoil your track record."
She smiled. "It's okay. A girl needs a little beauty rest now and then." That shut him up, and he left her alone. She stomped into the bathroom and turned on the water to wash her face. What kind of business deal did he have in mind? Was it possible he wanted her to represent him? The idea made her queasy. Jake Coranda's name on her client roster would give her instant credibility. Just like that, all her worries about the future of her agency would disappear. She brought herself back to reality. An established superstar would hardly turn himself over to new management just because that new management happened to be an old lover. Unless he felt guilty and wanted to make it up to her. Highly unlikely. She rinsed her face and reached for a hand towel. Still, if she could land Jake, she'd have taken a giant step toward making Fleur Savagar and Associates the gold standard for celebrity management. The bravest, the fastest, the strongest. She awakened late the next morning to the smell of freshly brewed coffee drifting up from the kitchen. She pulled on her oldest pair of athletic gray warm-ups and fastened her hair into a ponytail. When she reached the kitchen, she found Jake sitting at the harvest table, his legs stretched in front of him as he drank a cup of coffee. She went to the refrigerator and poured herself a glass of orange juice. She had to play this just right. "I'll make the toast if you make the eggs," she said. "Are you sure you can handle the responsibility? As I remember, cooking isn't your strong point." "Which is why you're making the eggs." She pulled out a carton and set it on the counter for him along with a stainless steel bowl. Then she grabbed a grapefruit, dropped it on the cutting board, and severed it with one sharp thwack. "Careful there." "I'm practicing for bigger and better things." She gestured toward a bottom drawer. "If Bird Dog needs an apron, he can find one in there. Ignore the pink ruffle." "You're all heart." Neither of them spoke again until they were settled across from each other at the harvest table. She could barely swallow her toast. In the clear light of a new day, the notion that he might sign with her seemed even more far-fetched, but she had to know for sure. She took a sip of coffee. "Don't you have an incredibly expensive house somewhere in the village?" "Yeah, but too many people bother me there, so I sometimes disappear. That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. Can we work something out with your attic?" "My attic?" "Your office manager showed it to me last night when she was giving me the tour. It's a great space, private, self-contained. I need a place where I can hide out for a while and work. A place no one will think to look for me." She couldn't believe it. Jake didn't want her as an agent. He wanted a landlady. Disappointment choked her. She threw down her napkin. "Are you so used to people kissing your butt that you think I'll do it too?" She rose from her chair and pointed toward the door. "You're not living in my house. Ever. Now get out. I'm sick of looking at you." He swiped at his plate with a triangle of toast. "I'm going to take that as a definite maybe." "Don't even try to be cute. You've—" "Let me finish. I told you last night that I had a business deal. Sit down and eat those excellent scrambled eggs while we talk about it." She sat down, but she didn't touch her eggs. He pushed his plate back and wiped his mouth with his napkin. "I can't keep going on like this. The Caliber picture's done, and I'm taking 6 months off so I can start writing again. If I don't work this thing through now, I never will. I want you to represent me." She couldn't believe she'd heard him right. He wanted her to be his agent? Her spirit soared. Their past relationship would make this the most difficult challenge she could possibly face, but she was tough enough to handle it. She struggled to pull herself together. "I'd be glad to represent you. I know I can make your life easier. As you might have heard, I'm offering total celebrity management to an elite group of clients. I can handle all your business and legal affairs, negotiate film deals, take care of publicity." He waved her off. "I have good people doing all that." She went absolutely still. "Then exactly what are you offering me?" "I want you to handle everything I write." She stared at him. "Big deal. If you want my name on your client roster, this is the way to get it." "You haven't written anything since Eclipse." She wanted to scream. "Your name as a writer on my client roster won't get me anything but snickers." She snatched up her plate and took it to the sink. "You're the one who blocked me, kiddo. Now all you have to do is unblock me." The plate broke as she set it down too hard. "Why do you keep saying that?" "The problem started when you came along." "That's no answer." His chair scraped the floor. "It's all the answer you're going to get." She didn't even try to hide her animosity. "And how am I supposed to unblock you? On my back?" "If that works for you." Before she could take a swing at him, he detoured toward the coffee pot. "I need some help working through the block. Whatever went wrong happened when we were making Eclipse." She threw the broken plate into the trash. "You don't have to write. You sure don't need the money." "Writing is what I do, Flower. Acting is satisfying and it's made me rich, but it's writing that lets me breathe." He turned away, as if confessing even that small amount compromised him. "I won't be living in your pocket. All I want is privacy. And I don't need to tell you that if I start writing again, your agency will pick up a fat piece of change. That's a big if. And why do you have to write in my house? He shrugged off her question. I just do. The same old Jake. He dangled little pieces of himself in front of her, then snatched them back before she could get a good look. But even as a dozen venomous thoughts raced through her mind, she knew he'd boxed her in. She had to take the chance, despite the risks she could see all too clearly. If only she hadn't planted the stories about the two of them. She imagined people's smirks if word got out that she'd committed herself to representing a writer who didn't write anymore. Everyone would say that Jake was only letting her use his name because they were sleeping together. They'd point out that he didn't trust her to handle his film deals, just a writing career that had gone sour years ago. She'd look like a woman trying to build a business from her bedroom. But what if she could get him to start writing again? What if she could break through that block and get him to produce another Coranda play? She wouldn't have to worry about gossip then or about her money running out. It was a gamble she couldn't pass up. At the same time, she had to make sure she wouldn't be paying a personal price for once again getting involved with the man who'd hurt her so badly. The gossip began 2 days later, but not about Jake. On Monday afternoon, as Fleur was about to leave the office to have lunch with a talented new singer she hoped to woo, she received a phone call from a network vice president she'd gotten to know. "There's some gossip floating around I think you should hear about," he said. "Somebody's going out of their way to remind people of those broken modeling contracts you left behind when you fled the country." She rubbed her eyes and tried to sound unconcerned. "That's old news. Isn't there anything better to gossip about?" "It's lousy PR for a woman trying to start a business based on client trust." He didn't need to spell it out for her. The implication was clear. If she'd broken contracts before, she'd do it again. She could think of only one reason for those stories to resurface now. Alexei had made his next move. The young singer didn't show up for lunch, a message Fleur had no trouble interpreting. She got back to the office in time to take a call from Olivia Creighton. "I've been hearing some terrible stories about you, Fleur. I'm sure none of them are true, and you know how I adore you. But after what happened with poor Doris Day and all her money, a woman can't be too careful. I'm not comfortable with instability." "Of course not." Fleur thought of the 6 antique baccarat goblets and case of Pouilly Fouissé Olivia had sent her just the week before to celebrate her contract for Dragon's Bay. Now the celebration was over. She made a lunch date for Olivia to meet David Bennis. With his leather elbow patches and his smelly pipe, he radiated stability better than anyone, and Fleur hoped he would reassure Olivia. But as she headed for David's office, she didn't like the feeling that she was once again using someone else to solve her problems. Later that day, she found Michel in the second floor of a converted factory in Astoria, where weary seamstresses were working on the garments for his collection. He had less than 7 weeks left, and he was exhausted from the strain of trying to get everything together so quickly. She wished she didn't have to add to his worries, but she couldn't postpone telling him what was happening any longer. By now, Alexei understood exactly how important the success of Michel's collection was to her, and she didn't need a crystal ball to figure out where he'd try to strike next. Michel straightened the scarf she'd tied at the neck of her white cashmere sheath. He had to reach up to do it because she was wearing the stiletto heels that were a standard part of her business wardrobe ever since she'd realized her height sometimes worked to her advantage. She told him about the missing invitations and the fire. Michel listened in silence. When she got to the end, she squeezed his arm. "As of tonight, I'm putting this workroom under 24-hour guard." He looked physically ill. "Do you really think he'll go after the samples?" "I'm sure of it. Destroying the samples before you can show them is the way he can do the most damage." He gazed around the workroom.
If we make it through this, there'll be something else.
I know, she rubbed her cheek. Let's hope he gets bored. There's not much else we can do. Jake settled into the attic a few days after the party, but he didn't spend much time there the first week, opting instead to stay in his townhouse in the village and attend rehearsals of a revival of one of his older plays. Once, Fleur heard his footsteps late at night as she fell asleep. 2 days later, she heard the sound of water running, but she never heard a typewriter. To her consternation, word immediately got out that she'd be representing Jake's so far non-existent future literary endeavors. The last thing anyone in his West Coast office wanted was for her to succeed at what they hadn't been able to accomplish, and she suspected they were responsible for the leak. That, coupled with continued stories about her broken modeling contracts, was chipping away at the small amount of credibility she'd been able to build up. A well-established actor and rising young writer she'd been close to signing both backed off, and Olivia was getting increasingly skittish. As the second week of October arrived, Jake began spending more nights in the attic apartment, but Fleur never saw him and never once heard the sound of a typewriter. Acting on the theory that exercise improves creativity and would at the least get him out of bed in the morning, she started pushing notes under his door, inviting him to join her on her daily run. One crisp fall morning, 3 weeks after they'd sealed their deal, she came outside to find him sitting on the front step waiting for her. He wore a gray UCLA sweatshirt, navy sweatpants, and beat-up Adidas. As he spotted her, his pouty bottom lip curled in a smile, and her heart gave an alarming hiccup. When she was a kid, just the sight of him had made her melt, but all he meant to her now was a business deal, and she'd never let him get to her like that again. She took the 3 front steps in one leap and ran past him. "You never heard of warming up?" he called out from behind her. "Don't need it. I'm already hot." She looked back over her shoulder. "Think you can keep up with me, cowboy?" "Ain't met a woman yet who could outrun me," he replied, all full of sagebrush and buffalo chips. "I don't know about that. Seems to me you've been living a pretty indolent life." He drew up next to her. "Playing basketball 3 afternoons a week with a bunch of inner-city teenagers who call me Mister isn't exactly taking it easy." She sidestepped a muddy puddle and headed west toward Central Park. "I'm surprised you can keep up at your advanced age." "I can't. My knees are shot and I can't jump anymore, so I usually get pulled from the game before the 3rd quarter is over. They only put up with me because I bought the uniforms." As they slipped around a delivery truck blocking the sidewalk, Fleur thought about how much she liked Jake's self-deprecating sense of humor. Next to his body, it was the best thing about him. His body and his no-nonsense masculinity, and his face. She loved his face. What she didn't love was his manipulative behavior and 2-bit morality. He'd taken her to the mountaintop, then shoved her off, but she couldn't keep rehashing the past. She had a job to do, and she'd left him alone long enough. "I haven't noticed a typewriter banging away over my head since you moved in." "Don't push me, okay?" His face closed up. She thought for a moment and decided to take a risk. "I'm having a dinner party on Saturday night. Why don't you come?" She was just getting around to throwing the party she and Kissy had discussed at the open house, the one that would allow Michelle and Simon to get to know each other. Being among congenial people might be a good first step toward loosening Jake up. And the others would entertain him, so she wouldn't have to. "Sorry, Flower, but formal dinner parties aren't my thing." "It's not exactly formal. The guests cook. It'll just be Michelle, Simon Cale, and Kissy. I invited Charlie Kincannon, but he's going to be out of town." "Do you really know somebody named Kissy?" "I guess you didn't meet her at Charlie's beach party. She's my best friend. Although," she hesitated, "it might be best not to walk into any dark rooms with her." "An interesting comment to make about a friend. Care to explain?" "You'll find out soon enough." They shot past a woman walking a pair of chihuahuas. Pick up the pace, one of us has to work today." They ran for a while without talking. Finally, Jake looked over at her. "My publicist sent me some press clippings I just got around to reading. You and I were a pretty hot item in the New York gossip columns at the end of the summer." "Really?" Those columns had appeared more than 2 months ago. She'd wondered when he'd get around to mentioning them. "You're not a good enough actress to pull off the innocent act." "Sure I am." He reached out and caught her arm, pulling her to a stop. "You planted those stories." "I needed the publicity." His chest rose and fell under his t-shirt as he steadied his breathing. "You know how I feel about my privacy." "Technically, I didn't violate your privacy since none of the stories were true." He didn't crack a smile. "I don't like cheap tricks." "That's funny. I thought you invented them." His mouth tightened in an unfriendly line. "Keep my name out of the newspapers, Fleur. Consider this your only warning." He turned away and took off across the street. "I'm not your publicist, remember?" she called out after him. "All I represent is your pathetic literary career." He picked up his pace and didn't look back. Chapter 23. To Fleur's surprise, Jake was the first to arrive for her Saturday night dinner party, knocking on the door at precisely 8 o'clock. Although she'd taken the precaution of tucking a few bottles of Mexican beer in the refrigerator, she hadn't really expected him to show up. He wore semi-respectable dark gray slacks and a lighter gray long-sleeved dress shirt that made his eyes seem bluer. He thrust a gift-wrapped package into her hands as he took in her ivory wool trousers and copper silk blouse. "Don't you ever look bad?" She frowned at the package. "Should I call the bomb squad?" "Stop being a wise ass and open it." She pulled off the gift wrap to reveal a fresh new copy of The Joy of Cooking. "Just what I've always not wanted." "I knew you'd love it." He followed her into the kitchen, and she put the cookbook on the counter. Considering her limited personal resources, she loved how welcoming everything looked. She'd waxed the old harvest table until the dark wood shone. At a second-hand store, she'd found a chipped bean pot that she'd filled with chrysanthemums to use as a centerpiece. The store had also yielded up a charming set of faded tan and olive check tea towels for placemats. She smelled Jake's clean shirt and toothpaste as he came up behind her. She started as his hands lifted the back of her hair and touched her neck just beneath the collar of her blouse. "Geez, you're jumpy." Something small and cool settled between her breasts. She looked down and saw a trumpet-shaped blue and green enamel flower hanging on a thin gold chain. Tiny diamonds sparkled on the blossoms like dew. As she turned to him, she glimpsed something soft and unguarded in his expression. The present slipped away, and for a moment it seemed as they'd returned to the time when things were easy between them. "It's beautiful," she said. "You didn't have to." "No big deal. It's a morning glory. I've noticed that's not your best time of day." He turned away, ending the moment. The morning glory charm slipped from her fingers. Just for a moment, she'd let down her guard. She wouldn't let it happen again. "How's come I don't smell food?" he said. "Should I be worried?" "The cook hasn't arrived yet," she replied lightly. Right on cue, the front buzzer rang, and she hurried to open it. "I've brought my own knives," Michel said. Tonight he wore khakis and a long-sleeved blue t-shirt with a narrow piece of what had once been a man's striped necktie sewn diagonally across the chest. He headed for the kitchen. "I found these wonderful grapes at this little hole-in-the-wall off Canal Street. Did you go to the fish market I told you about for the halibut?" "Aye, aye, sir." As he set the grocery bag on the counter, she saw how tired he looked, and she was glad she'd planned this evening for him. He spotted Jake. "Michelle, you remember Jake Coranda. I disarmed him at the door, so feel free to insult him as much as you want." Jake smiled and shook hands with Michelle. Simon arrived 5 minutes later. As luck would have it, he'd seen every caliber picture and barely noticed Michel in his eagerness to talk with Jake. Michel, in the meantime, was getting ready to cook and treating Fleur to a long list of mishaps he was absolutely convinced would ruin his collection. In terms of matchmaking, the evening wasn't getting off to a promising start. Kissy appeared and headed for the kitchen. "Sorry I'm late, but Charlie called me from Chicago just as I was leaving." "Things must be improving," Fleur said. "At least you're talking again." Kissy looked glum. "I think I've lost my touch. No matter what I do, She broke off as she saw Jake leaning against the counter. "Oh my God." Fleur rescued a spoon Michel had dropped. "Kissy, meet Jake Coranda. Jake, Kissy Sue Christie." Kissy was all gumdrop eyes and candy apple mouth as she stared up at Jake. An oil slick of a grin spread over his face. Kissy looked like a kindergarten snack. "My pleasure." She smiled her dippy, what's-your-name, sailor boy smile, and Jake puffed up like a rooster. Fleur should have been amused. Instead, she felt as if she were 13 again, taller than the other girls, gawky and awkward with bruised elbows, bandaged knees, and a face too big for her body. Kissy, on the other hand, looked like a teenage boy's wet dream, and before long, she and Jake were making the salad together while Simon acted as bartender. Fleur fought her jealousy as she helped Michel fix one of his signature dishes, fish with grapes and a vermouth butter sauce. When Jake and Simon started talking about horses, Kissy slipped to Fleur's side. "He's even hotter in person than he is on the screen. That man belongs in the Hunk Hall of Fame." "His tooth is crooked," Fleur retorted. "I'll bet nothing else is." Everyone except Fleur had a wonderful time. Michel and Simon finally began to talk over Michel's spectacular halibut dish, and as the breadbasket made its second pass, they were listing their favorite restaurants. Before long, they'd begun a casual discussion about checking out a trendy place in the East Village. Kissy tried to catch Fleur's eye for a congratulatory salute, but Fleur pretended not to notice. Kissy and Jake were trading jokes as if they'd known each other for years. Then they began comparing notes about a new singer they both liked. Why didn't they just go to bed and get it over with? When it was time for dessert, Fleur brought out a French almond cake she'd bought that afternoon at her favorite bakery. Everyone loved it, but she could barely eat a bite. She suggested they take their Irish coffee into the living room. Kissy sat on the couch. Normally, Fleur would have sat next to her, but now she grabbed one of the big floor pillows instead, leaving the rest of the couch free for Jake, who immediately claimed it. Everyone except Fleur started arguing about the all-time best rock groups. Her unhappiness settled into a lump in the pit of her stomach that she didn't want to examine too closely. Kissy sent her a sympathetic smile. Fleur looked away. Kissy cleared her throat. "Florinda, you promised I could borrow your amber earrings. Show me where they are before I walk off without them." Fleur hadn't promised Kissy any such thing, and she started to say so, only to find herself on the receiving end of one of Kissy's steel magnolia glares. She wouldn't put it past her former friend to stage a scene, so she rose reluctantly and followed Kissy to the bedroom. When they got there, Kissy crossed her arms over her pillowy breasts. "You'd better get that whipped puppy look off your face right now, or I swear to God, I'm going back in that living room and French him right in front of you." "I don't know what you're talking about." Kissy looked at her with disgust. "I'm about ready to give up on you. You're 26. That's too old not to know yourself better." "I know myself just fine." Instead of responding, Kissy started tapping the toe of one bright red ballet flat. Fleur felt herself wilt. "Sorry," she mumbled. "You should be. You're acting crazy." "You're right, and I don't even know why." "Because you're green-eyed jealous, that's why." "I'm not jealous. Not the way you mean, anyway." Kissy wasn't having it. "Since when have you ever known me not to flirt with a good-looking guy, let alone a man like that? Yummy. And what did you do? Not one thing, that's what. You just slinked off into the corner. I'm ashamed of you." Fleur was ashamed of herself, too. It wasn't about Jake. I'm not that stupid. It was about feeling like an overgrown teenager again. "I'm not buying it," Magnolia Blossom said. "Don't you think it's time you stop kidding yourself and take a hard look at your feelings for that gorgeous man sitting in your living room? My feelings for him are made up of dollar signs. Really, Kissy, I've practically lost Olivia, and the only clients who want me to represent them are ones I don't want to represent, like that cretin Sean Howell. Jake's not even pretending to write, and—" She stopped. "That's no excuse. I'm sorry, Kissy. You're right. I've been acting infantile. Forgive me." Kissy finally softened. "All right, but only because I feel the same way every time I see you and Charlie together." "Charlie and me? Why?" Kissy sighed and refused to meet Fleur's eyes. "He likes you so much, and I know I can't compete with you when it comes to looks. Every time I see the two of you talking, I feel like the Pillsbury Doughboy." Fleur didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like I'm not the only one who doesn't know herself very well. She gave Kissy a bear hug, then glanced at her watch. "Butch Cassidy is on television tonight. If I'm calculating right, we should be able to take a peek, then get back to the party before we're missed. Do you want to indulge?" "You bet." Kissy flipped on the small television perched on a second-hand table in the corner of the bedroom. "Do you think we're getting too old for this?" "Probably. We should give it up for Lent." "Or not." The Hole-in-the-Wall gang had just robbed the Overland Flyer, and Paul Newman's Butch, along with Robert Redford's mustachioed Sundance Kid, were drinking on the balcony of the whorehouse. Kissy and Fleur settled on the edge of the bed as the schoolteacher Etta Place climbed the steps to her small frame house, lit the lamp inside, and unfastened the top buttons of her shirtwaist. When she reached her bedroom, she pulled off the garment and hung it in the closet. Then she turned and screamed as she saw the chiseled features of the Sundance Kid staring menacingly at her from across the room. "Keep going, teacher lady," he said. She stared at him with wide, frightened eyes. Slowly, he picked up his gun and leveled it at her. "That's okay, don't mind me. Keep on going." She hesitantly unfastened the long undergarment and then stepped out of it. Clasping it modestly in front of her, she tried to hide her eyelet-trimmed camisole from the outlaw's eyes. "Let down your hair," he ordered. She dropped the undergarment and pulled out the hairpins. "Shake your head." No sensible woman was going to argue with the Sundance Kid when he had a pistol trained on her belly, and the schoolteacher did as she was told. All she had left was the camisole, and Sundance didn't have to talk. He raised his pistol and cocked the hammer. Etta slowly opened the low row of buttons until the camisole parted in a V. Sundance's hands moved to his waist. He unfastened his gun belt and pushed it aside, then stood and approached her. He slipped his hands inside the open garment. "Do you know what I wish?" Etta asked. "What?" "That once you'd get here on time." As Etta threw her arms around Redford's neck, Fleur sighed and got up to turn off the set. It's hard to believe that scene was written by a man, isn't it? Kissy gazed at the blank screen. "William Goldman's a great screenwriter, but I'll bet anything his wife wrote that scene while he was in the shower. What I wouldn't give." It's the ultimate female sexual fantasy. All that male sexual menace coming from a lover you know will never hurt you. Kissy licked her lips. Fleur touched her morning glory necklace. Too bad they don't make men like that anymore. Jake stood in the hallway outside the partially open door and listened to the two women. He hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but Fleur had looked funny all evening, and they were gone so long he'd decided to check up on her. Now he was sorry. This was exactly the kind of conversation a man should never hear. What did women want? In public, the rhetoric was all about male sensitivity and equality, but in private, here they were, two intelligent women having orgasms over caveman macho. Maybe he was a little jealous. He was one of the biggest box office draws of the decade, and he was living right above Fleur Savagar's head, but all she wanted to do was take verbal potshots at him. He wondered if Redford had to put up with this kind of crap. If there was any justice in the world, Redford was sitting in front of his television someplace in Sundance, Utah, watching his wife go melty-eyed over one of Bird Dog Caliber's rough-em-up love scenes. The thought gave him a small moment of satisfaction, but as he slipped away, the emotion faded. No matter how you looked at it, this wasn't the easiest time to be a man. The next morning, Jake showed up to run with her, but as they made their way around the Central Park Reservoir, he barely spoke. She had to find some way to motivate him to at least attempt to write. When they returned to the house, she impulsively invited him in for Sunday morning breakfast. Maybe he'd be more communicative with a full stomach. But he declined. "That's right," she replied coolly. "Your schedule's been a real killer lately with all that time you're spending pounding away at your typewriter." He tugged open the zipper of his sweatshirt. "You don't know anything. Are you even trying to write? For your information, I've already filled up a legal pad." Jake composed at the typewriter, and she didn't believe him. "Show me." He scowled and brushed past her into the house. She showered, then slipped into jeans and her favorite cable-knit sweater. She'd been so preoccupied with Michelle's collection, Olivia's skittishness, and trying to anticipate Alexi's next move that she hadn't focused on the problem over her head. Jake Coranda had made a deal with her to start writing again, and he wasn't following through. At 10 o'clock, she went out into the front hallway and unlocked the door that led to the attic apartment. He didn't answer when she knocked at the top of the stairs. She slipped her key in the lock. The attic was a large open space lit by both a skylight and smaller rectangular windows on two sides. Fleur hadn't been up here since Jake had moved in, and she saw that he'd furnished it sparsely with a few comfortable chairs, a bed, a long couch, and an L-shaped arrangement of desk and table that held a typewriter and a ream of paper still in its wrapper. He had his feet propped on the desk, and he was tossing a basketball from one hand to the other. "I don't remember inviting you in," he said. "I don't like interruptions when I'm working." "I wouldn't dream of interrupting your creative process. Just pretend I'm not here." She went into the small kitchen that sat behind a curve of counter and opened the cupboards until she found a can of coffee. "Go away, Fleur. I don't want you here." "I'll leave as soon as we have a business meeting." "I'm not in the mood for a meeting." The basketball passed back and forth, right palm to left. She plugged in the coffee pot and walked over to perch on the desk. "The thing is," she said, "you're dead wood, and I can't afford to have anything pulling me under right now. Everyone in town thinks you signed with me because we're sleeping together. Only one thing's going to stop the gossip. Another Coranda play. Tear up our contract." She swatted the basketball from his hand. "Stop being such a crybaby." Easygoing, wisecracking Jake Coranda disappeared, leaving her face to face with Bird Dog. "Get out. This isn't any of your goddamn business." She didn't move. "Make up your mind. First you say I'm the one who blocked you, and now you tell me it's none of my business. You can't have it both ways." His feet dropped to the ground. "Out." He grasped her arm and steered her toward the door. She was suddenly angry, not because he was manhandling her, and not even because he was threatening the future of her business, but because he was wasting his talent. Big hotshot playwright. She jerked away. "That typewriter has an inch of dust on it." "I'm not ready yet." He stalked across the room and grabbed his jacket from a chair. "I don't see what's so hard about it." She made her way to his desk and ripped the wrapper off a ream of paper. "Anybody can put a piece of paper in a typewriter. See how I'm doing it? Nothing could be easier." He shoved his arms into the sleeves. She dropped into the desk chair and flicked on the switch. The machine hummed to life. "Watch this. Act 1, Scene 1. She picked out the letters on the keyboard. "Where are we, Jake? What does the stage set look like?" "Don't be a bitch." "Don't be a bitch." She typed out the words. Typical Coranda dialogue, tough and anti-female. What comes next? "Stop it, Fleur." "Stop it, Fleur." Bad name choice. Too close to this amazing woman you already know. "Stop it!" He shot across the room. His hand came down on top of hers, jamming the keys. "This is all a big joke to you, isn't it?" Bird Dog had slipped away, and she saw the pain beneath his anger. "It's not a joke," she said softly. "It's something you have to do." He didn't move. And then he lifted his hand and brushed her hair. She closed her eyes. He pulled away and headed into the kitchen. She heard him pour a cup of coffee. Her fingers shook as she tugged the paper from the typewriter. Jake came toward her, mug in hand. She slipped in a fresh sheet of paper. "What are you doing?" He sounded tired, a little hoarse. She took an unsteady breath. "You're going to write today. I'm not letting you put it off any longer. This is it." "Our deal's off." He sounded defeated. "I'm moving out of the attic." She hardened herself against his sadness. "I don't care where you move, but we have an agreement, and we're sticking to it." "Is that all you care about? Your two-bit agency?" His anger was phony, and she wouldn't let him bait her. "You're writing today." He stepped behind her, set down his coffee mug, and settled his hands lightly on her shoulders. "I don't think so." He lifted her hair and pressed his mouth into the softness just beneath her ear. His breath felt warm on her skin, and the soft touch of his lips made all her senses come alive. For a moment, she let herself give in to the sensations he was arousing. Just for a moment. His hands slipped under her sweater and slid up over her bare skin to the lacy cups of her bra. He toyed with her nipples through the silk. His touch felt so good. Ripples of pleasure scuttled through her body. He unfastened the center clasp of her bra and pushed aside the cups. As he slipped up her sweater and bared her breasts, the ripples turned into waves of heat rushing through her veins. He pushed her shoulders back against the chair so her breasts tilted upward and began teasing the nipples with his thumbs. His lips caught her earlobe, then trailed along her neck. He was a master seducer playing with her body, going from one erogenous point to another as if he were following a chart in a sex manual. Right then, she knew she was being bought. She shoved his hands away from their carefully calculated seduction and jerked down her sweater. "You're a real bastard." She rose from the chair. "This was the easiest way to close me out, wasn't it?" He stared at a point just past her head. Doors slammed shut, shades pulled down, shutters locked tight. "Don't push me." She was furious with herself for giving in so easily, furious with him, and unbearably sad. "The circle's complete now," she said. "You've played bird dog for so long that he's finally taken over. He's eating up what was left of your decency." He stalked across the room and pulled the door open. She gripped the edge of the desk. "Making those crappy movies is easier than doing your real work." "Get out." Mr. Tough Guy has a yellow streak a mile wide. She dropped back down in the chair. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely push the typewriter keys. "Act 1, Scene 1, damn you." "You're crazy." Act 1, Scene 1. What's the first line?
You're out of your friggin' mind.
Come on, you know exactly what this play's about.
It's not a play.
He stalked over to her, his expression so tormented that she winced. One of his hands knotted into a fist.
It's a book. I have to write a book. A book about Nam.
She took a deep breath. A war book? That's right up Bird Dog's alley. His voice grew quiet.
You don't know anything.
Then explain it to me.
You weren't there. You wouldn't understand.
You're one of the best writers in the country. Make me understand. He turned his back to her. Silence fell between them. She heard the distant sound of a police siren, the rattle of a truck passing below.
You couldn't tell them apart, he finally said. You had to regard everybody as the enemy.
His voice was controlled, but it seemed to be coming from far away. He turned and looked at her as if he wanted to make certain she understood. She nodded, even though she didn't. If what had happened in Vietnam was blocking his writing, why did he blame her?
You'd be walking next to a rice paddy and spot a couple of little kids, 4 or 5 years old. Next thing you knew, one of them was throwing a grenade at you. Shit. What kind of war is that?
She slipped her fingers back on the keys and began to type, trying to get it all down, hoping she was doing the right thing, but not sure at all. He didn't seem to notice the sound of the typewriter.
The village was a VC stronghold. The guerrillas had cost us a lot of men. Some of them had been tortured, mutilated. They were our buddies, guys we'd gotten to know as well as our own family. We were supposed to go in and waste the village. The civilians knew the rules. If you weren't guilty, don't run. Don't, for Christ's sake, run. Half the company was stoned or doped up. It was the only way you could make it.
He took a ragged breath.
We were airlifted to a landing strip near the village, and as soon as the strip was secure, the artillery opened up. When everything was clear, we went in. We herded them all together in the middle of the village. They didn't run. They knew the rules, but some of them were shot anyway.
His face had grown ashen.
A little girl. She had on a ragged shirt that didn't cover her belly, and the shirt had these little yellow ducks on it. And when it was over, and the village was burning, and somebody turned Armed Forces Vietnam on the radio, and Otis Redding started singing Sittin' on the Dock of the Bay, the little girl had flies all over her belly. He stabbed his hand toward the typewriter. Did you get that part about the music? The music is important. Everybody who's been in Nam remembers the music.
I don't know, you're going so fast.
Let me in.
He pushed her aside, ripped out the sheet that was in the typewriter, and inserted a new one. He shook his head once as if to clear it, and then he began to type. She went over to the couch and waited. He didn't take his eyes off the pages that began sliding like magic through his typewriter. The room was cool, but his forehead beaded with sweat as he punched the keys. The images he'd drawn were already etched in her brain. The village, the people, the shirt with the little yellow ducks. Something terrible had happened that day. He didn't notice as she slipped out of the room. She went to dinner with Kissy that evening. When she returned, she could still hear his typewriter. She made a sandwich for him and cut a slab of the French almond cake left over from the dinner party. This time, she didn't bother to knock before she used her key. He sat hunched over the typewriter, his face lined with fatigue. Coffee mugs and paper littered the desk. He grunted as she set the tray down and collected the cups to wash. She cleaned out the coffee pot and refilled it so it was ready to go again. Dread had been building inside her ever since this morning. She kept thinking about Sunday morning eclipse and the massacre Matt had witnessed in Vietnam. Now she couldn't stop asking a terrible question. Had Jake been a helpless witness to a massacre like the character he'd created, or had he been an active participant? She wrapped her arms around herself and left the attic. She received her first phone call from Dick Spano later that week. "I've got to find Jake." "He never calls me," she said, which was literally true. "If he does, tell him I'm looking for him." "I really don't think he will." That evening she went up to the attic to tell Jake about the call. His eyes were red-rimmed, his jaw covered with stubble, and he looked as if he hadn't slept. "I don't want to talk to anybody," he said. "Keep them away from me, will you?" She did her best. She put off his business manager, his lawyer, and all of their secretaries, but someone as famous as Jake couldn't simply disappear, and after 5 more days passed, the callers grew more alarmed. She knew she had to do something, so she called Dick Spano. "I've heard from Jake," she said. "He started to write again, and he wants to hide out for a while." "I have to talk to him. I've got a deal that won't wait. Tell me where he is." She tapped a pen on her desk. "I think he's in Mexico. He wouldn't say exactly where." Dick swore, then bombarded her with a long list of things she was to tell him if he called her again. She wrote them all down and tucked the note in her pocket. October turned into November, and as the date for Michelle's fashion show drew near, the gossip about her broken contracts refused to die. As if that wasn't bad enough, the phony stories she'd planted at the end of the summer about her relationship with Jake were continuing to damage her. The gossips said Fleur Savigar was nothing more than a washed-up fashion model trying to start a business on her back. None of the clients she'd been pursuing had signed with her, and each night she fell asleep only to jolt awake a few hours later and listen to the sound of Jake's typewriter. In the morning, she used her key to check on him, and after a while, it became difficult to tell which of them was the more haggard. She spent the day before Michelle's show at the hotel, scurrying between technicians and the carpenters setting up the runway. She drove everyone crazy with her insistence on security passes and guards at the door. Even Kissy lost patience with her, but everything rested on Michelle's collection, and Alexei had less than 24 hours to do his worst. Fleur called Michelle at the Astoria factory to make sure the guards were doing their job. "Every time I look out, they're where they're supposed to be," he said. As he hung up, she had to remind herself to breathe. She'd hired the best security company in the state. Now she had to trust them to do their job. Willie Bonnaday burped and reached into his uniform pocket for a roll of Tums. Sometimes he chewed them one after another to help pass the time until the daytime shift took over. He'd been working this job for a month now, and tonight was the last night. Willie thought it was a lot of trouble to go to for a bunch of dresses, but as long as he got his paycheck, he minded his own business. 4 of them worked each shift, and they had the place sealed up tighter than a drum. Willie sat just inside the front door of the old Astoria factory, while his partner Andy was at the back, and 2 of the younger men were outside the workshop doors on the 2nd floor, where the dresses were locked up. In the morning, the boys on the day shift would accompany the big dress racks on the drive to the hotel. By evening, the job would be over. A couple of years back, Willie had guarded Reggie Jackson. That was the kind of job he liked. When him and his brother-in-law were sitting around watching the Giants, he wanted to shoot the bull about guarding Reggie Jackson, not a bunch of dresses. Willie picked up the Daily News. As he turned to the sports section, a battered orange van with Bulldog Electronics painted on the side drove past the front entrance. Willie didn't notice. The man driving the van turned into an alley across the street without even glancing at the factory. He didn't have to. He'd driven by every night for the past week, each time in a different vehicle, and he knew exactly what he'd see. He knew about Willie, although he didn't know his name, and he knew about the guard at the back entrance and the locked room on the 2nd floor with the guards stationed outside. He knew about the day shift that would arrive in a few hours and the dim interior lights kept on in the factory at night. Only the lights were important to him. The warehouse across the street from the factory had been abandoned for years, and the rusty padlock at the back gave easily beneath the jaws of the bolt cutters. He pulled an equipment case from the van. It was heavy, but the weight didn't bother him. When he was safely inside the warehouse, he switched on his flashlight and shone it at the floor as he walked toward the front of the building. The flashlight annoyed him. Its beam of light spread out in a smear, no clear boundaries, no precision. It was sloppy light. Light was his specialty. Pure beams of pencil-slim light, coherent light that didn't spread out in undisciplined pools like a flashlight beam. He spent nearly an hour setting up. Normally it didn't take so long, but he'd been forced to modify his equipment with a high-powered telescope, and the mounting was difficult. He didn't mind, though, because he liked challenges, especially ones that paid so well. When he'd finished setting up, he cleaned his hands on the rag he carried with him and then wiped a circle in the dirty glass of the warehouse window. He took his time sighting and focusing the telescope, making certain everything was exactly the way he wanted it. He could pick out each of the tiny lead plug centers without any difficulty. They were clearer to him than if he'd been standing in the middle of that second-story room. When he was ready, he gently pulled the switch on the laser, directing the pure beam of ruby-red light right at the lead plug that was farthest away. The plug needed only 165 degrees of heat to melt, and within seconds he could see that the hot ruby light of the laser had done its work. He picked out the next plug, and it, too, dissolved under the force of the pencil-thin beam of light. In a matter of minutes, all the lead plugs had melted, and the heads of the automatic fire sprinkler system were spraying water over the racks of dresses. Satisfied, the man packed up his equipment and left the warehouse. Fleur. Chapter 24. The phone call from the security company woke Fleur at 4 in the morning. She listened to the lengthy explanation from the man on the other end of the line. "Don't wake my brother," she said just before she hung up. And then she pulled the covers over her head and went back to sleep. The doorbell woke her. She squinted at her clock and wondered if florists delivered white roses at 6 in the morning, but decided she wasn't getting up to find out. She stuck her head under the pillow and dozed off. Out of nowhere, someone jerked the pillow away. She screamed and bolted upright in bed. Jake towered above her in jeans and a zippered sweatshirt that he'd thrown on over his bare chest. His hair was shaggy, his jaw unshaven, and his eyes had an empty, haunted look. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you answer the door?" Fleur grabbed the pillow out of his hands and hit him in the stomach. "It's 6:30 in the morning." "You run at 6 o'clock. Where were you?" "In bed." He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked sulky. "How was I supposed to know you were sleeping? When I didn't see you from my window, I thought something was wrong." She couldn't postpone this day any longer, and she kicked away the covers. He didn't even pretend not to notice that her gown was bunched around her thighs. She stretched out to switch on the bedside light and deliberately rearranged her legs like a girl in a mattress ad, with her toes pointed and her arches delicately curved. Considering all the problems lying ahead of her today, it wasn't the greatest reflection on her character that she needed to make Jake Coranda get a great view of her legs. "I'll make breakfast," he said abruptly. She took a quick shower, then slipped into jeans and an old ski sweater. Jake glanced up at her from the eggs he was cracking into a skillet. Standing over her stove, he looked taller than ever, with his shoulders straining the seams of his sweatshirt in a way that was aggressively and indisputably male. It took a moment for her head to semi-clear. "How did you get in? I double-checked the doors before I went to bed last night." "You want your eggs scrambled or fried?" "Jake?" "I can't chit-chat and make breakfast at the same time. You could help, you know, instead of standing there like the Queen of England. Although you're a lot better looking." A typically male evasive action, but she let him get away with it because she was hungry. She pitched in with toast and orange juice, then poured the coffee. Once they settled at the table, however, she attacked. "You got to my office manager again. Riata made you a duplicate of her key." He loaded up his fork. "Admit it," she said. "There's no other way you could have gotten in." "How come you put more butter on your toast than mine?" "Riata has a key, I have a key, Michelle has a key. That's it. If I fire her, it'll be on your conscience." "You're not firing her." He traded his toast for hers. "Your brother gave me a duplicate key a few nights after the dinner party. He told me what your father's been up to. Michelle is worried about you, and I can't say I'm exactly happy knowing that bastard has you in his crosshairs. When you didn't go out to run this morning, I was afraid he'd gotten to you." She was touched, so she glared at him. "Alexei won't hurt me physically. Michelle should know that. He wants me alive and suffering. Don't you have enough of your own problems right now?" "I don't like what he's doing." She retrieved her toast. "I'm not exactly crazy about it myself." They ate in silence for a while. Jake took a sip of coffee. "You don't usually wear jeans and sneakers to work. What's up?" "I'm riding with the dress racks over to the hotel. The men aren't due here for an hour, and it's going to be a long day." She regarded him pointedly. "That's why I wanted to sleep in this morning. Besides, I couldn't leave while all this was in the house." She made a vague gesture toward her living room. Jake had already spotted the rows of metal racks bearing garments draped in black plastic. "Do you want to tell me about it, or should I guess?" "You know Michel's showing his collection today." "And those are the pieces?" She nodded and told him about the factory in Astoria and the phone call she'd received at 4 that morning. The security people aren't exactly sure how the sprinkler system was set off, but all the dresses hanging on the racks in the workroom were waterlogged. He lifted an inquisitive eyebrow. "Everything in the workroom was thrift shop stuff," she said. "Kissy, Simon, Charlie, and I made the switch last night after Michelle and all the seamstresses went home." She tried to feel some sense of satisfaction for having outwitted Alexei, but she'd only have to start worrying again as soon as this was over. She rose and walked toward the phone. "I have to call Michel so he doesn't have a heart attack if he stops at the factory this morning." He came up out of his chair. "Wait a minute. Are you telling me Michel doesn't know you moved his dresses over here?" "It's not his problem. I'm the one who chopped up the Bugatti, and I'm the one Alexei's after. Michel has enough to worry about." Jake shot out from behind the table. "Suppose Alexei sent one of his thugs here. What would you have done then?" The factory was crawling with guards. Alexei had no reason to suspect the samples were here. "You know what your problem is? You don't think." As he came toward her, the pocket of his sweatshirt hit the edge of the counter, and she heard a loud thunk. For the first time, she noticed that one side of the garment hung down farther than the other. He immediately shoved his hand in the pocket. She set the receiver back on its hook. "What do you have?" "What do you mean?" Something prickled at the base of her spine. "In your pocket. What is it?" "Pocket? My keys." "What else?" He shrugged. "A .22 automatic." She looked at him blankly. "A what?" "A gun." "Are you crazy?" She charged toward him. "You brought a gun in here? In my house? Do you think this is one of your movies?" His gaze was steady and unrepentant. "No apologies. I didn't know what I'd find when I walked in." Out of nowhere, she found herself thinking about a little girl with yellow ducks on her shirt and a massacre. A creeping fear she absolutely did not want to let in pummeled at the door of her consciousness. "Stay here while I throw on some clothes," he said as he left the kitchen. Every instinct she possessed told her that Jake could never have taken part in an atrocity, not even in the middle of a war, but her brain wasn't as easily persuaded. She wished she'd never let him back into her life. Even with everything she knew about him, she was once again letting him burrow under her defenses. By the time he reappeared, the white roses had arrived. His face set in grim lines. "That son of a bitch." The good news is that he doesn't seem to have figured out his plans went awry.
Let's keep it that way.
He picked up the phone and dialed a number from memory.
Michelle, it's Jake. I'm heading for the hotel with Wonder Woman and your collection. I'll tell you the whole story when I see you.
You don't have to do that, she said when he hung up. I can handle this.
Humor me.
The men arrived, and Jake did everything but frisk them before he let them in the house. He kept guard as they loaded up the racks, then rode in the back of the truck with her to the hotel. When they got there, he stood off to the side, but he never let her out of his sight, and once she saw his hand creep into the pocket of his parka. Although he tried to look inconspicuous, it wasn't long before one of the hotel workers recognized him, and he was soon surrounded by autograph seekers shoving everything from packing slips to parking tickets in front of him to sign. She knew how much he hated this kind of public attention, but he stayed where he was until all the racks were set up. After that, she didn't see him for a while, but each time she decided he'd finally gone home, she'd catch a glimpse of him lounging in the shadows by a stairwell or a service entrance, a ball cap pulled low on his head. His presence comforted her, and she didn't like that. Once this was over, she needed to have a long, hard talk with herself. In the midst of all the backstage chaos, she made herself exude a confidence she didn't feel. So much depended on what happened during the next few hours. There had been an overwhelming demand for invitations, so they were showing the collection twice, both early and mid-afternoon. Each model had a separate dress rack with all her pieces arranged in order, along with the proper accessories. Customarily, the racks were set up the day before, but since Fleur wouldn't let the dresses out of her safekeeping until that morning, everything had to be organized in very little time. There were last-minute hunts for missing accessories and a nearly disastrous mix-up with shoes, all of it accompanied by dark glances in her direction. In the meantime, a camera crew set up to videotape the collection for boutiques and department stores. An hour before the first show, Fleur changed into the dress she'd brought along. It was one of the first pieces Michelle had designed for her, a lacquer red sheath with a center slit that ran from her neck to breasts and another that descended from above the knee to the mid-calf hem. Beaded jet butterflies perched on one shoulder and miniature versions set on the toes of her red satin heels. Kissy appeared at her side backstage, looking pale and tense. This was the worst idea you ever had. It'll never work. I think I'm running a temperature. I bet I've got the flu. I know I do.
You have butterflies. Take a deep breath. You'll be fine.
Butterflies? These are not butterflies, Fleur Savagar. These are giant turkey buzzards.
Fleur hugged her, then went out to mingle with the crowd filling the ballroom. By the time she'd finished talking to fashion editors and posing for photographers, the ends of her fingers had gone numb from nerves. She took the small gilt chair that had been reserved for her near the front of the runway and squeezed Charlie Kincannon's hand. He leaned over and whispered, "I've been eavesdropping, and I'm getting worried. People think Michelle's designs will be frou-frou, whatever that means."
It means he makes women look like women, and the fashion press doesn't know how to deal with that, but they'll come around.
She wished she felt as confident as she sounded, but the truth was that any new designer who thumbed his nose at current fashion trends was in danger of being slaughtered by the powerful fashion arbiters. Michelle was the new kid on the block in a tough, territorial neighborhood. The Women's Wear Daily reporter looked hostile, and Fleur understood exactly what Kissy meant about turkey buzzards. The house lights dimmed, and sad, bluesy music began to play. Fleur dug her fingernails into her palms. Complicated theatrics at couture showings had gone out of style right along with ruffles and lace. The trend was simplicity, the runway, the models, and the clothes. Once again, they were bucking the tide, and it was all because of her. She was the one who'd talked Michelle into this stupid idea. The chatter in the ballroom began to die. The music grew louder, and the lights on the stage behind the runway came up on a moody tableau vivant set behind a filmy gauze curtain that made the scene dreamlike. Silhouettes of scenery, a wrought iron railing, a lamp post,
The shadow of palm fronds and broken shutters suggested a shabby New Orleans courtyard on a steamy summer night. Gradually, the figures of the models became visible. They draped the set in their filmy dresses, their breasts, elbows, and knees jutting out in exaggerated angles like the figures in a Thomas Hart Benton painting. Some held palmetto fans frozen in midair. One bent forward, her hair trailing toward the floor like the branches of a willow, a hairbrush poised in her hand. Fleur heard whispers coming from the audience, sidelong glances to gauge the reaction of others, but no one seemed anxious to commit until they knew which way the tide was turning. Suddenly, one figure moved away from the others, growing visibly upset as she stepped into a pool of blue light. She looked at the audience for a moment, then blinked her eyes as if she were trying to make up her mind whether or not to confide in them. Finally, she began to talk. She told them about Belle Reve, the plantation she'd lost, and about Stanley Kowalski, the subhuman her dear sister Stella had married. Her voice was agitated, her face weary and tortured. Finally she fell silent and lifted her hand toward them, wordlessly begging for understanding. The bluesy music began again. Defeated, she faded back into the shadows. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then the audience began to applaud, slowly at first, but gradually growing stronger. Kissy's extraordinary monologue as Blanche Dubois in A Streetcar Named Desire had stunned them. Fleur felt Charlie sag with relief. "They love her, don't they?" She nodded, then held her breath, hoping they loved Michelle's designs as much. No matter how inspiring Kissy's performance had been, the afternoon was ultimately about fashion. The tempo of the music picked up, and one by one the models broke their poses and moved out from behind the gauze curtain to walk down the runway. They wore filmy summer dresses that called up memories of scented flowers, hot southern nights, and a streetcar named Desire. The lines were soft and feminine without being fussy, delicately fashioned for women who were tired of looking like men. New York hadn't seen anything like it in years. Fleur listened to the murmurs around her and heard the scratch of pens on notepads. The applause was polite for the first few dresses, but as one followed another and the members of the audience slowly began to absorb the beauty of Michelle's designs, the applause built until the sound engulfed the great ballroom. As the final dress cleared the runway, Charlie let out his breath in a long, tortured exhalation. "I feel like I've lived a lifetime in the last 15 minutes. Her fingers cramped, and she realized she'd been digging them into his knee. Only one? 2 more tableaus followed, each greeted more enthusiastically than the last. A steamy Night of the Iguana rainforest showcased Kissy in a second monologue and also served as a background for informal wear and wildly colorful jungle blossom prints. Finally, Kissy performed her dazzling Maggie the Cat against the shadowy outline of a huge brass bed as an introduction to an exotic collection of evening gowns that evoked images of delicious decadence and brought the house to its feet. When the show was over, Fleur watched Michelle and Kissy take their bows. Life would never be the same for either one of them. She couldn't have found a better way to thank Kissy for her unwavering friendship and Michelle for all those years of misplaced hatred than by making sure they each received the public recognition they deserved. As she hugged Charlie, she realized the success of her 2 clients would impact her own career too. This afternoon had given her a giant shot of credibility. The audience began to swarm around her, and she caught sight of Jake at the very back of the ballroom. Just before he slipped away, he gave her a silent thumbs up. The next week passed in a whirlwind of telephone calls and interviews. Women's Wear Daily did a cover story on Michelle's collection, calling it The New Femininity, and fashion editors lined up for news about his future plans. Michelle sailed through the press conference Fleur scheduled for him and afterward took her to dinner. They grinned at each other over their menus. "The Savigar brats haven't done too badly for themselves, have they, big sis?" "Not badly at all, little bro." She touched the poplin sleeve of the safari jacket he wore over a burgundy silk shirt, French commando sweater, and Swiss Army necktie. "I love you, Michelle. Big heaps. I should tell you more often." "Me too. Even bigger heaps." He was quiet for a moment. Then he cocked his head so that his hair brushed his shoulder. "Does it bother you that I'm gay?" She propped her hand on her chin. "I'd rather see you live happily ever after with someone who'd give me a tribe of nieces and nephews, but since I'm not going to have that, I want to see you in a stable relationship with a man who's worthy of you." "Someone like Simon Cale?" "Now that you mention it." He set down his menu and looked at her with sad eyes. "It's not going to work, Fleur. I know you've been counting on it, but it's not going to happen." She was embarrassed. "I've stepped over the line, haven't I?" "Yes." He smiled. "And do you know how much it means to me that somebody cares whether I'm happy?" "I'm going to take that as a free license to interfere in your life." "Don't." He took a sip from his wine glass. "Simon is a special person, and we've developed a solid friendship, but that's all it'll ever be. Simon is strong and self-sufficient. He doesn't really need anybody." "That's important to you, isn't it? Being needed." He nodded. "I know you don't like Damon, and you're right. He can be selfish, and he's not the most intellectual person I've met. But he loves me, Fleur, and he needs me." Fleur swallowed her disappointment. "I never said Damon didn't have good taste." She thought about Jake. His erotic pull on her grew stronger every time she saw him. She didn't trust him, but she wanted him. And why couldn't she have him? She turned the idea over in her mind. No emotional commitment. Just good, dirty sex. That's all her attraction to him had ever been about. And wasn't that the essence of real liberation? Women didn't have to play games. They shouldn't play games. She should look Jake straight in the eye and tell him she wanted to what? Go to bed was too wishy-washy. Make love had implications. Screw was tacky, and fuck was just plain awful. Was she going to buckle under just because of a language barrier? How would a man do it? How would Jake do it? Why wouldn't Jake do it? Right then, she knew she could never be the sexual aggressor, no matter how much she wanted him. Whether her reluctance was rooted in cultural conditioning or biological instinct made no difference, because women's liberation got all tangled up when it hit the bedroom door. Fleur tried to tune out the typewriter. Instead, she concentrated on sending Kissy from one audition to the next and attempted to figure out what Alexi's next move would be. All the people who'd been dodging her phone calls now wanted to talk to her, and by the first week of December, a month after Michelle's showing, Kissy was signed to appear in a limited run of the 5th of July. Afterwards, she'd fly to London for a supporting role in a big-budget action-adventure film. She and Kissy hadn't talked about anything but business for weeks, and she was more than happy one evening to open her front door and see her friend standing there with a pizza and a big bottle of Tab. Before long, they were settled in the living room around Fleur's new coffee table. "Just like old times, huh, Florinda?" Kissy said, as Tequila Sunrise played in the background. "Except now that we're rich and famous, maybe we should switch to Beluga. Although I can't imagine trading in an all-American pepperoni pizza for commie fish food." Fleur took a sip from one of the Baccarat goblets Olivia Creighton had given her. "Do you think we're hypocrites because we drink diet soda with pizza? It seems like we should commit ourselves one way or the other. You worry about ethics while I eat. I haven't had anything since breakfast and I'm starved." She bit into the piece she'd just pulled from the box. "I don't think I've ever been so happy in my life." "You really do love pizza." "It's not the pizza." Kissy sank her teeth into another bite, but this time she swallowed before she spoke. "It's the play, the movie, everything. Bob Fosse said hello to me yesterday. Not 'Hi, kid,' but 'Hello, Kissy.' Bob Fosse." Fleur felt a bubble of pleasure growing inside her. She'd made this happen. The image of Belinda's happy face flashed through her mind, and her pleasure vanished. Was this how her mother had felt manipulating Fleur's career? Kissy was nervous about the film she'd be making in London, and she pumped Fleur about Eclipse. Eventually, she switched to the subject of Jake. "You haven't said much about him lately." Fleur set aside her pizza. "He's barely looked up from his typewriter in weeks. When I go upstairs to check on him, he doesn't even see me." But they still ran together sometimes in the morning, although they never spoke about anything important, and Jake had shown up in her kitchen for breakfast a couple of times. Translated, that means that you're not sleeping together. The topic of Jake was too complicated, so she settled on the simplest response. "He was my mother's lover." "Not technically," Kissy replied. "And I've been thinking about that. Everything I've heard about her indicates Belinda's a very seductive woman. Jake was a young guy. She came on to him. You and Jake weren't lovers at the time, and whatever happened between them didn't have anything to do with you." "She had to know how I felt about him," Fleur said bitterly, "but she jumped into bed with him anyway." "That speaks volumes about her, but not about him." Kissy tucked her legs under her. "You don't really still believe that old garbage about Jake seducing you for the sake of his movie, do you? I've only met him a few times, but that's obviously not his style. I'm sure he has his faults, but blind ambition doesn't seem to be one of them." "He has his faults, all right. He's the most emotionally dishonest person I've ever met. You should see the way he puts up a barrier against anyone who gets too close. He'll give me little glimpses of who he is, then he slams the door. That's fine in a casual friendship, but not for someone who loves him." Kissy set down the pizza crust and stared at her. Fleur's cheeks grew hot. "I'm not in love with him. God, Kissy, I was talking generally. Yes, there are things about him I love, mainly his looks and his body, but—" She let her hand fall into her lap. "I can't afford him. I've had too many dishonest, manipulative people in my life, and I don't need another one." Kissy mercifully changed the subject. They chatted about Olivia Creighton's latest neuroses and what clothes Kissy should take to London. Eventually, however, Kissy seemed to run out of things to say, and that's when Fleur realized the name Charlie Kincannon hadn't crossed her lips all evening. But Kissy's eyes were sparkling, and she could barely sit still to eat. Maybe her excitement wasn't all about work. "Something's going on with you and Charlie." "Charlie?" "It is. Spit it out." "Really, Fleur, such a vulgar expression." She pulled the pizza crust from Kissy's fingers. "No more food until you tell me what's happening." Kissy hesitated and then pulled her knees up. "Don't laugh, okay? I know you'll think this is silly." She twisted a curl around her finger. "Actually," her throat worked as she swallowed, "I think I might be in love." "Why would I think that's silly?" "Because Charlie isn't exactly the most likely companion for me, considering my history." Fleur smiled. "I've always thought you and Charlie were the most likely of companions. You were the one who didn't agree." Now that Kissy's news was out, she wanted to tell everything before she lost her nerve. "I feel so stupid. He's the most wonderful man I ever met, but I didn't know how to relate to a guy who wanted me for something other than sex. Every time I tried to seduce him, he started talking about Kierkegaard or Dadaism or the Knicks, for God's sake. And listen to this. No matter what we were talking about, He never once tried to dominate the conversation. He didn't talk at me like other men do. He was genuinely interested in my opinions. He challenged me. And the more we talked, the more I remembered how smart I really am. Kissy's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Fleur, it felt so good. Fleur's own eyes stung. Charlie's a special person, and so are you. The funny thing was that at first all I could think about was getting him into bed, which, let's face it, is where I'm most comfortable. I'd brush up against him or tell him my muscles were sore and I needed a back rub. Or when he'd come to pick me up, I wouldn't quite have all my clothes on. But no matter how brazen I acted, he didn't seem to notice. After a while, I started to forget about seducing him and just started enjoying his company. That's when I realized he wasn't quite as unaffected by me as he pretended, but it still took forever for him to get serious. At Kissy's dreamy expression, Fleur smiled. Looks like it was worth the wait. Kissy grinned. I didn't let him touch me. You're kidding. It was so nice being courted. Then, 2 weeks ago, he came over to the apartment one night after rehearsal. He started kissing me, and I was really enjoying it, but I started to feel afraid, afraid that after everything that had gone on, I'd disappoint him. I could tell by his expression that he knew how I felt because he just smiled that sweet, understanding smile of his, and then he said we ought to play Scrabble. Scrabble? There was such a thing as carrying restraint too far, and Fleur was disappointed in Charlie. Well, not regular Scrabble, sort of strip Scrabble. Good for you, Charlie. Fleur arched an eyebrow. Might one ask how this particular perversion is played? It's really pretty simple. For every 20 points your opponent scores, you have to take off one item of clothing. And Fleur, as much as I wanted to go to bed with him, I really did like being courted, and I happened to be a truly exceptional Scrabble player. She swept a dramatic arc through the air. I started out strong with cleft and pewit. I'm impressed. Then I hit him right between the eyes with way and jargon on a double-word score. That must have taken his breath away. It did, but he came back with jaw off my jargon and wax off pewit. Still, it was obvious that we weren't in the same league. I never do 3-letter words unless I'm desperate. By the time I made Viscasha, he was down to his briefs and one sock. I still had my slip and everything under it. Her forehead puckered in a frown. That's when it happened. I'm breathless with anticipation. He hit me with Ka'ith. There's no such word. Oh, yes, there is. A Northern African tribal leader, although generally only world-class Scrabble players and crossword addicts know it. And, don't you see? The son of a bitch was hustling me. Dear God. To make a long story short, he laid Zebu in on a horizontal and then capped it with Zloty on the vertical. My quail looked pretty pitiful after that, but worse was to come. I don't know if I can bear the tension. Flocks on a triple-word score. That devil. Chapter 25. By Christmas, Fleur had picked up 3 great new clients, 2 actors and a singer. Alexei hadn't made any new moves against her, and the old stories about her broken contract seemed to be fading. The gossip about her relationship with Jake continued, but word had started to leak that he was writing again, and the gossip no longer held as much sting. Rough Harbor's first album was performing above expectations, and the unqualified success of Michelle's collection was still bringing an avalanche of good publicity. When Kissy got rave reviews after her play premiered on January 3rd, Fleur felt as if all her own dreams were coming true. So why wasn't she happier? She avoided probing her inner psyche too deeply by working even harder. Jake stopped showing up for their morning run, and when she went upstairs to check on him, he barely spoke. He'd been working on his book for nearly 3 months, and he'd grown increasingly gaunt. His hair hung long over his collar, and he forgot to shave for days at a time. One cold Friday night in the second week of January, something awakened her. Total silence. What had happened to the typewriter? She stirred.
"It's okay, Flower," a rough voice whispered. "It's just me."
The dim light sifting in from her winter garden illuminated the room just enough so she could see Jake hunched in a chair not far from her bed, his rangy legs stretched in front of him. "What are you doing?" she muttered.
"Watching you sleep."
His voice was as soft and dark as the night room.
"The light's a paintbrush in your hair. Do you remember how we wrapped your hair around us when we made love?" The blood rushed through her sleep-heavy body.
"I remember."
"I never wanted to hurt you," he said raggedly. "You got caught in the crossfire."
She didn't want to think about the past. "That was a long time ago. I'm not so naive now."
"I don't know about that."
His voice developed an edge.
"For somebody who wants me to believe she's made a career out of sleeping around, you don't seem to have a lot of men coming through here."
She wanted him to stay soft and sweet. She wanted him talking about paintbrushes and the light in her hair. "Not with you living over my head, that's for sure. We go to their places."
"Is that so?"
Slowly he uncurled from the chair and began unbuttoning his shirt.
"If you're passing it out for free, I guess it's time I took my turn."
She bolted up in bed. "I'm not passing it out for free." He stripped off his shirt.
"This could have happened between us months ago. All you had to do was ask."
"Me? What about you?" He didn't say anything. Instead, his hand went to the snap on his jeans. "Stop right there."
"Let's not."
His zipper fell open in a V, revealing a bare, flat stomach.
"The book's done."
"It is?"
"And I can't quit thinking about you."
Her emotions tangled into a knot. She wanted him so much, but something was terribly wrong. If his book was finished, he should be relieved. Instead, he seemed haunted. She needed to find out why. "Zip your pants, cowboy," she said quietly. "We need to talk first."
"The hell we do."
He kicked off his shoes, whipped away the blankets covering her, and gazed down at the ice-blue nightgown twisted high on her thighs.
"Nice."
He peeled off his jeans. "No."
"Just be quiet, will you?"
He reached for the hem of her gown. "We're going to talk." She started to pull away, but he snared the skirt of her nightgown, holding her in place.
"Later."
She clamped her fingers around his wrist. "I'm not into recreational sex, not with you." He let her go abruptly and slapped the wall above her head with the flat of his hand.
"How about mercy fucking, then? Are you into mercy fucking? Because if you are, you've got yourself one hell of an opportunity here."
She saw the pain he couldn't hide, and her heart ached. "Oh, Jake." The shutters banged shut.
"Forget it."
He grabbed his jeans and shoved his legs into them.
"Forget I was ever here."
He snatched up his shirt and headed into the hallway. "Wait!" She pushed herself out of bed, only to get tangled in the cast-off blankets. By the time she freed herself, her front door had slammed. She heard the thud of his feet on the steps leading to the attic. She remembered the deep shadows under his eyes, the feeling of desperation rolling off him. Without thinking it through, she went into the hallway and up the stairs to the attic. The door was locked against her. "Open up!" Nothing but silence came from the other side. "I mean it, Jake. Open this door right now."
"Go away."
She swore under her breath and went back downstairs to get her key. By the time she got his door unlocked, she was shaking. He sat on the unmade bed, leaning against the headboard with a bottle of beer propped on his bare chest, and his jeans still unzipped. His hostility crackled like dry ice. "You ever heard of tenants' rights? You don't have a lease." She stepped over his shirt, which lay crumpled on the floor, and walked toward him. When she reached the bed, she studied him, trying to read his mind, but all she saw were the harsh lines of exhaustion around his mouth and the desperation that had etched itself into the shadows under his eyes. "If anybody needs mercy," she said quietly, "it's me. It's been a long time." His expression tightened, and she realized right away that he wasn't going to make this easy for himself. He'd revealed too much need, and now he had to throw up some camouflage. He took a swig of beer and looked at her as if she were a cockroach who'd just crawled across his floor. "Maybe some poor slob would take you to bed if you weren't such a ball-buster." She'd love to take a swing at him, but he was only capable of self-destruction tonight, and she suspected that's what he wanted. "It's not like I haven't had plenty of offers." "I'll just bet you have," he sneered. "Pretty boys with Cuisinarts and BMWs." "Among others." "How many?" Why couldn't he just admit he needed her instead of putting them both through this? She had to stay in charge of this dangerous game he wanted to play. "Dozens," she replied. "Hundreds." "I'll bet." "I'm legendary." "In your own mind." He took another slug of beer, then swiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "And now you want me to take the edge off your sexual frustrations, play stud for you." The man was shameless. "If you don't have anything better to do." He shrugged and kicked the blankets away. "I guess not. Take off your nightgown." "No way, cowboy. You want it off? You take it off. And while you're at it, get rid of those jeans so I can see what you've got." "What I've got?" "Consider this an audition." He couldn't even manage a smile, and she knew he'd reached his breaking point. "On second thought," she said, "why don't you just lie there? I'm feeling aggressive." She peeled her nightgown over her head, but her hair got tangled in the strap. She was standing naked and vulnerable in front of him. Her fingers trembled as she tried to free her hair, but she only made the snare worse. "Lean over," he said softly. He pulled her down to the side of the bed. She sat with her back to him and her bare hip brushing his denim-covered thigh. The nightgown slipped free. "There." He made no move to touch her. She gazed across the room, her spine stiff, her hands crossed in her lap, and she knew she couldn't go any further. She heard him sliding off his jeans. Why did he have to make this so difficult? Maybe he wouldn't even kiss her. Maybe he'd just pull her back on the bed and have sex with her without even kissing her. Wham, bam, nice knowing you, kiddo, but I'll be moving on now. And wouldn't that be just like him? He was such a son of a bitch. Playing on her sympathies, refusing to talk except to insult her. Getting ready to run out on her again. "Flower." His hand touched her shoulder. She spun on him. "I won't do it if you don't kiss me. I mean it, if you don't kiss me, you can go to hell." He blinked. "And don't you think for 1 minute," he caught her by the back of her neck and dragged her down over his bare chest. "I need you, Flower," he whispered. "I need you real bad." His mouth closed over hers in a deep, sweet tongue kiss. She floated through the kiss, bathed in it, drank it, and ate it, and she didn't want it ever to stop. He rolled her onto her back and pressed her into the mattress with his weight. The kiss lost its sweetness, becoming dark and desperate. His breathing grew more ragged, and she arched her back to press her hips closer. Sweat broke out on his body, mingling with her own, and suddenly his hands were all over her. Rough, clumsy hands at her breasts and waist, on her hips and buttocks, pushing inside her. There was something so desperate about his touch. She was frightened for him, frightened for herself. All the frustration, the years of denial, formed a fiery ball in her chest. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and met his fierceness with her own. "Love me, Jake," she whispered. "Please love me." His fingers dug into the soft skin of her thighs, spreading them far apart, and his weight settled between them. Without warning, he thrust deep and hard within her. She cried out. He grabbed her head between his hands and covered her mouth with his own. He kissed her desperately as he drove inside her. She came at once, breaking apart in a joyless orgasm. He didn't stop. He stayed with her, tongue in her mouth, hands in her hair, pushing harder, faster, letting out a harsh, anguished cry as he spilled himself deep within her. He pulled away as soon as it was over. She lay staring at the ceiling. His desperation, his dark silence, the bleakness of their love-making. His book was done, and he'd just said goodbye. "Love me, Jake. Please love me." The words she'd spoken in the throes of lovemaking came back to her, and she felt sick inside. They lay on the bed, not even their hands touching, nothing. "Flower?" In her mind, she saw a long stretch of sun-scorched sand spreading bleak and empty before her. She had so much, her job, her friends, but all she could see was the barren sand. "Flower, I want to talk to you." She turned her back to him and burrowed her face into the pillow. Now he wanted to talk, now that it was all over. Her head ached and her mouth felt dry and acrid. The mattress creaked as he left the bed. "I know you're not asleep." "What do you want?" she finally said. He switched on the gooseneck lamp that sat on his desk. She rolled over to face him. He stood next to the desk, unself-conscious in his nakedness. "Do you have anything going this weekend that you can't cancel?" he said. "Anything important?" He wanted to play out the final scene, the great goodbye. "Let me reach under the pillow and check my appointment calendar," she said wearily. "Damn it. Go throw some things in a suitcase. I'll get you in half an hour." 2 hours later, they were in a chartered jet flying to God knew where, and Jake was asleep in the seat next to her. Was there some basic flaw in her makeup that made her keep falling in love with this man who couldn't love her back? She didn't try to slide around it anymore. She loved Jake Coranda. She'd fallen in love with him when she was 19 years old, and now she'd done it all over again. He was the only man she'd ever known who seemed to belong to her. Jake, who went out of his way to close himself off, was part of her. Maybe she had a death wish. Again and again, he left her emotionally stranded at the gates of the couvent. He didn't give anything back. He wouldn't talk about anything important. The war, his first marriage, what had happened when they were making Eclipse. Instead, he deflected her with wisecracks. And if she wanted to be honest, she knew she did the same to him. But it was different with her. She did it because she had to protect herself. What did he have to protect? It was 7 a.m. when they landed in Santa Barbara. Jake turned up the collar on his leather jacket against the early chill, or maybe the prying eyes of a lurking fan. He carried an attaché case in one hand and guided her by the elbow toward the parking lot with the other. They stopped next to a dark maroon Jaguar sedan. He unlocked the door and slung his case along with her overnight bag into the back. "It'll be a while before we get there," he said with an unexpected gentleness. "Try to get some sleep." The cantilevered glass and concrete house looked almost the same as she remembered it. What a perfect spot for the farewell they still had to play out. "A return to the scene of the crime," she said as he pulled up in front. He turned off the ignition. "I don't know that I'd exactly call it a crime, but we have some ghosts to put to rest, and this seems like the right place to do it." She was tired and upset, and she couldn't help sniping at him. "Too bad you couldn't find a root beer stand, as long as we were dealing with the business of lost innocence." He ignored her. While he took a shower, She changed into a swimsuit. After she'd wrapped herself in a warm robe, she went out to test the water in the pool. It wasn't heated nearly enough to combat the late-morning January chill, but she shed her robe anyway and dived in. She gasped from the chill and began to swim laps, but the tension coiled inside her refused to unravel. She got out, pulled an oversized bath towel around her, and lay down on one of the chaises in the sun, where she instantly fell asleep. Hours later, a small Mexican woman with shiny black hair awakened her and announced that dinner would be ready soon if she'd like to change first. Fleur deliberately avoided the big bathroom with the sunken tub where they'd made love all those years ago, choosing a smaller guest bathroom instead. By the time she'd finished her shower and swept her hair back from her face with a set of combs, her grogginess had disappeared. She pulled on light gray slacks and an open-necked sage-green blouse. Just before she stepped out into the living room, she slipped on the necklace Jake had given her, but then she fastened the button between her breasts so he wouldn't see she was wearing it. He was clean-shaven and dressed almost respectably in jeans and a light blue sweater, but the lines of exhaustion around his mouth hadn't eased. Neither of them had much appetite, and their meal was tense and silent. She couldn't get past the feeling that everything that had passed between them was about to be resolved, and there wouldn't be a happy ending. Loving Jake had always been a one-way street. Eventually, the housekeeper appeared with coffee. She set the pot down harder than necessary to protest the injustice that had been done to her meal. Jake dismissed her for the night and sat without moving until he heard the back door close. He pushed himself away from the table and disappeared. When he came back, he was carrying a fat manila envelope. She stared at it, and then she stared at him. "You really did finish your book." He shoved his hand through his hair. "I'm going out for a while. You can, if you want, you can read this." She took the envelope gingerly. "Are you sure? I know I pushed you into this. Maybe don't sell the serial rights while I'm out." He tried to smile, but he couldn't make it. "This one's just for you, Flower. Nobody else." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. I wrote it for you. Only you." She didn't understand. How could he have spent the last 3 months destroying himself over a manuscript that only she would read? A manuscript he never intended to see published. Once again, she thought of the little girl wearing a shirt with yellow ducks. There could be only one explanation. The contents were too incriminating. She felt nauseous. He turned away. She heard his footsteps pass through the kitchen. He went out the same back door the housekeeper had used such a short time ago. Fleur took her coffee over to the window and stared out into the lavender evening. He'd written about massacres twice, first a fictionalized version in Sunday Morning Eclipse, and now the true story in the pages sealed inside the manila envelope. She thought about the two faces of Jake Caranda, the brutal face of Bird Dog Caliber and the sensitive face of the playwright who explored the human condition with so much insight. She'd always believed Bird Dog was the fake, but now she wondered if she'd gotten it all wrong, just as she'd gotten so many other things wrong about him. It was a long time before she could make herself pick up the manila envelope and pull out the manuscript. She settled into a chair near the windows, turned on the light, and began to read. Jake dribbled toward the basketball hoop on the side of the garage and went in for a quick dunk, but the leather soles of his boots slipped on the concrete and the ball hit the rim. For a moment he thought about going back inside for his sneakers, but he couldn't bear to see her reading. He tucked the basketball under his arm and wandered to the stone wall that kept the hillside in place. He wished he had a 6-pack of Mexican beer, but he wasn't going back into the house to get it. He wasn't going anywhere close to her. He couldn't stand watching her disillusionment for a second time. He leaned against the rough stones. He should have come up with another way of ending things between them, a way that would have distanced him from her disgust. The pain was too sharp to bear, so he imagined the sounds of the crowd in his head. He envisioned himself in center court at the Philadelphia Spectrum, wearing a 76ers uniform with the number 6 on his chest. Doc. 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 He tried to make his mind form the image, but it wouldn't take shape. He stood up and carried the ball back around the garage to the hoop. He began to dribble. He was Julius Erving, a little slower than he used to be, but still a giant, still flying. Doc. Instead of the roar of the crowd, he heard a different sort of music playing in his head. Inside the house, the hours slipped by, and the pile of discarded manuscript pages grew at Fleur's feet. Her hair slipped from its combs, and her back got a crick from sitting in the same place for so long. As she reached the final page, she could no longer hold back her tears. When I think of Nam, I think of the music that was always playing. Otis, the Stones, Wilson Pickett. Most of all, I think of Creedence Clearwater and their bad moon rising over that badass land. Creedence was playing when they loaded me on the plane in Saigon to go home, and as I filled my lungs with that last breath of monsoon-heavy, dope-steady air, I knew the bad moon had blown me away. Now, 15 years later, it still got me. Chapter 26. Fleur found Jake by the garage, sitting on the ground just beyond the reach of the floodlights. He was leaning against a stone wall, a basketball propped in his lap, and he looked as though he'd walked through the fires of hell, which wasn't far from the truth. She knelt beside him. He stared up at her, the shutters drawn and tightly locked, daring her to pity him. "You'll never know how much you scared me," she said. "I forgot about you and your damned metaphors. All that talk about massacres and the little girl in the shirt with the yellow ducks. I saw you wiping out a village full of innocent civilians. You scared me so bad. It was like I couldn't trust my own instincts about you. I thought you'd been part of some obscene massacre." "I was. The whole frigging war was a massacre." "Metaphorically speaking, maybe, but I'm a little more literal-minded." "Then you must have been relieved to learn the truth," he said bitterly. "John Wayne ended his military career in a psychiatric ward pumped full of Thorazine because he couldn't take the heat." There it was, the secret that haunted him, the reason he'd erected such indomitable walls around himself. He was afraid the world would find out he'd broken apart. "You weren't John Wayne. You were a 21-year-old kid from Cleveland who hadn't gotten many breaks in life and was seeing too much." "I freaked out, Flower. Don't you understand that? I was screaming at ceilings." "It doesn't matter. You can't have it both ways. You can't write beautiful, sensitive plays that look into people's hearts and not expect to be torn apart when you see human suffering." "A lot of guys saw the same things, but they didn't freak." "A lot of guys weren't you." She reached out for him, but before she could touch him, he stood up and turned his back toward her. "I managed to arouse all your protective instincts, didn't I?" The words whipped her with their scorn. "I made you feel sorry for me. Believe me, that wasn't what I wanted to do." She stood too, but this time she didn't try to touch him. "When you gave me the manuscript, you should have told me I wasn't supposed to react to it. Did you expect me to respond as though I'd just seen one of your stupid caliber pictures? I can't do that. I don't like watching you drill people full of bullet holes. I liked you a lot better curled up on that cot in the hospital, screaming your heart out because you weren't able to stop what happened in the village. Your pain made me suffer with you, and if you can't handle that, then you shouldn't have given me the book." Instead of settling him, her words seemed to make him angrier. "You didn't understand a damn thing." He stalked away, and she didn't go after him. This was about him, not her. She made her way to the pool and stripped down to her bra and panties. Shivering with cold, she looked into the dark, forbidding water. Then she dived in. The frigid water stole her breath. She swam to the deep end and turned over to float on her back. Cold, suspended, waiting. She felt a deep, wrenching pity for the boy he'd been, raised without any softness by a mother who was too tired and too angry over the unfairness of her life to give her child the love he'd needed. He'd looked for a father in the men who frequented the neighborhood bars. Sometimes he found one, sometimes he didn't. She considered the irony of the college scholarship he'd received, not for his fine, sensitive mind, but for a ruthless slam dunk. As she floated in the icy water, she thought about his marriage to Liz. He'd continued to love her long after their relationship was over. How typical of him. Jake didn't give his love easily, but once he gave it, he didn't withdraw it easily either. He'd been numb with pain when he'd enlisted, and he'd futilely tried to distract himself with war, death, and drugs. He hadn't cared if he survived, and it frightened her to think about how reckless he'd been. When he hadn't been able to stop what happened in the village, he'd broken. And despite all those long months in the VA hospital, he'd never really recovered. As she looked into the night sky, she thought she understood why that was. "The water's cold, you'd better get out." He stood at the side of the pool, his posture neither friendly nor unfriendly. He held a beer in one hand. An orange beach towel dangled from the other. "I'm not ready." He hesitated, then carried the towel and the beer over to a lounge chair. She studied the racing clouds overhead. "Why did you blame me for the block?" "The problem started when I met you. Before you came along, everything was fine." "Got any ideas about that?" "A few." "Care to toss them out?" "Not particularly." She pulled her legs under her and began to tread water. "I'll tell you why you couldn't write. I was storming the fort, breaching those walls. You'd built them thick and strong, but this funny 19-year-old kid who ate you up with her eyes was tearing them down as fast as you could build them. You were scared to death that once those walls took their first shot, you'd never be able to build them up again." "You're making it more complicated than it was. I couldn't write after you left because I felt guilty. That's all. And we both know that wasn't your fault." "No." She cut through the water until her feet touched bottom. "You didn't feel guilty. That's a cop-out." Her throat was tight. "You didn't feel guilty because you didn't have anything to feel guilty about. You made love to me because you wanted me, because you even loved me a little." A painful lump made it hard to breathe. "You had to have loved me, Jake. I couldn't have generated all that feeling by myself." "You don't know anything about what I felt." She stood shivering in the water, the wet bra clinging to her breasts, the flower necklace stuck to her skin. Suddenly she saw it all so clearly that she wondered why she hadn't understood it before. This is about macho. That's all this is. With Sunday Morning Eclipse, your writing had become too self-revealing, and then I came along at the same time, and all your warning flashers went off. You didn't stop writing because of me. You stopped because you were afraid to peel off any more layers. You didn't want everybody to know that the tough guy on the screen, the tough guy you'd had to be while you were growing up, wasn't any place close to the real man." "You sound like a shrink." Her teeth had begun to chatter, making her words come out in short, broken bursts. "Even when you joke about your screen image, you're subtly winking your eye, like you're saying, 'Hey, everybody, sure, it's just acting, but we all know I'm still one hell of a man.'" "That's bull." "You started playing the tough guy when you were a kid. If you hadn't, you'd have gotten swallowed up by those Cleveland streets. But after a while, you started believing that's who you really were. This man who could handle anything. A man like Bird Dog." She climbed up the steps, shivering as the air hit her. "Bird Dog's exactly who you want to be. Someone who's emotionally dead, who never feels pain. A man who's safe." "You're full of crap." The beer bottle slammed down on the table. Instead of accepting that he wasn't invulnerable, he was lashing out against the closest target. Her. She gripped the railing, her shoulders hunched against the cold, her chest tight with anguish. "Bird Dog's not half the man you are, can't you see that?" Your breakdown is a sign of your humanity, not your weakness."
"Bullshit."
Her teeth were chattering so hard she could barely speak. "If you want to heal yourself, go inside and read your own damned book."
"Fucking unbelievable. You're so wrong."
"Read your book and try to feel a little compassion for that poor, brave kid who'd had his nerves burned raw." He jumped up from his chair, his face white with fury.
"You missed the whole point. You don't get it. You didn't see what's right in front of you. This isn't about pity."
"Read your book," she cried into the cold night. "Read about the kid who didn't have a single person in the world who gave a damn about him."
"Why can't you understand?" he shouted. "This isn't about pity. This is about disgust."
He kicked away a chair that stood in his path and sent it crashing into the pool.
"I want you to feel disgust, so you get out of my fucking life."
He stormed toward the house, and the gates of the couvent slammed shut on her for the 1,000th time. He walked away like they all did, leaving her stranded, cold, and alone. She sank down on the concrete, shivering and numb. The old cedars around the house groaned. She grabbed for the orange beach towel and wrapped herself in it. Then she rested her head on her pillow of ruined clothes and drew up into a ball. Finally, she let herself cry until she had no tears left. Jake stood next to the window in the dark living room and looked down on her crumpled at the side of the pool. She was a beautiful, shining creature of light and goodness, and he'd dragged her into hell. Something swift and sharp tore at the backs of his eyelids. He wanted to take on her pain as his own. But he didn't go to her, wouldn't let himself go. He'd given her the book. He'd written it just for her so she'd understand why he couldn't offer her everything he wanted to, everything that exquisite creature deserved, everything he was too weak, too unworthy to give. He remembered the night he'd walked in on her when she and Kissy were watching Butch Cassidy. Redford wouldn't have ended up lying on a cot curled up like a fetus. The dock wouldn't have cracked up, and neither would Bird Dog. How could she love a man who'd ended up as he had? He turned away from the window. He shouldn't have brought her here, shouldn't have let her back into his life, shouldn't love her so goddamned much. If he'd learned anything by now, he'd learned that he wasn't cut out for love. Love tore down the defenses he needed to get through the day. Because she was so strong herself, she didn't want to accept that he was weak. The other guys hadn't cracked up, but he had. She'd scattered the manuscript pages around the chair where she'd been reading, and in his mind he could see her sitting there, those long legs tucked up under her, that big, beautiful face creased in concentration. He walked over to the chair and knelt down to stack the pages. He was going to build a fire and burn them before he went to bed. They were like live grenades lying around, and he couldn't sleep until he'd destroyed them, because if anyone but Flower ever found out what was in them, he might as well put a pistol to his head and blow out his brains. He walked back over to the window. She was quiet now. Maybe she'd fallen asleep. He hoped so. He returned to the chair where she'd been sitting, and his eyes fell on the top page. He picked it up and studied the layout, the quality of the type, the fact that he'd run the right margin too close to the edge. He took in all those separate, unimportant facts, and then he began to read. Chapter 1. Everything in Nam was booby-trapped. A pack of cigarettes, a lighter, a candy bar wrapper, all those things could blow up in your face. But we didn't expect anything other than another small dead body when we saw the baby lying at the side of the road outside Quang Tri. Who could have imagined that anyone would booby-trap the body of a baby? It was the ultimate rape of innocence. Sometime during the night, Jake carried her inside. He bumped her head trying to get her through the guest room door and cursed, but when he laid her down and whispered good night, she heard a horrible tenderness that made her pretend she'd fallen back to sleep. emotionally dishonest. That's what she'd told Kissy about him, and she'd been right. She'd had enough pain in her life, and she was bailing out. Loving a man who batted around her heart like one of his basketballs had grown too awful to bear. Early the next morning, she found him asleep on one of the couches, his mouth slightly open, his arm dipping into the puddle of manuscript pages scattered on the floor beneath him. She located the key to his Jag and threw everything into her overnight case as quietly as she could. His truck was parked in the garage, so she wasn't leaving him stranded. The car started right away. As she slipped it into reverse and backed around in the drive, the morning sun struck her in the eyes. They were still swollen from the night before. She reached into her purse for sunglasses. The driveway was steep and rutted. Jake and his insecurities. He'd made the approach to the house nearly impassable, all so he could guard his precious, stupid privacy. She started to crawl down the drive. A movement in the rearview mirror caught her attention. It was Jake running toward the car. His shirt tail had come undone, his hair stood up on one side of his head, and he looked as if he wanted to murder someone. She couldn't hear what he was yelling, probably just as well. She hit the accelerator, took the next curve too fast, and felt the car bottom out on one of the ruts. She overcompensated by jerking the steering wheel to the right. The Jag swerved. Before she could straighten, the front wheel was hanging over a ditch. She turned off the ignition and rested her arms on top of the steering wheel, waiting for Jake and his anger, or Jake and his wisecracks, or Jake and whatever other facade he'd decide to throw up between them. Why couldn't he let her go? Why couldn't they finally take the easy way out? The driver's door swung open, but she didn't move. His breathing sounded as ragged as hers had on that 4th of July night 6 months ago. She pushed the sunglasses higher on her nose. "You didn't take your necklace." His voice was higher pitched than normal. He cleared his throat. "I want you to have your necklace, Flower." The morning glory pendant slipped into her lap. She felt the warmth of metal from where he'd clutched it in his hand. She stared straight ahead through the windshield. "Thank you. I had it made especially for you." He cleared his throat again. "This guy I know. I did a pencil drawing for him." "It's beautiful." She spoke politely as if she'd just received it. Still, she wouldn't look at him. His feet shifted in the gravel. "I don't want you to go, Flower. All that stuff last night." His voice sounded hoarse, as if he were getting a cold. "I'm sorry." She wouldn't cry, but the effort cost her, and her words sounded as broken as her heart. I can't take any more. Let me go." He drew a ragged breath. "I did what you said. I read the book. You were right. I've been locked up inside myself too long, afraid. But when I went to get you by the pool last night, all of a sudden, I knew I was a hell of a lot more afraid of losing you than I was of anything that happened 15 years ago." She finally turned to look at him, but he wouldn't meet her eyes. She pulled off her sunglasses and heard him clear his throat again, and suddenly realized he was crying. "Jake?" "Don't look at me." She turned away, but then his hands were on her arms, and he was pulling her from the car. He squeezed her to his chest so tightly she could barely breathe. "Don't leave me," he choked out the words. "I've been alone for so long, all my life. Don't leave me. Jesus, I love you so much. Please, Flower." She felt him crumbling. All the protective layers he'd built around himself were breaking away. She finally had what she wanted. Jake Caranda with his emotions stripped raw. Jake letting her see what he'd never shown to anyone else, and it broke her heart. She covered his tears with her mouth, swallowed them, made them disappear. She tried to heal him with her touch. She wanted to make him whole again, as whole as she was. "It's all right, cowboy," she whispered. "It's all right. I love you. Just don't shut me out anymore. I can take anything but that." He gazed down at her, his eyes red-rimmed, all the cockiness stripped away. "What about you? How long are you going to keep shutting me out? When are you going to let me in?" "I don't know what you—" She stopped herself and rested her cheek against his jaw. His smokescreens were no different from her own. All her life, she'd tried to find her personal value in the opinions of others, the nuns at the couvent, Belinda, Alexei, and now it was her business. Yes, she wanted her agency to succeed, but if it failed, she wouldn't be any less a person. There was nothing wrong with her. She'd been just as much a victim of her misconceptions as Jake. "Try to feel some compassion for the kid you were," she'd told him. Maybe it was time she took her own advice and felt a little compassion for the frightened child she'd been. "Jake," he muttered something into her neck. "You'll have to help me," she said. He slipped his fingers in her hair, and they kissed long enough to lose track of time. When they finally moved apart, he said, "I love you, Flower. Let's get this car out of here and drive down to the water. I want to look at the ocean and hold you close and tell you everything I've wanted to say for a long time. And I think you have some things to tell me, too." She thought of everything she needed to tell him. About the couvent and Alexei, about Belinda and Errol Flynn, about her lost years and her ambitions. She nodded. They got the car back on the road. Jake drove, and as they began their slow crawl down the drive, he picked up her hand and kissed her fingertips. She smiled, and then she gently pulled away. Her purse held a compact with a pocket mirror. She flipped it open and began to study her face. What she saw was unsettling and disturbing, but she didn't turn away as she'd been doing for so many years. Instead, she stared at her reflection and tried to take in her features with her heart instead of her brain. Her face was part of her. It might be too big to fit her personal definition of beauty, but she saw intelligence in her reflection, sensitivity in her eyes, humor in her wide mouth. It was a good face, well-balanced. It belonged to her, and that made it good. "Jake?" "I really am pretty, aren't I?" He looked at her and grinned, a wisecrack ready to slip from his mouth. But then he saw her expression, and his grin disappeared. "I think you're the prettiest woman I've ever seen," he said simply. She sighed and settled back into her seat, a satisfied smile on her face. The motorcycle rider waited until the Jag disappeared around the bend before he came out from behind the scrub. He lifted his helmet, took in the road. Then he headed up the rutted drive to the cantilevered house. Chapter 27. They returned an hour later, shivering with cold from their rambling, kiss-filled walk along the ocean. Jake lit a fire and laid a comforter in front of it. They undressed each other and made love, slow and tender. He mounted her, she him. Her hair drifted around them both. Afterward, they ceremoniously burned his manuscript, and as one page after another went up in flames, Jake seemed to grow younger. "I think I can forget it now." She rested her head against his bare shoulder. "Don't forget. Your past will always be part of you, and you have nothing to be ashamed of." He picked up the poker and pushed a loose page back into the flames, but he didn't say anything, and she didn't push him. He needed time. It was enough for now that he could talk to her about what had happened. She called the office and told David she needed a few days off. "It's about time you took a vacation," he said. She and Jake shut out the world. Their happiness felt iridescent, and their tender, passionate lovemaking filled them both with a sense of wonder. On their third morning, she was lying in bed wearing only a t-shirt when he came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She inched up against the suede headboard. "Let's go horseback riding." "There's no good place to ride around here." "What do you mean? There's a stable not 3 miles away. We passed it yesterday when we went out for a drive. I haven't been on a horse in months." He picked up a pair of jeans and seemed to be inspecting it for wrinkles, something she'd never known him to care one thing about. "Why don't you go by yourself? I need to catch up on some work. Besides, I have to ride all the time. It'd be a busman's holiday." "It won't be fun without you." "You're the one who pointed out that we have to get used to separations." He stumbled over her sneakers. She looked at him more closely. He was fidgety, and an outrageous suspicion struck her. "How many westerns have you made?" "I don't know." "Take a guess." 5, 6, I don't know." He seemed to have developed a sudden reluctance to drop his towel in front of her. Snatching up his jeans, he carried them back into the bathroom. "How about 7?" she called out brightly. "Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess that's about right." She heard him turn on the faucet, and then the sounds of a noisy toothbrushing. He finally reappeared, bare chest, jeans still unzipped, a dab of toothpaste at the corner of his mouth. She offered her most polite smile. 7 westerns, did you say?" He fumbled with his zipper. "Uh-huh." "A lot of time in the saddle." "Damned zipper's stuck." She nodded her head thoughtfully. "A lot of saddle time." "I think it's broken." "So tell me, have you always been afraid of horses, or is it something recent?" His head shot up. "Yeah, sure. Yeah, right." She didn't say a word. She merely smiled. "Me? Afraid of horses?" Not a word. Another jerk on the zipper. "A lot you know." He was determined to gut it out. He even managed an appropriately belligerent sneer. Her smile passed from sweet to saccharine. Finally, he dropped his head. "I wouldn't exactly say I was afraid," he muttered. "What exactly would you say?" she cooed. "We just don't get along, that's all." She let out a whoop of laughter and fell back on the bed. "You're afraid of horses! Bird dogs afraid of horses! You'll have to be my slave forever. I can blackmail you with this for the rest of your life. Back rubs, home-cooked meals, kinky sex." He looked hurt. "I like dogs." "Do you now?" "Big ones, too." "Really?" "Rottweilers, shepherds, bull mastiffs. The bigger the dog, the more I like it." "I'm impressed." "Damned right you are." "Very impressed. I was starting to think you were more of a Chihuahua guy." "Are you crazy? Those suckers bite." She laughed and threw herself into his arms. On their last day together, she lay with her head in his lap and thought about how much she didn't want to fly home alone tomorrow, but Jake needed to stay in California for a few weeks to take care of all the business he'd neglected while he'd been writing his book. He made a paintbrush out of a lock of her hair. "I've been thinking." He trailed the curl over her lips. What do you think would happen?" He painted her cheekbone. "What if we got married?" A rush of joy shot through her. She lifted her head. "Really?" "Why not?" Her joy bubble slipped aside just enough to reveal a tiny yellow caution light. I think it's too fast." "We've known each other for 7 years. That's not exactly fast." "But we haven't been together for 7 years. Neither of us can stand to fail at this. We bruise too easily. And we have to be absolutely sure." "I couldn't be surer." Neither could she. At the same time, let's give ourselves a chance to see how we handle the separation of having 2 careers, how we deal with the rough spots that are going to come along. I thought women were supposed to be romantics. What happened to impulse and passion? They're opening in Vegas for Wayne Newton. You've got a smart mouth. He lowered himself over her and began nibbling at her bottom lip. Let's do something about that. His mouth moved to her breast, and she told herself she was right not to leap to marry him. They'd both received important insights about themselves this weekend, and they needed time to adjust. But there was another reason. Some small part of her still didn't entirely trust Jake, and she couldn't handle another abandonment. His kisses dipped lower, her senses ignited, and the world faded away around them. Success bred success, and now that it didn't matter so much, everything she touched seemed to turn to gold. She renegotiated Olivia Creighton's Dragon's Bay contract, then signed one of the most promising of Hollywood's new wave of actors. Kissy's movie was going fabulously well in London. Rough Harbor's album was getting the kind of airplay that signaled a big hit, and orders were rolling in for Michelle's designs. As icing on the cake, she came back from a business lunch one afternoon to find a mailgram on her desk, the crux of which read, "Eloping at high noon tomorrow. Stop. Will phone after honeymoon. Stop. Charlie just told me how rich he really is. Stop. Ain't love grand?" Fleur laughed and leaned back in her chair. Ain't love grand indeed. Jake flew out from L.A. for a long weekend of sex, conversation, and laughter, but he had to go back to do some overdubbing. She talked to him 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes more. He called as soon as he woke up in the morning, and she called before she went to bed at night. "This is good," she said. "Since we can't touch each other, we are learning to relate on a more cerebral level." His reply was typical Coranda. "Cut the crap and tell me what color panties you're wearing." One Friday evening toward the end of February, she returned from the housewarming Michelle and Damon had thrown to celebrate moving into their new co-op. Just as she let herself in, the phone rang. She smiled and picked it up. "I said I'd call you, lover boy." "Fleur? Oh, God, baby. You've got to help me. Please, baby." Her fingers tightened around the receiver. "Belinda?" "Don't let him do this. I know you hate me, but please, don't let him get away with this." "Where are you?" "In Paris. I thought I was rid of him. I should have known." Her words grew muffled, and she began to sob. Fleur squeezed her eyes shut. "Tell me what's happened." "He sent 2 of his henchmen to New York after me. They were waiting in my apartment when I came home yesterday, and they forced me to go with them. They're going to take me to Switzerland. He's going to lock me up, baby, because I stayed away from you in New York. He's threatened me for years, and now he's going to—" There was a sudden click, and the line went dead. Fleur slumped on the edge of her bed, the receiver still clasped in her hand. She didn't owe her mother anything. Belinda was the one who'd chosen to stay married to Alexei. She'd been too attached to the limelight his world cast over her to get a divorce, and whatever was happening to her now was her own fault. Except Belinda was her mother. She set the receiver back on the cradle and forced herself to examine the relationship she'd avoided looking at for so long. The memories of their times together slipped before her like the pages of Jake's manuscript, and she saw with new eyes what she hadn't been able to see before. She saw her mother for who she was, a weak, frivolous woman who wanted the best from life, but didn't have either the ability or the strength of character to get it on her own. And then she saw her mother's love, selfish, self-serving, laced with conditions and manipulations, but love nonetheless. Love so heartfelt that Belinda had never been able to understand how Fleur could ever doubt it. She booked herself on a morning flight to Paris. It was too early to call Jake, so she left a note on Riada's desk telling her to let him know she had some emergency business out of town and not to worry if she didn't call him for a few days. She didn't want either Jake or Michelle to discover where she was going. The last thing she needed was for Jake to show up in Paris with a pair of Colt revolvers and a bullwhip, and Michelle had suffered enough from Belinda's indifference. As she left the house, she played out various scenarios in her head, each one uglier than the last. Belinda might think this was only about her, but Fleur knew better. Alexei was using Belinda as human bait to bring his daughter back to him. house on the Rue de la Bienfaisance stood gray and silent in the Parisian winter twilight. It looked as unfriendly as Fleur remembered, and as she gazed out the window of the limousine she'd taken from her hotel, she thought about the first time she'd seen the house. She'd been so frightened that day, afraid to meet her father, aching to see her mother, worried that she'd dressed wrong. At least this time she didn't have to be concerned about her clothes. Beneath her satin and velvet evening wrap, she wore the last gown Michel had designed for her, a wine velvet sheath with tight-fitting sleeves and a deeply slashed bodice embroidered at the edge with a web of tiny burgundy beads. The dress had the uneven hem that was becoming Michel's trademark, knee-high on one side, dipping to mid-calf on the other, with beadwork emphasizing the diagonal. She'd put her hair up for the evening, arranging it more elaborately than usual, and added garnet earrings that winked through the tendrils fanning her ears. At 16, she might have thought it wise to appear at Alexi's door in casual dress, but at 26, she knew differently. A young man in a three-piece suit answered the door. One of the henchmen Belinda had referred to. He looked like a mortician who just happened to have a degree from Harvard Business School. "Your father has been expecting you." "I'll just bet he has." She handed over her evening cape. "I'd like to see my mother." "This way, please." She followed him into the front salon. The room stood cold and empty, its only ornamentation a display of white roses that fanned the mantelpiece like a funeral spray. She shivered. "Dinner will be ready momentarily," the mortician said. "Would you like a drink first? Some champagne, perhaps?" "I'd like to see my mother." He turned as if she hadn't spoken and disappeared down the hallway. She hugged herself against the crypt-like chill of the room. The wall sconces cast grotesque shadows on the gruesome ceiling frescoes. Enough of this. Just because the mortician had closed the door to seal her in didn't mean she had to stay here. The heels of her pumps clicked against the marble as she slipped out into the hallway. Head held high against invisible eyes, she walked past the priceless Gobelin tapestries on her way toward the grand staircase. When she reached the top, another mortician with neat hair and a dark suit stepped out to block her from going farther. "You have lost your way, mademoiselle." It was a statement, not a question, and she knew she'd made her first mistake. He wasn't going to let her pass, and she couldn't afford an early defeat when she needed to conserve all her strength for her battle with Alexei. She cut her losses. "It's been so long since I was here that I'd forgotten how large the house is." She retreated to the salon, where the first mortician waited to lead her to the dining room. Another spray of white roses and a single china place setting adorned the long mahogany banquet table. Alexei had launched a war of nerves, carefully orchestrating everything to make her feel powerless. She glanced at the diamond watch Jake had sent her and pretended to stifle a yawn. "I hope the food is decent tonight. I'm hungry." Surprise flickered across his face before he nodded and excused himself. Who were these men with their dark suits and officious manner? And where was Belinda? For that matter, where was Alexei? A liveried servant appeared to attend her. She sat alone in her wine velvet gown at the end of the vast, gleaming table, her garnets and beads winking in the candlelight, and concentrated on eating her dinner with every appearance of relish. She even asked for a small second helping of chestnut soufflé. At the end, she ordered a cup of tea and a brandy. Alexei could dictate how he played his portion of their game. She would determine how she played hers. The mortician appeared again while she toyed with the brandy. "If mademoiselle would please come with me." She took another sip, then dipped into her purse for compact and lipstick. The mortician made his impatience known. "Your father is waiting." "I came here to see my mother." She snapped the compact open. "I have no business with Monsieur Savagar until I've spoken with her. If he won't permit that, I'll leave immediately." The mortician hadn't anticipated this. He hesitated and then nodded. Very well. I'll take you to her. I'll find my own way. She returned the compact to her purse, swept past him into the hallway, and headed back up the grand staircase. The man she'd encountered earlier appeared at the top, but this time he made no effort to stop her, and she walked past him as if he were invisible. Almost 7 years had gone by since she'd last been in the house on Rue de la Bienfaisance, but nothing had changed. The Persian carpet still muffled her footsteps, and the 15th century Madonnas continued to roll their eyes heavenward from their gilded frames. In this house, time was measured in centuries, while decades slipped by unnoticed. As she walked the opulent, silent hallways, she thought of the house she wanted to share with Jake, a big, rambling home, with doors that banged and floorboards that squeaked, and banisters children could slide down. A house that measured time in noisy decades. Jake as the father of her children, their children. Unlike Alexei, Jake would yell at them when he got mad. He'd also hug them and kiss them and fight the whole world if necessary to keep them safe. Why was she hesitating? Marrying him was what she wanted more than anything. If it meant she had to accept both sides of him, well, she was wise to his tricks by now, and he wouldn't find it so easy to shut her out when something bothered him. He also wasn't exactly getting a bargain. She wouldn't give up her career, and nothing would ever make her work up any real interest in housekeeping. Besides, he wasn't the only one who'd gotten good at shutting people out. In the crypt-like chill of the house, her doubts fell away. There was no other man on earth she'd trust to be the father of her children, and she was going to call him that night and tell him so. She'd reached Belinda's room, so she pulled her thoughts away from the future to deal with the present. A few moments passed after she knocked before she heard movement. The door eased open, and Belinda's face peered through the crack. "Baby?" Her voice quivered as if she hadn't used it for some time. "Is it really you? I'm a mess, baby. I didn't think..." Her fingers fluttered like a captive bird as her hand went to her cheek. "You didn't think I'd come." Belinda pushed aside a rumpled lock of hair that had tumbled over her eye. I didn't want to count on it. I know I shouldn't have asked you." "Are you going to let me in?" "Oh, yes. She moved out of the way. As the door shut behind her, Fleur noticed that her mother smelled like stale cigarettes instead of Shalimar. She remembered the bright bird of paradise who used to arrive at the couvent, carrying a fragrance so sweet it instantly dispelled the musty scent of worn habits and lost prayers. Belinda's makeup had faded, leaving only an oily trace of blue shadow in her eyelid creases. Her face was too pale to hold its own against the saffron silk of her rumpled Chinese robe. Fleur noticed a stain on the bodice, and the saggy front pocket looked as if it had been forced to hold one too many cigarette lighters. Belinda's hand once again went to her cheek. "Let me go wash my face. I always liked to be pretty for you. You always thought I was so pretty." Fleur caught her mother's hand. It felt as small as a child's. "Sit down and tell me what's happened." Belinda did as she was ordered, an obedient child bowing to a stronger force. She lit a cigarette, and in her breathless young woman's voice, she told Fleur about Alexei's threats to put her in a sanitarium. "I haven't been drinking, baby. He knows that, but he uses the past like a sword over my head to threaten me whenever I upset him." She blew a puff of smoke. "He didn't like what happened when I went to New York. He thought I'd try harder to be with you. He expected me to embarrass you, but all I did was embarrass him." "You had an affair with Sean Howell." She flicked her ash into a porcelain ashtray. "He left me for an older woman, did you know that? Funny, isn't it? Alexei closed off my accounts, and the other woman was rich." "Sean Howell is a cretin." "He's a star, baby. It's just a matter of time before he makes a comeback." She looked at Fleur with her old reproach. "You could have helped him, you know. Now that you're a big agent, you could have helped an old friend." Fleur saw the displeasure in her mother's eyes and waited for the old guilt to wash over her, but it didn't come. Instead, she experienced the exasperation of a mother confronting an unreasonable child. I'm sure I could have helped him, but I didn't want to. He doesn't have any talent, and I don't like him. Belinda set her cigarette in the ashtray, and her lips formed a pout. I don't understand you at all. She scanned Fleur's dress. Michel designed that, didn't he? I never dreamed he was so talented. Everyone in New York was talking about him. Her eyes narrowed vindictively, and Fleur understood she was about to be punished for refusing to help Sean. I went to see Michel. Such a beautiful boy. He looks just like me. Everybody says so. Did Belinda really think she could make her jealous? Fleur felt a flash of pity for her brother. Michel hadn't told her about the visit, but she could imagine how painful it had been. We had a wonderful time, Belinda said defiantly. He told me he'd introduce me to all his famous friends and design my wardrobe. Fleur could hear the echo of a child's voice in her mother's words. And we won't let you play with us. Michel's a special person. Belinda couldn't hold it together any longer, and her face crumpled. She bent forward in her chair and shoved her fingers through her hair. He looked at me like Alexei does, like I'm some sort of insect. You're the only one who's ever understood me. Why does everybody make things so hard for me? Fleur didn't waste her breath pointing out that Belinda's own choices were what had made her life so hard. It would probably be best if you stayed away from Michel. He hates me even more than Alexei does. Why does Alexei want to lock me up? Fleur stubbed out her mother's smoldering cigarette. What's happening with Alexei right now doesn't have very much to do with you. He's using you to bring me here. He wants to settle old scores. Belinda's head shot up, and her petulance fell away. Of course, I should have thought of that. She stood abruptly. You have to leave right away. He's dangerous. I should have realized. I can't let him hurt you. Let me think. Belinda began pacing the carpet, one hand pushing her hair back from her face, the other reaching for her cigarettes as she tried to figure out how to protect her child. Fleur was annoyed and touched. For the first time, she understood how blurred the roles between mothers and daughters could become as they grew older. It's my turn to be the mommy. No, you be the baby. No, I want to be the mommy. As Belinda paced the floor, trying to figure out how to shelter her daughter, Fleur knew her time of being Belinda's baby was gone forever. Belinda could no longer control the way Fleur viewed either the world or herself. I'm staying at the Ritz, she said. I'll come back in the morning and we'll settle this. She needed to take Belinda with her, but the mortician and his cohorts would make that impossible. She had to find another way. Belinda gave her a swift, desperate hug. Don't come back, baby. I should have realized it was you he wanted all along. It'll be all right. Please don't come back. Fleur looked into her mother's eyes and saw that she was as sincere as she knew how to be. I'll be fine. She made her way back through the maze of hallways to the staircase. The mortician waited for her at the bottom. She regarded him evenly. I'll see Monsieur Savigar now. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but you'll have to wait. Your father is not yet ready to see you. He indicated the rococo chair that sat outside the library doors. So the warfare dragged on. She waited until the mortician disappeared, then made her way to the front salon where she plucked one full-blown white rose from the mantelpiece and pushed it into the deep V of the velvet bodice. It gleamed against her skin. She carried its heavy fragrance with her as she returned to the hallway and the library doors. Even through the heavy paneling, she could feel Alexei's presence on the other side, grasping for her, clinging to her as tenaciously as the scent of the rose. Alexei, malicious and confident, marking off the minutes in his war of nerves. Slowly, she turned the knob. Only one dim lamp burned in the ornate room, throwing the periphery in shadow. Even so, she could see that the vigorous man she remembered had shrunk. He sat behind his desk, his right hand resting on top, his left hand hidden in his lap. He was dressed as immaculately as ever, a dark suit and a starched shirt with a platinum collar pin at the neck, but everything seemed too big. She saw a small gap at the neck of the shirt, took in a looseness at the shoulders, but she didn't let herself believe for a moment that these were signs of frailty. Even in the room's shadows, she saw that his narrow Russian eyes missed nothing. They slid over her, taking in her face and hair, sweeping along her dress, and finally coming to rest on the white rose between her breasts.
"You should have been mine," he said.
Chapter 28. "I wanted to be yours," Fleur replied, "but you wouldn't permit it."
"You are a bâtard, not poor sang."
"That's right. How could I forget?" She wished she could see his features more clearly, and she stepped closer to the desk. "All my Irish Flynn blood is too uncivilized for you, isn't it?" She had the satisfaction of seeing him stiffen. "I understand one of his ancestors was hung for stealing sheep. Definitely bad blood. Then there was all that drinking and whoring." She paused deliberately. "His young girls." The hand resting on the desktop curled in upon itself.
"You are foolish to play games with me that you have no hope of winning."
"Then let's end the game. Stop terrorizing Belinda."
"I intend to institutionalize your mother. Lock her up in a sanitarium for incurable alcoholics."
"That might be difficult considering that she no longer drinks." Alexei chuckled.
"You are still naive. Nothing is difficult when one has money and power."
The day had been long, and she could feel her own weariness catching up with her. She wanted to go back to the hotel, call Jake, and feel that life was sane again. "Do you really think I'd sit by and let you do that? I'd scream so long and so loud that the whole world would hear."
"Of course you would. I don't know why Belinda hasn't realized that. I'd have to silence you first, and that would be quite impossible without resorting to barbaric measures."
Fleur thought of Jake with his blazing colts and ready fists. Jake, who was so much more civilized than the old man sitting in front of her. She took a chair across from him and wished he'd turn on the desk lamp so she could see his expression more clearly. "You've never had any intention of locking her up."
"From the beginning, you've been a worthy opponent. I expected you to discover the fire in the basement, but substituting the dresses was quite clever."
"When you've been around a snake long enough, you learn how to crawl in the dirt. Tell me what you want."
"How very American you've grown, blunt and vulgar. No patience for nuance. It must be the influence of those crude friends with whom you keep company."
A chill crept through her. Was he talking about Kissy? Michelle? Or was it Jake? Alarms shrieked inside her. She had to keep her relationship with Jake tucked safely away, well hidden from Alexei's ruthless calculations. He surely knew Jake had lived in her attic. Maybe he even knew about her trip to his house, but he had no way of knowing she'd fallen back in love with him. She crossed her legs and launched her counterattack. "I'm happy with my friends, especially my brother. You made a disastrous mistake, you know. Michel is an extraordinary talent, and he has a brilliant career ahead of him. Admittedly, he's bad at business, but I'm very good at business, and I've made sure his money is tucked safely away."
"A dress designer," Alexei said contemptuously. "How can he hold up his head?"
She laughed. "Believe me, with the entire city courting him, he doesn't have any trouble. It's funny, he's so much like you. The way he carries himself, his walk, his mannerisms, they all come from you. He even has your habit of looking at someone he doesn't like with his eyes narrowed and his brow lifted. You can practically see the person shrink. It's very intimidating. Of course, he also has the humanity that you lack, which makes him a far more powerful person.
Michel is a tapette.
And your mind is too small to see beyond that. She heard his sharp intake of breath and concentrated on keeping her gaze even with his. Poor Alexei. Maybe sometime I'll be able to pity you. He slammed his hand down on the desk.
Do you feel any remorse for what you did? Any shame for destroying an object of such remarkable beauty?
The Bugatti was a work of art, and it's sad that it no longer exists. But that's not really what you're asking, is it? You want to know if I'm sorry. She pressed her fingers into the beadwork on her skirt. Alexei leaned slightly forward, and she heard the soft creak of leather as he shifted his weight. Not ever, she said. Not for one moment have I ever been sorry. The beads bit into her fingers. You declared yourself the emperor of your own private kingdom, a man who's above the law, just like Belinda's movie stars. But nobody is above the laws of decency, and people who try to crush others should be punished. What you did to me was horrible, and I punished you. It's as simple as that. You can threaten Belinda and keep on trying to ruin my business, but you'll never make me regret what I did.
I'll destroy you.
I think I've grown too strong for that. But if I've miscalculated, if you somehow manage to destroy my business, then so be it. I still won't regret what I did. You don't have any more power over me. The chair screeched as Alexei settled back into its depths.
I said I would destroy your dream, chérie, and that is what I intend to do. The score will finally be even between us.
You're bluffing. There's nothing you can do to hurt me.
I never bluff.
He slid a small envelope across the desktop. She looked at it for a moment. A chill passed through her. She reached out to take it.
A keepsake, he said.
She slid open the envelope, and a battered piece of metal fell into her lap. The letters embossed upon it were still visible. Bugatti. It was the red metal oval from the front of the Royale. He pushed something else across the desk. In the dim light, it took a moment before she saw what it was. Her blood froze.
A dream for a dream, chérie.
It was a tabloid newspaper, an American paper with that day's date, and the headline leaped out at her. New Coranda bio reveals crack-up. No. She shook her head, willing the ugly words to disappear, even as her eyes skimmed the sentences. Actor-playwright Jake Coranda, best known for playing the renegade cowboy Bird Dog Caliber, suffered a nervous breakdown while serving in the United States Army in Vietnam. Fleur Savagar, the actor's literary agent and recent companion, revealed in a press release today that Coranda was hospitalized for post-traumatic stress syndrome. According to Savagar, details of the breakdown will be revealed in the actor's new autobiography. Jake has been honest about his emotional and psychological problems, Savagar said, and I'm certain the public will respect him for that honesty and look upon his terrible experience with compassion and pity. Fleur could read no further. There were photographs, one of Jake as Bird Dog, another of the two of them running in the park, a third of her alone, with a sidebar bearing the headline, Glitter Baby Scores Big as Agent for the Stars. She put the tabloid on the desk and slowly stood up. The battered Bugatti oval fell to the carpet.
I have been patient for 7 years,
Alexei whispered from across the desk.
Now the score is settled. Now you too have lost what you care about most. It wasn't your business that was the real dream, was it, chérie?
Her heart contracted into a small mass of frozen tissue that would never again pulse with life. All this time, she'd thought it was the agency he was after, but Alexei had known better. He'd known from the beginning that Jake was as elemental to her as food and water. Jake was the dream. But something inside her refused to give Alexei his victory. "Jake will never believe this," she said, her voice little more than a whisper, but calm as the center of a storm.
"He's a man accustomed to the betrayal of women," Alexei replied. "He'll believe it."
"How did you do this? Jake and I destroyed the book together."
"I'm told there was a man with a special camera watching the house. Such things have been possible for years."
"You're lying. The manuscript was never out of Jake's—" She stopped. It had been. The morning Jake had come running after her, they'd gone for a walk on the beach. "Jake knows I'd never do anything like this."
"Does he? He's been betrayed before, and he knows how important your business is to you. You used his name before to gain publicity. He has no reason to believe you wouldn't do it again."
Every word he spoke was true, but she couldn't let him see that. "You've lost," she said. "You've underestimated Jake, and you've underestimated me." She reached out quickly, so quickly that he couldn't have anticipated it, and snapped on the desk lamp. With a harsh exclamation, he jerked up his arm and sent the lamp smashing to the floor, where it rocked crazily from side to side, casting cruel, moving blades of light over him. He covered the side of his face, but he was too late. By then, she'd already seen what he wanted to hide. The slackness on the left side of his face was so subtle that someone who didn't know him well might not have noticed. There was an extra fold of skin beneath his eye, a looseness in his cheek, the slightest dip at the corner of his mouth. Another person with the same malady might have given it little thought, but for a proud man obsessed with perfection, even so slight an imperfection was intolerable. She understood. She even felt a flash of pity, but she pushed it aside. "Now your face is as ugly as your soul."
"Bitch! Salgars!"
He tried to kick at the lamp, but his left side wasn't as responsive as his right, and he only succeeded in knocking away the shade so the rocking light flashed more brutally across his face. "You've made a fatal mistake," she said. "Jake and I love each other in a way you can never comprehend because you don't have a heart. All you feel is the need to control. If you understood about love and trust, you'd know that all your schemes and all your plots aren't worth anything. Jake trusts me with his life, and he'll never believe this."
"No," he cried. "I've beaten you."
The weak side of his face began to quiver as she saw the first flicker of doubt. "You've lost," she replied, and then she turned her back on him and left the library. She walked down the icy hallway to the front door and stepped out into the cold, clear February night. Her limousine was gone. Alexei had planned to keep her here, but she wouldn't re-enter the house. She walked down the drive toward the gates that led to the street. Every word she'd spoken to Alexei was a lie. He'd calculated correctly. She could try to explain it to Jake. She would try. He might even believe Alexei was responsible, but he'd still blame her. Exposure was Jake's deepest fear, and this was something he'd never forgive. A dream for a dream. Alexei had finally beaten her. He stood at the library window, the fingers of his right hand clutching the edge of the drapery, and watched her tall, straight figure grow smaller as she disappeared down the drive. It was a cold night, and she wasn't wearing a coat, but she didn't huddle into the chill or hug her arms or in any way acknowledge the temperature. She was magnificent. The leafless branches of the old chestnuts formed a skeletal cathedral over her head. He remembered how the trees looked when they were in blossom, and how, years before, another woman had disappeared down that same drive into those blossoms. Neither woman had been worthy of him. Both had betrayed him. Yet even so, he had loved them. A great sense of desolation filled him. For 7 years he'd been obsessed with Fleur, and now it was over. He no longer knew how he would fill his days. His assistants were well trained to handle his business affairs, and his hideous facial deformity kept him from ever again appearing in public. A dull ache throbbed in his left shoulder, and he kneaded it with his hand. Her walk was so straight and proud, and tiny fires glittered on her dress as the beads caught the lamplights. The glitter baby. She lifted her arm, and something fell to the ground. He was too far away to see what it was, but even so, he knew. As clearly as if she'd been standing next to him, he knew exactly what she'd thrown away. A white rose. It was then that the pain hit him. Belinda found him on the library floor next to the window, his body curled into a comma. "Alexei?" She knelt beside him, speaking his name softly because his henchmen weren't far away and she wasn't supposed to be in here.
Belinda."
His voice was thick and slurred. She picked up his head to cradle it in the lap of her saffron robe and gave a startled cry as she saw that the side of his face was grotesquely twisted.
"Oh, Alexei."
She pulled him to her.
"My poor, poor Alexei. What's happened to you?"
"Help me. Help."
His agonized whisper horrified her. She wanted to tell him to stop talking like that this very minute. She felt a damp spot on her thigh and saw that saliva had leaked from the side of his mouth through her robe. It was too much. She wanted to run away. Instead, she thought of Fleur. His mouth worked to form the words.
Get help. I need help."
"Hush. Save your strength. Don't try to talk."
"Please."
"Rest, my darling." His suit coat gaped, and one of the lapels was turned under. They'd been married for 27 years, and she'd never seen his suit coat untidy. She straightened the lapel.
"Help me."
She gazed down at him. "Don't try to talk, my darling. Just rest. I won't leave you. I'll hold you until you don't need me any longer." She could see the fear in his eyes then, at first the merest spark. Gradually it grew more intense until she knew he finally understood. She stroked his thin hair with the tips of her trembling fingers. "My poor darling," she said. "My poor, poor darling. I loved you, you know. You're the only one who ever really understood me. If only you hadn't taken my baby away."
"Do not do this. I beg you."
The muscles in his right side tensed, but he was too weak to lift his arm. His lips had a blue tinge, and his breathing grew more labored. She didn't want him to suffer, and she tried to think how to comfort him. Finally, she opened her robe and cradled him to her bare breast. Eventually, he grew still. As she gazed down at the face of the man who had shaped her life, a pair of tears perfectly balanced themselves on the bottom lashes of her incomparable hyacinth blue eyes. "Goodbye, my darling." Jake felt as if all the air had been knocked out of him. A basketball whizzed past his arm and bounced into the empty bleachers, but he couldn't move. Even the noises of the game going on behind him faded away. Cold seeped through the sweat-drenched jersey into his bones, and he struggled for breath. "Jake, I'm sorry." His secretary stood with him at the side of the court, her face pale, her forehead knitted with concern. I knew you'd want to see it right away. The phones are ringing off the wall. We'll have to issue a statement." He crushed the newspaper in his fist and pushed past her. He headed for the scarred wooden door. The sound of his breathing echoed off the chipped plaster walls of the LA gym as he fled down the steps to the empty locker room. He shoved his legs into his jeans over his shorts, grabbed a shirt, and raced from the old brick building where he'd played basketball on and off for 10 years. As the door slammed behind him, he knew he'd never be back. The Jag's tires squealed as he peeled out of the parking lot into the street. He'd buy up all the newspapers, every copy. He'd send planes all over the country to every store, every newsstand in the universe. He'd buy them and burn them and... A fire engine shrieked in the distance. He remembered the day he'd come home and found Liz. Then he'd been able to fight. He'd smashed his fist into that bastard's face until his knuckles bled. He remembered the way Liz's arms had felt as she fell to her knees and clutched his legs, wrapping her arms around them like a movie poster from a hatful of rain. She'd cried and begged him to forgive her while that poor bastard lay on the linoleum floor with his pants around his ankles and his nose pushed to the side of his face. When Liz had betrayed him, he'd had a target for his rage. Sweat dripped into his eyes. He blinked it away. He'd written the book for Fleur, spilled out his guts. He clutched the steering wheel and tasted gunmetal in the back of his mouth. The taste of fear. Cold metal fear. Chapter 29. Belinda gazed at the suitcase that lay open on Fleur's bed as if she'd never before seen one.
"You can't leave me now, baby. I need you."
Fleur struggled to hold herself together. Only a few more hours and she'd be away from this house forever. Only a few more hours and she could lick her wounds in private. "The funeral was a week ago," she said, "and you're doing just fine." Belinda lit another cigarette. The burden of dealing with Alexi's death had fallen entirely on Fleur's shoulders. A massive stroke, the doctor had said. One of Alexi's assistants had found him lying on the library floor next to the front window. He'd apparently collapsed not long after she'd left him, and Fleur couldn't help but wonder if he'd been standing there watching her when it happened. His death left her feeling neither triumph nor grief, only the knowledge that a powerful force had disappeared from her life. Michel wouldn't fly over for the funeral. "I can't do it," he told her during one of their daily phone calls. "I know it's not fair to you, but I can't pretend to mourn him, and I can't handle Belinda looking at me with those calf eyes now that people know my name." Fleur decided it was for the best. She needed all her energy to deal with the arrangements, and the added tension of Michel and Belinda's strained relationship would only make things more difficult. Belinda blew a thin ribbon of smoke. "You know all this legal nonsense makes my head spin. I can't cope." "You won't have to. I told you that. David Bennis is going to work with Alexi's staff. He'll be able to handle everything from New York." Making Alexi's assistants understand they were now taking orders from her had been one more challenge she'd faced and won. But she still had to deal with Belinda's neediness and the way her own stomach lurched every time she received a phone call. "I want you to handle my business affairs, not some stranger." Fleur didn't respond, and Belinda's mouth formed the same pout she'd launched in her daughter's direction a dozen times over the past week when she didn't get her way. "I hate this house. I can't spend the night here." "Then move to a hotel." "You're cold, Fleur. You've gotten very cold with me, and I don't like the way you've shut me out. All these stories about Jake in Vietnam, I had to read about it in the newspaper. I'm sure you've talked to him, but you won't tell me a thing." Fleur hadn't talked to him. Jake refused to take her calls. A fresh stab of pain pierced her heart as she remembered the efficient voice of his secretary on the other end of the line. "I'm sorry, Miss Savigar, but I don't know where he is. No, he hasn't left any messages for you." Fleur had tried both his house in California and his place in New York to no avail. She'd contacted his secretary again, and this time she'd met open hostility. "Haven't you done enough harm? He's being hounded by reporters. Why don't you get the message? He doesn't want to talk to you." That had been 5 days ago, and Fleur hadn't tried to call him since. She latched her suitcase. "If you don't want to live here, Belinda, you should move. You're a rich woman. You can live wherever you want. I offered to go apartment shopping with you, but you put me off." "I've changed my mind. Let's go tomorrow." "Too late. My plane takes off at 3 o'clock. But not for New York, as Belinda thought. "Baby," Belinda said with a wail, "I'm not used to being alone." Knowing her mother, Fleur doubted she'd be on her own for very long. "You're stronger than you think." Both of us are, she thought. Tears filled Belinda's eyes. "I can't believe you're deserting me, after everything I've done for you." Fleur planted a swift kiss on her mother's cheek. "You'll be fine." On the way to the airport, the limousine stalled in traffic. Fleur studied the shop windows until a City-Rama bus blocked her view. The limousine crawled forward another 30 feet, swung in front of the bus, and she found herself gazing into Jake's face on a billboard advertising disturbance at Blood River. The flat brim of his hat shaded his eyes, his cheeks were grizzled, and he had a cheroot clamped in the corner of his mouth. Bird dog caliber, a man without weakness, a man who didn't need anybody. What had made her think that she could finally civilize him? She closed her eyes. She had a business to run, and she couldn't afford to be away any longer, but she needed a few days, just a few days alone, before she went back. She needed to be in a place where no one could find her, a place where she could stop spending her days waiting for a phone call that would never come. She'd healed from heartbreak before. She could do it again. She'd do it on Mykonos. The white stucco cottage sat in an olive grove not far from a deserted beach. She toasted herself in the sun, took long barefoot walks along the ocean, and told herself time would heal her wounds. But she felt numb and colorblind. On Mykonos, where the whites were so white they hurt the eyes, and the turquoise of the Aegean so bright it redefined the hue, everything had faded to gray. She didn't feel hunger when she forgot to eat, or pain when she stepped on a sharp rock. She walked along the ocean, saw that her hair was blowing, but she couldn't feel the breeze touch her skin, and she wondered if the terrible numbness would ever go away. At night, tortured memories of making love with Jake awakened her. His lips on her breasts, the feel of him stretching her, pulsing. If he'd loved her as she loved him, he'd have known she could never betray him. This was what she'd been afraid of all along. This was the reason she'd put him off when he'd suggested marriage. She hadn't trusted him to love her enough, and she'd been right. He hadn't loved her enough to stand strong. By the third day, she knew Mykonos held no magical healing powers. She'd neglected her business too long, and she had to return to New York. Still, she lingered another 2 days before she made herself call David and tell him when she was returning. She was numb and grief-stricken, but she wasn't broken. By the time she got off the plane at Kennedy, it had begun to snow. Her wool slacks itched her thighs where they were peeling from the sun, and her stomach was queasy from 2 hours of turbulence over the Atlantic. The snow made getting a cab more arduous than usual, and the one she finally found had a broken heater. It was well after midnight before she slipped the bolt on her door and let herself into her living room. The house was damp and nearly as cold as the cab. Dropping her suitcase, she pushed up the thermostat and then kicked off her shoes. With her coat still on, she walked down to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and tossed in 2 Alka-Seltzers. As the tablets fizzed, the cold from the brick floors seeped through her stockings. She was getting into bed, turning up her electric blanket and not moving until morning. First, though, she'd take the hottest shower she could stand. She waited until she was in the bathroom before she pulled off her coat and her clothes. After she pinned her hair on top of her head, she slid open the shower doors and let the hot water wash over her. In 6 hours, she would force herself to get up and run in the park, no matter how bad she felt. This time, she wouldn't crumble. She'd go through the motions one day at a time until finally the pain would be bearable. When she'd dried off, she pulled a beige satin nightgown from a hook next to the shower. She'd forgotten to turn on her electric blanket, so she slipped into the matching robe. The temperature change from Mykonos was too drastic. Even though she'd just gotten out of the shower, she was already cold. The sheets were going to feel like ice. She pushed open the bathroom door and fumbled to tie the sash of her robe. Odd. She thought she'd flipped the light on before she'd come into the bedroom. God, it was freezing. The windows were rattling from the blizzard kicking up outside. Why hadn't the furnace turned? She screamed. "Stay right where you are, lady, and don't move." A whimper caught in her throat. He sat on the far side of the room with only his face visible in the patch of light from the open bathroom door. His mouth barely moved. "You do what I say, and nobody gets hurt." She stumbled backward toward the bathroom. He lifted his arm, and she found herself looking down the long silver barrel of a gun. "That's far enough," he said. Her heart jumped into her throat. "Please." "Let go." At first, she didn't understand what he meant. Then she realized he was talking about her robe sash. Quickly, she dropped it. "Now the robe." She didn't move. He lifted the gun so that it was aimed at her chest. "You're crazy," she gasped. "You're—" The hammer clicked. "Take it off." Her hands flew to the front of the robe. She opened it and slipped her arms out. The fabric made a soft hissing sound as it dropped to the floor. He lifted the barrel ever so slightly. "Let your hair down." Sweet Jesus. Her hands fumbled with the pins, and as her hair came down, drops of water splattered on her bare shoulders. "That's nice. Real pretty. Now the gown." "Don't," she pleaded. "Pull down the straps slow, one at a time." She slipped down the first strap and then stopped. "Go on." He made a sharp gesture with the gun. "Do what I tell you." "No." He sat up straighter. "What did you say?" "You heard me." "Don't push me, teacher lady." Fleur clamped her arms over her chest. Shit, Jake thought. Now what was he supposed to do? "Just hold me for a minute, okay?" she said. He set the pearl-handled Colt on the table next to the bed and walked over to where she was standing. Her skin was like ice. He opened his parka and put it around her, then cuddled her against his flannel shirt. "You're no fun." She gave a choked sob. "Hey, are you crying?" She nodded against his jaw. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to make you cry. I guess my timing wasn't too good." She shook her head, too dazed to figure out how he knew about Butch Cassidy and her fantasy. "It seemed like a good idea," he said, "especially when I couldn't decide what to say when I saw you." She spoke against his flannel shirt. "Bird Dog can't resolve this for us. We have to settle it ourselves." He tilted up her chin. "You've got to learn to separate fantasy from reality. Bird Dog's a movie character. I like playing him. He gives me a chance to get rid of my aggressions, but he's not me. I'm the one who's afraid of horses, remember?" She stared up at him. "Come on, you're freezing." He led her over to the bed and pulled back the covers. In a daze, she settled between the cold sheets. He quickly divested himself of his parka and boots. Still wearing his shirt and jeans, he slid in next to her. "The pilot must be out on your furnace," he said. "It's colder than hell in here." She reached over to flick on the light. "Why wouldn't you take my calls? I went crazy. I thought—" "I know what you thought." He settled his weight on his forearm and looked down at her. His face twisted. "I'm sorry, Flower. The press was everywhere, and all the old stuff came back to grab me." He shook his head. I couldn't think straight. I let you down. When did you figure out it was Alexei? I'd give anything to say I knew it right away. He gazed blindly across the room. But I'm an old pro at trying to blame you for things I can't handle. It was a week before my head cleared enough to figure that out. A week? Just about the time she left for Mykonos. He brushed his thumb over the corner of her mouth and whispered, I'll make it up to you. I promise. He looked so tortured she couldn't stand it, so she glared at him. Darned right you will, starting with diamonds. His voice caught. As many as you want. She bit his thumb. He wrapped a lock of her hair around his finger. I still can't figure out how he managed to do it. That manuscript was never out of my sight. Now she was the one who looked away. Yes, it was. The night I read it. You went outside, remember? I was alone with that manuscript for hours. Don't be a brat. He caught her chin and turned it toward him. Then he kissed her again. Her heart swelled. Even though he didn't understand how it could be otherwise, he knew she hadn't betrayed him. He was taking her loyalty on faith. She cupped that tough, stubborn jaw. Someone got into the house and photographed the manuscript while we were walking along the ocean that first day. I found the negatives after he died. You found them? His head came up. What did you do with them? Burned them, of course. Damn. He looked annoyed. She couldn't believe it. She came up on her elbows. Damn? I wish you'd talk to me first, he muttered. That's all. She couldn't help it. She pulled the comforter over her head and screamed. For a moment there was silence. Finally he tugged at the comforter. When he got as far as her nose, he peered down at her. It's going to mean a lot of rewriting, that's all. His bottom lip looked as sulky as ever. She nodded toward the Colt. Is that thing loaded? Of course not. Too bad. The window panes rattled. He moved the gun out of reach. Your various friends started calling me after the tabloid article appeared. When they realized how screwed up I was, all hell broke loose. Kissy flew back from her honeymoon. God, that woman can cuss. Simon threatened to go to the newspapers and tell everyone I was gay. Michelle hit me. Fleur looked at him sharply, and he threw up his hands. I didn't hit him back, honest to God. He sank back under the covers with her. Even some cretin named Barry Noy got hold of me. You're kidding. God is my witness. He stroked her hair. Do you have any idea how many people love you? Her eyes filled with tears. He kept talking and stroking her hair. I was pretty ragged by the time Belinda found me 3 days ago. She has a way about her, that mother of yours. She looked at me with those blue eyes and told me I was the most exciting star in Hollywood and that I was throwing away the only woman in the world who was good enough for me. He shook his head. But listen to this, Flower. Not one of those interfering sons of bitches had any idea where I could find you. He shuddered. Until David Bennis called me yesterday, I thought this time I'd lost you for good. Mykonos. Who the hell goes to Mykonos? If you ever run away from me like that again... Me? He crushed her to his chest so hard she thought her ribs would crack. I'm so sorry, babe. I love you so much. You mean everything to me. When that story broke, everybody was trying to get to me. Peel off my skin. Pick at my bones. He kissed away a tear that had escaped from the corner of her eyes. Then the letters started to arrive. They came from all over the country. Guys who'd been in Nam and couldn't get it out of their souls. Teachers, bankers, garbage men, a lot of guys who couldn't hold on to a job. Some of them are still having nightmares. Others said Nam was the best time of their lives and they'd do it all over again. Guys told me about broken marriages and good marriages, about their kids. A few of the letters said I was perpetuating the myth of the crazed Vietnam vet. But we weren't crazed. We were just a bunch of kids who'd seen too much. As I read those letters, I finally understood I'd written something the whole country needs to see. I'm going to publish my book, Flower, and I'm going to include those letters.
Are you sure?
I'm not living in the shadows anymore. I want to walk in the sun, but I can't do that without you. She put her arms around his shoulders and buried her face in his neck.
Do you have any idea how much I love you?
Enough to start talking about station wagons and a 2-career marriage?
And kids, she said without hesitation. I want babies, lots and lots of babies.
He grinned the crooked-tooth grin that drove her crazy and slid his hand up under her nightgown. Want to start now? He didn't wait for an answer, but settled his mouth over hers. After a few moments, he drew back. Flower?
Uh-huh.
I'm not enjoying this kiss.
Sorry.
She tried to force her teeth to stop chattering, but it was no use.
I'm just so cold. I can see my breath in the air.
He groaned and pulled back the covers. Come on. You'll have to hold the flashlight for me. With his parka draped over her satin gown and her feet encased in wool sweat socks, she followed him to the basement. While he knelt on the concrete to light the pilot, she stuck her free hand under his shirt.
Jake?
Yeah?
After the house heats up.
Hold that flashlight steady, will you? I almost have it.
After the house heats up, what would you think about...
would you think it was silly if... There, that's got it. He shook out the match and straightened up. What were you saying?
What?
You were saying something. Would I mind if...
She swallowed. Nothing. I forget.
Liar.
He slipped his hands inside the parka and around her waist so he could draw her against him.
Don't you know there's nothing I'd rather do?
His lips caught her earlobe, then traveled across her cheek until he could whisper against her mouth.
You'll have to put your hair back up again with those pins. That was my favorite part.
As it turned out, Jake found other parts he liked even better. When it was over, the room was warm and they were sated. They kicked away all the covers and dozed. Fleur finally stirred from the cozy comfort of his chest. Next time, I get to hold the gun, she said as she eased back into her pillow. He nipped her bare shoulder.
Nobody holds a gun on Bird Dog.
Is that so? She cocked her finger and pointed it at his chest.
Wow, that's a fast draw you have there.
Fastest draw in the Big Apple. She blew on her finger. Seems like Bird Dog's going to have to adjust his thinking. Jake rubbed his thumb against the corner of her mouth.
Seems like Bird Dog already has.
He smiled, and she smiled back. Snow tapped at the window pane. The furnace hissed. They gazed at each other with perfect trust. Epilogue. The young man's body formed a perfect arc as he dived into the turquoise water of the pool behind Belinda's Bel Air home. His name was Darian Booth. The final E had been her idea, and when he came to the surface, she blew him a kiss. Wonderful, darling. I love watching you. He gave her a smile that she suspected might not be totally sincere. As he pulled himself out of the water, his biceps knotted and his tiny red nylon Speedo rode up into the crack of his rear. She hoped the network would buy his pilot. If they didn't, he'd be miserable, and she'd have to expend too much energy trying to cheer him up. On the other hand, if they did buy it, he'd move out and forget about her. But it wouldn't be difficult to find another handsome young actor who needed her help. She moved her legs farther apart so the sun could reach the insides of her oiled thighs and pulled her sunglasses back over her eyes. She was tired. It hadn't been easy to fall back asleep after Jake's phone call last night telling her the twins had been born. She'd known Fleur was having twins ever since the sonogram, so it wasn't a surprise, but Belinda couldn't imagine getting used to being a grandmother of 3. Fleur and Jake had been married for 3 years.
3 years and 3 children. It was embarrassing. And they didn't plan to stop there. Her beautiful daughter had turned into a broodmare. Only to herself did Belinda admit that Fleur had turned into something of a disappointment. Her daughter sent thoughtful gifts and called several times a week, but she didn't really listen to Belinda anymore. Belinda tried to be fair. With the opening of Fleur's West Coast office last year, not even the most dedicated skeptic could say that she hadn't turned her agency into a huge success. And she had been photographed for Vogue wearing Michelle's gorgeous new line of maternity clothes. But it was clear to Belinda, if no one else, that Fleur wasn't living up to her potential. All that beauty gone to waste. God knew she didn't need it to sit behind a desk. Then, on weekends, she and Jake buried themselves at that godforsaken farmhouse in Connecticut instead of staying in Manhattan where they could be the brightest, most sought-after couple in town. Belinda remembered her last visit to the farmhouse 2 months ago. It had been early July, just after the 4th. She'd stepped out of her car directly into a pile of dog refuse from one of those dirty animals Fleur insisted upon keeping. Her new Maud Frison pumps were ruined. She rang the front doorbell. No one answered, so she had to let herself into the house. The interior was cool and fragrant with kitchen smells, but it wasn't Belinda's idea of what the inside of a house belonging to 2 such famous people should look like. Wide-pegged floors instead of marble. 2 braided rugs, rag rugs they'd called them in Indiana, instead of Persian carpets. A basketball was shoved into one corner of the foyer. A galvanized watering can held some very ordinary garden flowers. And on the console, she spotted something that looked suspiciously like the Peretti evening bag she'd given Fleur 2 Christmases earlier, except now Big Bird's fuzzy yellow head stuck out the top. Belinda had removed her soiled pumps and padded through the silent downstairs into the dining room. A manuscript sat on the sideboard, but Belinda wasn't tempted to look at it, although she knew dozens of people would give anything to get an early peek at a new Kuranda play. Despite all his awards and honors, Jake's writing didn't interest her, and the book about Vietnam that had won him his 2nd Pulitzer was the most depressing thing she'd ever read. She liked his movies so much better than his writing and wished he made more of them, but there'd been only 1 bird dog picture in the last 3 years, and Fleur had thrown a fit about that. She and Jake had argued for days, but Jake wouldn't budge. He told her he liked playing bird dog, and she could just suffer through it every few years. She ended up going on location with him whenever she could get away from work and spending her time wrangling the horses. Just then, Belinda heard Fleur's laughter drifting through the open window. She pushed back the lace curtain. There her pregnant daughter lay, her head in her husband's lap, both of them sprawled underneath a gnarled cherry tree that should have been removed years ago. Fleur wore faded navy maternity shorts and one of Jake's shirts with the bottom buttons unfastened to make room for her stomach. Belinda wanted to cry. Her daughter's beautiful blonde hair was pulled back with a rubber band. A long scratch ran along the calf of one sunburned leg, and a mosquito bite marred her ankle. Worst of all, Jake was popping cherries into her mouth with one hand while he stroked her stomach with the other. Fleur tilted her head, and Belinda saw the sheen of cherry juice on her chin. Jake kissed her, then slid his hand under her shirt to cup her breast. Embarrassed, Belinda started to turn away, only to hear a car door slam, followed by a high-pitched, happy shriek. Belinda's pulses quickened, and she leaned forward to catch her first glimpse of Meg in weeks. Meg. Fleur and Jake looked up as the child came running around the side of the house. She dashed past a green plastic wading pool and launched her chubby body at them. Jake caught her before she could reach Fleur and pulled her into the crook of his arm. "Whoa, Cookie Bird. You're going to make Mommy's tummy pop." Great start to her sex education, cowboy. Fleur tugged down the elastic leg on Meg's cotton sunsuit. "I see ice cream around that mouth. Did you pull a fast one on Nanny again?" Meg plopped her index finger into her mouth and took a contemplative suck, then turned to her father and gave him her biggest grin. He laughed, pulled her close, and buried his head in her neck. Con artist. Fleur leaned forward and closed her mouth over a chubby thigh, almost as if she were tasting her daughter's skin. The diving board banged, and Darian Booth somersaulted into the pool, bringing Belinda back to her own house in Bel Air and the reminder that her daughter now had 2 more babies. As she lay in the sun with the scent of chlorine filling her nostrils, she thought of how contemptuously Alexei would have regarded Fleur's childbearing. Poor Alexei. But she didn't like thinking about him, so she thought about Darian Booth instead, and whether the network would buy the pilot. Then she thought of Fleur, who was still so beautiful she made Belinda's heart ache. And Meg. It wasn't much of a name, far too plain for a beautiful little girl with her father's mouth, her mother's eyes, and Errol Flynn's gleaming chestnut hair. Still, any name with Coranda after it was going to look fabulous on a marquee, and blood would tell. More than 30 years had passed since the night James Dean had died on the road to Salinas. Belinda stretched in the California sun. All in all, she hadn't done too badly for herself.